Now, today, we are gonna see. What if Harry Potter was overpowered Red Ranger? Harry Potter x Power Ranger. Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Angel Grove Airport was crowded and restless as usually, as many people flocked and hurried to catch their respected plans while others calmly looked around and struggled to get past the panicking and annoyed people. It seemed like any other airport, except with a prime exception of a certain group of people. One was a large man that seemed to resemble a giant boat and had a large mustache. He was rather beefy and had a gruffly look as he seemed to eye place with absolute disappointment and disinterest. He had a large suitcase in his beefy large hands as he walked down the hall. Beside him was a tall skinny woman that looked like a horse, and had the air of a snobbish stuck-up woman. She had short blonde hair, and seemed to everything with disgust, though that could only be seen in her beady little eyes. Next to them was a boy that resembled a baby whale, who had a smug look on his face for some odd reason, as he only had to carry a single bag as he shot a sneer at the fourth and final member of their group. A young boy with black hair and cropped glasses. He looked rather small for his age as his dark, unruly, wild black hair covered his eyes with the bangs. His clothes were far too big for him along with his pants, as unlike the other three, he was carrying at least 3 suitcases instead of 1. The boy seemed to be rather passive as he didn't make a voice of complaint and instead seemed to be concentrating on something else. His emerald eyes glinted brightly in under the rays of light. The boy pressed his lips together and looked around. A faint and sad smile formed. Hermione would probably love this, the boy thought rather sadly as he recalled what had happened during the last week of school. His uncle Vernon had gotten a brand new job in America and decided to move to Angel Grove. Harry had been all but grabbed and taken with them after the incident in the 3rd floor of his school. He wondered briefly what would happen now. Shaking his head, he would be patient and wait to see what would happen to him. "Hurry up, boy," his uncle Vernon hissed at him, or rather spat at him. It was rather hard to tell, however the large, beefy man glared at him with disgust and anger. "We don't have all day." Aunt Petunia wrinkled her nose. "We need to hurry up and get to our new house, understand?" Trying to suppress his annoyance and anger, Harry simply nodded his head. "Yes, Aunt Petunia," his tone soft but obedient as his hands tightened on the handle of his suitcase, though he let out a small mumble. "What was that?" Petunia snapped harshly, narrowing her eyes darkly at the boy before her. Her lips curled into a sneer, the gaze daring Harry to challenge her authority. Harry stared at her before muttering, "Nothing, Aunt Petunia." "Good." The horse-like woman wrinkled her nose in a superior manner, before turning away from him curtly. Her high and mighty attitude was annoying as hell and made Harry want to pretend that he didn't even know her. "Now hurry, we need to start unpacking." "Boy." Her sharp tone caused Harry to wince in annoyance and irritation. Gods, why did her voice have to copy of nails on a chalkboard? Mentally groaning in his head, the black-haired boy followed after his aunt in a quiet and quick manner, as he didn't want to get lost in an entire city that he had just arrived in. However, deep within him, Harry didn't have any doubt that the Dursleys would feel any guilt at all if they had, accidentally, leave him behind somewhere. Even though Harry didn't hold the Dursleys in high respect and nor did he hold any special affection for his cousins, but the fact that they would willingly leave him behind made his skin shiver with horror and fear. It made his stomach turn and topple at the thought of them leaving him behind on the streets, along with the fact that they would do it made it even more frightening. But Harry knew that he had to endure it, if only for the time being. As he got to the brand new car that his uncle Vernon was able to purchase, which was a silver car, which type, Harry wasn't entirely sure since he had nearly little to no knowledge of cars at all. Shaking his head, he quickly placed the large back straight into the trunk of the car before slipping into the back seat. Dudley, whom Harry found it rather unnerving, was staring at him with smug look on his face, deciding it would heavily be in his best interest not to notice. Harry turned and faced his gaze out of the window. Angel Grove looked like a nice, quiet city. Harry mused as he continued to look outside. It was a very beautiful place, not like Surrey. A smile appeared on his face as he wondered if he'd be able to make friends. His heart twisted and turned, as the thoughts of Hermione and Ron entered his mind. Harry felt horrible for not being able to tell his two friends about moving to America, thought he had a feeling that they'd find out some way at least, he hoped. "What are you moping about?" Dudley sneered, interrupting Harry's thoughts as they drove down the street. The blonde-haired bully looked at him rather meanly, though from Harry's perspective his cousin looked constipated. Grinning maliciously, "Mad because you can't go back to your freak school?" Harry glared at him. "Be quiet, Dudley," the smaller boy growled at him. A fire light within his pool of emerald green, but he wasn't going to allow Dudley the satisfaction of getting a rise out of him. After his first year at Hogwarts, School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, he had discovered 3 people that were able to get a rise out of him. Draco Malfoy, the so-called Ice Prince of Slytherin and spoiled brat of the century. The boy was rude, cruel, prejudiced, narrow-minded and just as rotten if not more than Dudley. It didn't help that the blonde had connections to the second person that drove him up the wall, Severus Snape. Malfoy had nearly, due to his stupidity, gotten himself along with Ron and Hermione killed in the Forbidden Forest along with nearly getting Hagrid fired. His eyes narrowed at that memory as he promised to teach the idiot a lesson. The second person was none other than Professor Severus Snape, head of Slytherin House and the resident potions master at Hogwarts. Not to mention he was one of Harry's most loathed teachers right next to Professor Binns, but at least the history professor wasn't targeting him repeatedly. Even though Snape had saved his life during his first Quidditch match, that still didn't stop the greasy-haired git from verbally abusing him in class and making it hell for him at school. It was also rather childish for the so-called potions master for attacking Harry just because he looked like his father, though he doubted that Snape would ever grow up and act his age. The third, and last person that caused his blood to boil with fury, was Voldemort. The man that murdered his parents nearly 10 years ago. Needless to say, his encounter with him during the school year is anything but pleasant, in fact it was downright horrifying. The former dark wizard had been reduced to nothing more than a mere shadow that lived off of its host's body, which was Harry's defense teacher at that time, Professor Quirrell. That was until Harry ended up incinerating him with hands, causing the spirit to once again flee. His eyes narrowed. Voldemort was still out there, waiting, biding him time to return. His teeth bit upon his lips. Next time they meet, Harry would be prepared to face him. "You are thinking about your freak school, aren't you?" Dudley accused Harry in a dark glee, pointing at him with a large finger. Though the other didn't say anything in return. "What if I am?" Harry replied coolly, eyeing Dudley frostily. Dudley sneered at him. "Dad and Mum won't let you go back to your freak school, let alone another one." Smirking nastily, "You won't be able to see that beardy guy or any friends, not like you'd ever have any. Would want to be friends with you. The real question is who'd want to be friends with you," Harry retorted harshly, narrowing his eyes, "and I do have friends, real ones." He refused to consider Polkiss as an actually friend of Dudley's. Dudley stared at him before smirking. "So what? You'll never see them again, just like you'll never have friends here, that is if they're smart enough." The dark grin appeared on his face, as Harry glared at him. Harry remembered his life before entering Hogwarts. Loneliness and pain. No one dared to become friends with him, not without facing retribution first. During those times, Harry had come to feel absolutely and totally worthless, not to mention he was barely even able to stand up against his relatives and their abuse towards them. Though ever since he had discovered that he was in actuality a wizard, Harry was finally able to stand up against them, but he didn't think he'd ever hurt them with magic. That would simply be petty and low. It felt like something that Malfoy would do. He shuddered. No way was he going to be like Malfoy. Unfortunately for Harry, Dudley wasn't done taunting him yet. "You'll never go back there, and you won't see that overgrown monster again. Watch your mouth, Dudley," Harry hissed instantly, his eyes lighting rather fiercely. It was one thing targeting him, but it was an entirely different story when attacking the people he considered friends. Dudley continued to grin. "What are you going to do, freak? Use that stick of yours. It's in the trunk. You can't get to it. Noticing Harry's look, Dudley went further. And soon that will be gone too, along with anything about your freakish parents. The wizard began with a warning tone. His emerald green eyes began to flash darkly, though Dudley did look slightly freaked out and afraid. The blonde whale just didn't seem to nod, or did he want to? After all, who cares about a dead drunk and fat slut? That was it, his parents were not a drunk or a slut. Grabbing Dudley by the collar, he pinned the overgrown whale against the door. Vernon and Petunia, thankfully, weren't paying any attention as they were busy talking amongst themselves about their plans for the new house, which usually happened it ever involved gardening or painting. 1. Harry's eyes pierced menacingly straight into Dudley's eyes as he wore a mask of cold loathing. My parents, he hissed in a deadly manner which made Dudley shiver in fear. We're not a drunk or a slut. Got it, Dursley? His eyes began to flashing brightly, now murderously, even as the blonde found himself whimpering in fear. If you ever utter something like that again. The windows around the door began to crack slowly, as the air turned tense and became full of dreadful, silent friction that made the blonde-haired whale to simply wish that the freak would hurry it up and finish what he was going to say. I'll kill you myself, Dudley scoffed, or was about to, until he looked into Harry's narrowed blank green eyes. Ones that made his blood completely freeze. Got it? The only thing that the blonde was able to do was nodded in fear for his life. Good. Empress of Evil found herself staring at the planet Earth, as her wand laid upon the floor without movement. Her face was full of awe and glee, her entire evil being was filled with absolute and malicious desire, licking her lips with anticipation. Never once in her entire time being free from her dumpster did Rita ever think about feeling, let alone being able to see an interest prospect just waiting to be picked up and trained. Her long fingernails dug deep into her clothes, and piercing her flesh. Oh yes, as she moved over towards her telescope, she leaned down and stared at the figure that caused such delicious magical burst. Her eyes widened to what she had discovered, a boy, a little boy. Just how could such a child hold that much power within him? Removing her eyelid from the end of the telescope, she maneuvered herself over towards the center of the room. But not before she picked up her wand. After all, Rita knew that she'd need it. Now, the evil sorceress murmured to herself, a large frown on her face. Rita was fully aware of the fact that she quickly needed to grab the boy before Zordon got a chance and turned him into one of his goody-goody rangers. She was unaware of how many powers that the White Grid Master had, but she wasn't going to allow that wizard to do that. Growling as she made her way out of the throne room, Zeddy was probably in the lab working with Finister or sparring with Galdar. Scowling, her husband was always away when she had good plan. No matter, Rita told herself, I'll tell Zeddy later. While Rita was unaware of just how many power coins that Zordon had, she was fully aware of the fact that Zordon also had no idea of just how many power coins that she had. Grinning evilly, as she entered hers and Zed's bedroom, quietly she made her way over towards the dresser on her side of the bed. Smiling with pleasure, she quietly pulled out a key from her pouch and placed it in the keyhole. Turning and hearing a soft click, opening the drawer and pulling out a dark black box with golden metal around it. Rita then carefully opened the box and took one coin from the box before closing it and placed it back in the drawer. A nice, old golden coin rested in her fingers. Though, the drawback of the coin was the fact that it was blank, and had no animal, nor was it connected to a morphin grid, but it was no matter. The boy had magic, which was enough for him to power the coin. Grinning gleefully from her and danced with joy back towards the throne room. The happy vibe seemed to catch everyone's attention when they saw the glint of amusement and dark joy in her eyes and smile. Rita, what is it that you're bouncy around for? Zed all but demanded from his wife. His red visor flashed with confusion as he continued to stare down at her. Rita turned to him, and smiled. Happy, Zeddy? I'm beyond happy. Letting out one of her famous cackles, Galdar and Zed exchanged a long silent look before returning their attention upon Rita once again. Oh Zeddy, didn't you feel the wondrous power a while ago? Now Zed was staring at her, dumbfounded. Power? What in evil's name are you talking about, woman? Had she finally lost it? It seemed likely by the look on her face. You idiot! Rita scolded him, gruffly. Don't tell you didn't feel that magical energy spike.
Magical energy spike, Zed murmured as he narrowed his eyes and began to concentrate his attention. Just what in the world was his wife talking about anyway? As he scanned Earth with his sixth sense, he didn't feel anything in Angel Grove with any particular interest at all.
Wait, a cold, vicious strike and scent seemed to send chills down his back. He felt the raw power from it, not to mention that delicious and addictive taste of hatred mixed with beautifully delightful anger. Just thinking about it made his stomach growl with hunger. Whirling around in a vicious manner, he aimed his visor towards the earth and focused his attention on locating the one of whom his wife spoke of. His eyes, if he had any, would have bugged out. Releasing his sights upon the person, he sharply turned towards his wife. "A boy, Rita," Zed all but demanded, his voice filled with anger and ludicrous. "Do you honestly accept me to believe that the boy was the one that caused the magical spike?" He seethed quietly, as the tension within his throne room began to intensify. Rita glared at him, her hand wrapped around her wand. "Yes, Zeddy, I do. And you shouldn't doubt me." Crossing her arms, a rather vicious smile appeared. "Besides, Zeddy, this makes this far easier for the both of us." "Easier, Rita?" Zed asked, rather doubtful. "Please explain to me just how this is supposed to make things easier for us." His tone laced with sarcasm. Rita didn't even acknowledge the sarcasm, as she began to strut around. "Simple, think about Zeddy. This boy has magic, right?" Before Zed was able to continue, "And unlike those earthlings with their hocus pocus, this boy has talent. We could teach him, mold him to our finest warrior." A sly smile appeared. "Think about it, Zeddy. You could have a son to follow in your footsteps."
"A son?" Zed mused thoughtfully as his sharp nails began to drum in the air. "A person to take over and continue his path of destruction and conquering the galaxy, later the universe." Chuckling with dark
glee, "Yes, a son. I quite like that." Looking at Rita, "Bring him here, Rita, I have a plan." Rita grinned, evilly. "If you think what I'm thinking," turning towards the ledge of the throne room, the two monarchs of evil clashed their wand and staff together. The sounds of the two cackling echoed through the castle. The new house wasn't anything too special, at least for Harry anyway. Petunia and Dudley seemed to be rather in awe at the new house. It was bigger than the old one and seemed to have more space as well. Uncle Vernon and Petunia got the furthest room in the house away from him, while Dudley had the upstairs bedroom that was right next to the bathroom. While Harry got stuck with the basement, mostly to ensure and continue their escape of believing that Harry was not related to them in any shape or form, not to mention that they wanted to deny his existence and presence in their new household. Leaning against the new pillow, his emerald eyes looked up towards the ceiling and stared at it blankly. His school books along were buried in the darkest part of the new garage. Hedwig was trapped in her cage, with only his uncle being the only one with the key to open the lock. Scowling at Vernon furiously, he narrowed his eyes with disgust. He felt powerless and weak, being unable to do anything at all. It didn't help that Harry had absolutely no way of being able to maneuver around the house at all. When he was back at Private Drive, Harry was able to due to dedication and self-preservation that helped him maneuver and find his way around that place, and now he was somewhere else. And now that Harry knew the reason why his relatives hated him, he knew that being careful was immensely important. Gripping the edges of his blankets, Harry glared. "I wish I could be stronger." He hated this. He hated being weak, being unable to do anything at all. Tightening his eyes shut, images of the years rolled through him, recalling certain events and actions that had occurred, even ones from at Hogwarts. His teeth gritted together. As soon as those words had left his mouth, the entire floor began to shake and rumble furiously. Carefully removing himself from the bed, the wizard gripped on the ends of his bed and made sure to keep himself balanced, while keeping an eye on the ceiling in order to avoid any metal, stone or wood that may trample him. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the shaking seemed to stop. Feeling his heart beat quicker than it usually would, thus he forced himself to stand up and look around. "Blimey," he murmured under his breath, placing his head over his heart. "That was unexpected," gulping quietly. Harry allowed a small smile to form on his face. "So you like our work then, did you?"
A female voice drawled from behind him. The words whispered into his ear with a menacing manner, that of an female. Frozen in his place, he turned around sharply to find himself looking at a woman with a strange maroon dress with a twin-pointed hat on her head. She also held a strange wand in her hand as well. The smirk that was on her face was filled with venom and with poison.
Gulping tightly, Harry stared at her before gathering his courage. "And who are you?" Trying to control his tone, and felt his body fall in a defensive manner as he looked straight into her eyes. The woman cackled. "Me?" Her smile stretched ear to ear as the woman continued to gaze at him. Walking over towards him calmly, her eyes seemed to seize him up as Harry heard the gleeful giggles and chuckles from her lips. "I am Rita Repulsa, wife to Lord Zed and Sorceress of the Moon." "Sorceress of the Moon? Lord Zed?" Harry asked uncertainly, though his stomach was filled with completely and utter dread. He really didn't like where this was going. It sucked that he didn't have his wand to defend himself. "What do you want with me?"
Rita smiled at him, with a sick, sweet, venomous smile. "You'll see, my dear Harry." She watched with dark, bemused as the bewildered look on the boy's face formed. Grinning, she decided to take her chances with him being stunned. Raising her wand, bolts of crimson colors began to surround the both of them before they vanished from the very room. Feeling dizzy and his head pounding inside of him, Harry felt his stomach do flip-flops as he found himself gazing at the dark and sinister room around him. He could practically feel the evil in the room as Harry moved around, trying in some vain hope of escaping the room, or at least, wherever he was. Making a launch forward to the nearest exit that he was able to find, unfortunately it didn't work out.
Standing before him was a giant baboon with golden armor with large black wings and carrying a sword. The dark crimson-like eyes sent chills down Harry's back as he found himself backing away from it before falling onto the floor. The snort of glee came from the golden baboon's lips as he smiled down on him cruelly. "Where do you think you're going?" the creature asked him, mockingly. Even though the baboon humanoid warrior calmly made his way forward towards him, as Harry was able to hear the sinister and menacing volumes that came with each step. The smirk on the thing's face made Harry shudder in disgust. "Not anywhere, I'm guessing," Harry retorted bitterly as he removed himself from the floor, his eyes carefully trained upon the creature before him. The baboon had the bigger and stronger advantage, as Harry narrowed his eyes uncertainly. So, he drawled out lowly. "Mind telling me where this place, or am I just going to start throwing guesses, monkey boy?" The baboon seethed with anger, as he slammed his hand down. "Monkey boy," opening his mouth to retort, a screeching, annoying laugh broke through. "Monkey boy." Harry whirled around to see the same woman as before, wearing a grin on her face. "I quite like it." Leaning towards the metal skeleton-like man beside her, "Don't you, Zeddy?" The man, Zeddy, scoffed. Yeah, sure." Clearly he did not agree with the woman. Turning towards Harry, he pointed his Z-like staff towards him and Rita. "I am Lord Zed, and this my wife Rita Repulsa, I'm sure you know." Harry nodded his head curtly. "A pleasure," he said sarcastically. Crossing his arms over his chest, "Did you want something from me, or can I just leave?" He continued to carefully observe the three in the room. Being outnumbered 3-1 wasn't exactly his ideal view of a fair fight, but then again, he had come accustomed to it due to Dudley and his gang. A smirk appeared on Zed's face, at least that's how it felt as Harry stared up at him. "Yes," Zed growled out with a hint of satisfaction. Gripping his staff, he pointed straight to Harry. "We have chosen you to be our evil ranger." Harry stared at him. "Evil ranger?" Raising an eyebrow. "What the hell are you talking about?" Gripping hands into a fist and glared harshly towards the two. "And why would I become evil?" "Because my dear Harry." Self-proclaimed Empress of Evil began with that sickening smile on her features as she raised her wand up and clashed it against Zed's. "You don't have much of a choice." Before he was even able to get a single word out of his mouth to protest, the two monarchs of evil began to chant the words as bolts and streams of crimson and dark gray began to mix and mingle together before shooting straight towards the young boy, causing him to fall onto his knees and scream with pain. Zed and Rita continued to chant as they watched with interest as their dark magics began to consume and worm their way straight into the boy's mind and heart, sealing away the good and self-will he had, As the streams of magic began to dissipate, the two watched with curiosity as the boy continued to hiss in pain and agony. It hurt. It hurt so much, his nails dug deep within his skin, piercing through the heavy sweater that his aunt had given him as a hand-me-down. Biting upon his lips as the burning feeling of flames kissing his skin like ice before ripping it off like nothing.
Tears began to swell into his eyes. The pain was becoming too much for him to handle as he moved one of his hands from his stomach straight towards his mouth, and the taste of evil was both disgusting and intoxicating. It was a choking sensation at best. He felt claws dig deep within his mind, scraping and destroy any sense of morality within him and bending his will to that of Rita and Zed. His breath began to still as the sweet deceptive whispers of dark promises began to gently convey his thoughts. Not ones of power, oh no, ones that would ensure justice upon those whom have wronged him and his parents. The cold kisses of darkness began to make their way from his exposed skin straight into mouth, forcing its way through and defiling his thoughts. A dark evil green aura began to wrap around his body in place of the crimson bolts before releasing a flash.
Rita smiled darkly as she looked at the boy, who stood there in silence. "Do you hear me?" "Yes," Harry replied in a low dark tone, his eyes trained upon her. His eyes flashed a menacing green as the smile upon Rita's face erupted into a straight wide grin.
It worked, she cheered happily, raising her wand straight into the air with glee. But just suddenly as her smile appeared, it instantly
vanished. "Finister make us some putties." As if on cue, the goat-like scientist appeared. "Of course, my queen, they shall be ready momentarily." "Rita, my love, where exactly did you get that power coin anyway?" Zed asked rather curiously at the sorceress, who only smiled in his direction. Shaking her head mischievously, Now Zeddy, a girl's gotta have her secrets." Releasing a cackle at that, Zed grumbled something
incomprehensive under his breath. Rocky groaned as he slammed his head onto the desk with a grim look plastered upon his face. "I can't believe I failed." The tone of disbelief caused his friends to look at him with risen eyebrows.
Aisha placed a hand on the secondary red's shoulder.
"It's not that bad, Rocky. Besides, Ms. Appleby always said that you'd be able to retake the test in a few days." A bright cheer smile was on her face, as her eyes danced with faith and sincerity. Math was not Rocky's most favorable or best subject areas, especially in Angel Grove, where bad grades ended up with detention. Thankfully though, Ms. Appleby was a lenient teacher and was more than willing to let her students to redo every now and then.
Billy, the resident genius out of the six of them, looked at Rocky. "Do you want me to tutor you, Rocky?" "You would seriously?" At Billy's nod, the Red Ranger instantly grinned. "That would be great, thanks Billy." "No problem," Kim sighed. If only Tommy accepted help so quickly. She gave her boyfriend a pointed look. The boy clothed in white had the decency to blush in embarrassment, especially when it came to his stubbornness to deal with the evil known as homework. Smiling sweetly, she leaned over and pressed her lips against the boy's. "But that's what makes you so lovable." "What, my unwillingness to buckle down and study?" Tommy asked with amusement and curiosity. A faint smile was on his beautiful features, gazing down at his petite girlfriend. "My bae," Kim stated with a cheery tone and a bright smile on her face. The brunette-haired girl bounced happily as the vibes of energy began to emit from her, along with her cheery and happy mood began to spread among her friends.
Adam rolled his eyes with a good-natured smile. "How about a study session at the juice bar? Does that sound good?" Before any of them were able to reply, a beeping sound was heard, causing the 16s to fall silent and put up a guard. Carefully, each of them looked at each other silently before discreetly moved towards the most secluded area. Tommy glanced at his team sharply before bringing the communicator up towards his lips. "Go ahead, Zordon, what's wrong?" "Rita and Zed have sent down Galdar and a group of putties in park." Zordon's voice came through urgently. The 6 teenagers allowed their bodies to fall into an offensive state. "We're on it, Zordon," Adam stated grimly with a serious look on his face. Cutting the communication off, Tommy went into leader mode. "It's morphin time." Tiger Zord, Mastodon, Pterodactyl, Triceratops, Saber-toothed Tiger, Tyrannosaurs, The 6 teenagers vanished with 6 multicolored lights, leaving the area completely vacated, leaving absolutely no trace of them ever being there. Within seconds the 6 teens arrived at the Angel Grove
Park, and there waiting before them was Galdar and his group of putties.
Tommy pointed his finger towards the baboon-like warrior. "What do you want, Galdar?" His voice controlled, firm and guarded as he eyed the other carefully.
Galdar smirked deadly. "Wouldn't you like to know, White Ranger?" Pointing his sword towards the Rangers. "Get them." And with that the wave of the putties charged forward mindlessly towards the Rangers, waving their arms and hands like zombies. "All right guys, split up into 2. Tommy ordered the team. Rocky and I will take the ones of the left. Aisha and Adam, can you guys take the ones on the right?" "Will do, Tommy," Aisha stated as she gave him a nod. Adam nodded. "Leave it to us."
"That leaves Kimberly and I with the last batch of putties," Billy informed as he looked at Kimberly, who gave a nod. The pink and blue Rangers charged into battle as Tommy and Rocky flew straight into battle against their putties.
Kimberly looked as 3 putties instantly closed in upon her, sealing her existence and any attempt of her getting away. Quickly grabbing her blaster, she quickly sent a sharp shot of energy towards one of them.
The second putty charged as it and raised its fists in order to clobber her in the brain. The pink Ranger instantly dove downwards towards the ground and did a spin kick and sent it straight to the floor. The putty that had gotten a taste of her blaster recovered from the attack and charged towards along with the third putty.
Sighing under her breath, Kimberly eyed the putties with annoyance. "You guys really don't give up, do you?" Shaking her head right then and there, she quickly did some back flips towards the edge of the hill, evoking the 3 putties to follow her mindlessly, following into a fight position. She carefully observed them closely and watched as the distance between her and them began to shorten. One of them began to increase its speed towards her, causing Kimberly to fall into a defensive position as one of the putties attempted to strike her in the head. She used her arm to block the attack and slammed her knee straight on the explosive spot before hurling it off the cliff of the hill. The other 2 decided to ram straight into her and caused to fall. However, the petite brunette jumped over them and pushed them over the cliff, and watched with interest as the 3 putties exploded, thus leaving no trace of their attacks. Giggling to herself, she punched her fist up into the air. "That will teach ya to mess with the pink rang ah." Kimberly began before she felt a strong force push against her back, causing her to fall forwards down the hill. Thankfully her ranger uniform helped against the pain rolling against her body as she rolled all the way down straight into a small field of flowers. Her head spinning and light-headed, she tried to quickly grasp her sight and mind along with the area around her. However, a dark shadow descended upon her and robbed of the clear sunlight that hanged above her, instinctively covering her eyes. "Hey, what's the big idea?" As soon as she saw the figure standing before her, Kimberly's blood ran froze with fear.
No. Her voice filled with denial and horror. "There's just no way."
Right there standing before for her was the green Morphin Ranger, but that was impossible. Jason had the power coin, and there was hardly any power left in it.
"Instead of worrying about me, Pink Ranger," the Green Ranger drawled with a sneer, with his British accent, which Kimberly filled away for later. Revealing his left hand, he unclenched it and revealed a coin, one that sparked with pink energy. Kimberly stared as her sights instantly shifted towards her body. Her ranger uniform was removed, and now she was sitting there as a civilian. How, what? The Green Ranger looked at Kimberly. To what she could tell, if Kimberly could see behind the visor of the evil warrior before her, that the look on his face was spiteful and condescending, or at least that is the way it came from his mouth. "Perhaps, if you weren't such a sodding harlot, and such a bond bint, that you would have paid attention to the odd number of putties rather than charging into battle like the American you are." Kimberly's eyes narrowed as she began to bristle inside of her. Sodding harlot, bond bint. What the hell does he mean by that? She shouted in her mind angrily and glared loathingly at the new evil ranger. The Green Ranger quickly lost interest in her, and turned upwards towards the battlefield, carefully observing the other rangers. Kimberly could practically see the purr that emerged from his lips. How pathetic, they haven't been able to tell that one of their members has gone missing in action. How admirable, his sarcastic tone was really starting to piss her off.
Even though Kimberly had become accustomed to fighting evil rangers and Rita's monsters, the fact that the new ranger was able to see her power coin so effortlessly definitely made the alarm bells in her to ring furiously. The brunette had to get away from him as far as possible, at least until she was able to regroup and gain the advantage over him. Taking use of the enemy's disinterest in her, Kimberly quietly began to crawl away from him, though her eyes were heavily locked onto him in case of an attack.
The Green Ranger's sights were still trained upon the other 5 rangers, who were currently taking out the putties one by one. Curling his lips into a dark sneer, his eyes narrowed behind the visor. While he wasn't overall impressed with their lack of attention or intelligence, he was able to admire how well they flowed together. Along with their physical strength overall, sneering with a cold smile underneath his face, as he felt his adrenaline spike with excitement. Oh, how he couldn't wait to fighting against these so-called defenders of Earth. Such a shame really, the boy thought absently as he eyed them. His Empress and Emperor wanted them gone, and that was exactly what they were going to get. By any means necessary.
Speaking of which, as he turned to look upon where the Pink Ranger used to be and frowned when he noticed her disappearance. No matter, the girl couldn't have gotten too far. Taking out his blaster and allowing it to hand by his side, he began to walk cautiously and took every glance into consideration, before he noticed something odd out of the scenery as he noticed in the distance a spot of light blue with white. Pressing his lips together into a cold smile, he began to walk slower as he carefully raised his blaster towards the area. "Goodbye, Pink Ranger. You shall be solemnly missed," the Green Ranger stated mockingly with fake sympathy and sorrow. Letting out an "HN," his finger pressed against the trigger.
"Kimberly, look out," echoed through the park, causing the girl in pink to whirl around and stare in horror as a stream of light raced towards her and caused her to freeze in her place. A high bloody scream could be heard within kilometers. Tommy's head instantly shot up. "Kimberly! Out of our way, clay brains!" Aisha growled as she threw one of the putties into another, thus causing them to explode. "Rocky, Adam, let's go." Adam nodded. "Right behind you," as he quickly did a spin kick and finished off the last of his own. Rocky already finished his as they joined the others and jumped down the hill and landed where Billy was, only to freeze in absolute and total horror. Adam couldn't help but look at the figure before him and in shock. The Green Ranger. No way," Aisha breathed, her eyes widened underneath her visor. Rocky gulped before growling out, "That has got to be some sick joke. This can't be real," Tommy stated as he mentally prayed for this to just be a horrible nightmare, as his blood turned cold and his body became paralyzed in please. "This can't be real." The Green Ranger titled his head thoughtfully. "Oh, I'm real all right, White Ranger." The tone was mocking as he kicked Billy to the side and revealed the blood stain upon the white on Billy's neck. Within the Green Ranger's hand was a small knife, covered in a wet, dripping red liquid. "I have to admit, I wasn't expecting him to drive at me so quickly." The blood coming from the Blue Ranger's neck made Aisha's stomach turn in disgust. "Why, you stabbed him in the throat." Her stance was defensive. "How could you? Where is your sense of honor?" "Honor? What honor?" The Green Ranger began slowly before letting out a cold, harsh laugh. "Like I give a damn about honor." Putting his knife straight at the Aisha. "I have one mission and one mission alone. And that is the destruction of the Power Rangers, and I assure all 5 of you, that is exactly what I plan to do." "Wait, all 5? Rocky repeated slowly. "Man, you must have a screwed loss, man. There are 6 of us." Billy's incomprehensive coughs weren't exactly helping them right now as he struggled to get a sentence in as the Green Ranger smirked underneath. "Are you so certain, Red Ranger?" His tone filled with sickening venom. "If you hadn't noticed, I see 5 Rangers. White, blue, yellow, red and black with no more pink." Tommy's blood instantly began to boil. "What exactly do you mean by that?" His voice filled with anger and distrust. Saba held right in his hand as he glared fiercely at the opponent. "If you hurt her." Green shrugged, obviously not afraid. "You'll do what exactly?" Before any one of them were able to retort, he held up the pink power coin in front of them, causing them stare in disbelief. "In the end, I still win."
Letting out a cold laugh, he flipped the coin towards them as it landed on the ground, in what seemed like forever as the Green Ranger vanished from sight. Kimberly. Tommy instantly snapped out of the trance and rushed towards her, thus leaving the power coin on the ground. Rocky quickly made a dash towards the pink power coin as Aisha grabbed hold of Billy before teleporting the two of them to the command center. One thing was for certain. The new evil Green Ranger was an opponent they couldn't afford to take lightly. Zed slammed his staff onto the ground. That boy was able to take out two Rangers. His disbelief was evident as he rose from his throne, before his body began to flash with a deadly crimson, but he didn't bring the power coin with him. Rita nodded, looking annoyed as she usually did as her hands moved to head, making it seem she was ready to complain about another upcoming headache. Galdar on the other hand was silent and leaned against the wall, his eyes glinting with disapproval along with a frown. While he was glad that two Rangers were out of commission, he found it very difficult to accept the method that the new Green Ranger used to dispatch his enemies. Attacking a person when she was down and then attacking another in the throat. Shaking his head as the baboon-like warrior snorted. He could never approve of something so tactless and dishonorable. A green light appeared in the throne room. The Green Ranger removed his helmet and revealed Harry. "I have taken out the pink and blue Rangers," the boy stated in a stoic voice. "That's all well and good, but you didn't bring back her power coin." Zed snapped at him furiously, causing the boy to blink in confusion. "I already have one, my lord. I fail to see as to why I would need a second power coin," Harry retorted with confusion and a frown. He blinked owlishly at his emperor. "That power coins are the key to the Power Rangers' power. Take that away and they're powerless," Rita answered viciously. "Take away that, and the world will be ours." Harry nodded absently. "I understand, my queen. I shall rectify my mistake." "Excellent," Zed growled, nodding with approval as he resumed his throne before he gave Harry a wave of dismissal. "You will start your lessons tomorrow, understand?" Harry bowed. "I understand, my lord." "Also act normally," Rita interjected, causing everyone to look at her besides Harry. Glaring at all of them. "What? The reason we failed last time was because Tommy never acted like himself." Crossing her arms, "The Rangers would have no clue." Zed began to stroke his chin thoughtfully before slamming his fist on the handle of his throne. "My darling is right. Act like you normally would and don't bring attention to yourself." "I hear and I obey," as Harry once again bowed and vanished with a green light from the room. The moment that he demorphed back into his civilian self, his body began to stiff and let out jolts and screams of pain. His hand instantly went to his stomach as he found himself following forward straight onto his bed as darkness claimed him. Tomorrow would be another, as the Rangers would soon learn the meaning of fear. "I have to admit, I think I did better on this than I thought I did." "And you read correct." Harry did indeed take out Kimberly and Billy. The answer to Rita's power coin will be answered in the next chapter, which already nearly finished. Though in the original version of this, I was going to have Harry replace Justin instead, but I personally prefer this version instead, don't you? As for pairing, the only one confirmed so far is OC, Jason, eventually either Jason, Tommy or Tommy, Kim. Jason. Since I'm pending upon Kat, Kim, a friend's personally request, or Kat. Billy, my own personal favorite, or Billy, Trini. Harry's love interests will be OC's, kind of. Reviews make me happy, but constructive criticism makes me happier. No pointless flames please and thank you. Younger Shade of Green Point. 2 Chapter 2. Younger Shade of Green Part 2. A darkened atmosphere had been following the Rangers as they had made their way into the Angel Grove Hospital straight after the battle against the new evil Green Ranger. The chilling reality was slowly starting to sink into their heads as they gazed at the doorway. The opposite side of the door was where Billy and Kimberly were currently being held, as they were being stabilized by the doctor and nurses. Tommy felt his hands curl up into a fist and his eyes narrowed into slits as he remembered just how blood that his two friends had lost. It made his stomach cringe in disgust. He brought his hands towards his forehead and buried his eyes into his knuckles, praying to whoever was listening to make sure that Kimberly and Billy would be all right. His eyes glanced over towards the others and grimaced to what he had seen. Rocky, whose face had turned utterly white as he tried to keep up a facade of calmness. The way his body moved and how fast his eyes were blinking was loud enough for Tommy to realize just how frightened the currently red was. A pair of brown eyes continued to gaze at the beige-like walls in a deceitful serene manner as the boy struggled to allow himself break in front of them. Tommy watched rather carefully as Rocky's fingers began to tap his shoulders repeatedly, causing Adam to send his best friend a look of annoyance, but bit his lip and focused his attention on the ground. The Korean bit his lip and placed his palm over his face as he struggled to keep his tears from flowing down his face.
When Rocky had first joined up with the Rangers, he was fully aware of the responsibilities of becoming one. While he was indeed a laid-back, fun-loving guy, Rocky was far from being absent-minded and unaware of the events around him. He knew that one day when being on the battle that there was a high chance that death may claim him. While Rocky had become quite acquainted with death, the realization that one of their own had the high probability of being in the morgue was startling at the least. Turning sharply towards the nearest wall, Rocky instantly slammed his fist straight into the wall, nearly shattering his knuckles. But damn, he seethed violently underneath his breath as his eyes flashed with anger.
That Green Ranger was so going down. Out of the 3 new Rangers, Adam was probably the strongest emotionally, since he always seemed able to keep his emotions under control along with being rational in times of crisis. It was times like these that Tommy felt grateful for it, but as he continued to stare at the other boy, the White Ranger was able to tell that the other's strength was starting to crack and shatter before him, leaving only shards of distress and horror. Adam's hands were also in a fist as his skin was just as pale as Rocky's face. The Black Ranger forced his head up and stared straight into Tommy's eyes. Anger at the Green Ranger, horror at what had happened, fear for Billy's and Kimberly's lives, determination. The Black Ranger was prepared for any consequence that may come with his decision to take out the Green Ranger. He wouldn't allow him to harm another Ranger or any innocents at all. Aisha had her arms wrapped around her chest as she shot worried gazes towards the biting upon her bottom lip. She was deeply worried for her 2 new friends and wondered briefly about the Green Ranger and his motives. It nagged at the back of her head, just why would he attack them and give back Kimberly's power coin rather than stealing it? It didn't make sense to her at all. As her eyes made its way back and forth between the others and the other room, the Yellow Ranger continued to frown deeply. While she was deeply startled and afraid of just how easily the Green Ranger was able to dispatch 2 of their senior Ranger, the fact remained that to Aisha, something was deeply wrong and that they were missing something heavily important. Shaking her head, and tightened her grip around her body, trying to ignore the dark chills that went up her spine, she looked at Adam and Rocky and could tell from the tense atmosphere that they had already made their decision about the Green Ranger. Suddenly something clicked in her head, causing the African-American girl to look at the White Ranger. "Hey Tommy," causing the taller boy to look at her. "When you were the Green Ranger, whatever happened to the power coin?"
Caught off guard by that question, Tommy blinked slowly, trying to process the information in his head. Frowning as he really didn't want to recall horrible memories as the Green Ranger. "After Rita used the green candle and drained me of my powers, I gave the coin to Jason for safekeeping." A sudden silence had befallen them.
"Wait a minute, so Jason has the green power coin?" Rocky all but demanded as he looked at Tommy. "So he's our enemy?" His eyes flashed with anger and his tone had a hint of distrust and uncertainty in it. Adam shook his head. "I don't think so, Rocky. Tommy said that the coin was drained of its powers, remember? So there's no way that it could be recharged, right?" The 4 teens stood there in silence as they fell into silence. That question brought warning bells off in their heads. While the green powers were being drained and utterly destroyed by Zed, recharging the power coin took a large amount of energy, not to mention it was only temporary, but, now that Rita and Zed were together, was it possible for the coin to be fully charged again? If so, Tommy's face became grim. They were in deep trouble. Looking at the others, he could that they were thinking the same thing he was. Shaking his head, Tommy removed himself from the seat and slipped his hands into his pockets. He needed to contact Jason and the others as fast as possible. The White Ranger had a feeling that they would need backup in order to defeat this threat. Though why wait until now to unleash this new Green Ranger? And more importantly, how were they able to locate a suitable candidate so quickly under their noses? Giving his head a good old-fashioned shake, He looked up towards the clock and frowned thinly. The evening had started to set upon Angel Grove. He wasn't sure what time it was in Switzerland, but from what Billy had been able to drill directly into his head, Jason, Trini and Zach were probably still asleep and wouldn't get up until later. It caused the leader to groan in annoyance and wondered briefly if it was possible to leave a message for them, but he highly doubted it. He'd make sure to give them a call later in order to update them of the currently crisis. Kimberly. A loud wail was heard from across the hall, as the four Rangers turned to see Kimberly's mother. Just like her daughter, she was wearing a pink businesslike dress with black heels with a light beige purse around her thighs. She looked very frantic and worried, but a sigh of relief appeared as Ms. Hart looked over at them, her new husband following behind her just as worried. Once she was standing in front of them, the woman paused and began to catch her breath, looking rather tired. What happened to Kimberly? The mere tone of distress caused Tommy to wince. Mrs. Hart, Kimberly, he began slowly as he struggled to string the words together and make a feasible white lie. A sound of footsteps echoed through the hall as Tommy noticed Billy's father, making his way towards them. And needless to say, he looked worse for wear. His hair was untidy and his jacket wasn't buttoned up, not to mention he was sweating like a pig with worry. My son, what has happened to my son? His voice cracked and hoarse. His eyes had strains of anxiety in them. Putties attacked the park. We were able to hold our own against them. Aisha began slowly catching the attention of the three adults. Gulping, the yellow range continued. The Rangers showed up and was able to fight them off, but, as she paused for a moment, Aisha didn't want to them necessarily everything and cause a false alarm. We were attacked from behind. Both Kimberly and Billy got caught in the crossfire of it. She felt bad lying to Kim's and Billy's parents, but Aisha knew that she had to. Kimberly's mother gasped in horror, as tears slipped down her cheeks. Kimberly chalked upon her daughter's name softly before burying her face deep into her husband's chest, whom in turn wrapped an arm around her and held gently. Turning his angry gaze upon Tommy, he narrowed his eyes. "Why didn't you protect her?" he growled harshly, added with a glare. Tommy gritted his teeth before tearing his eyes away from the man. "I couldn't get there in time." God, that sounded so lame. However, it was unfortunately true all the same, which made it far worse. Mr. Hart glared. "Couldn't get to her in time? What kind of a pathetic excuse is that?" He spat at Tommy. Before removing himself from his wife, he grabbed the boy by the collar and slammed him against the wall. "She could be dying, you bastard." "Greg." Mrs. Hart gasped out, trying to separate the two and put an end to a fight that was threatening to unfold before her. Standing in between the two alpha males, Mrs. Hart gave them a harsh glare and stern look. "There will be no fighting in this hospital, or at all. Am I understood?" Her tone had a strong, overwhelming power over the small group, causing them to look at her in mild surprise. Tommy and Greg Hart looked at each other before turning away. Aisha sighed with relief before standing with Kimberly's mother. "She's right, you guys. We need to keep our heads cool. This isn't helping." Kimberly, then turning towards Mr. Cranston, or Billy, she added when Mr. Cranston opened his mouth. The young teen looked at them calmly. Mrs. Hart nodded, agreeing with Aisha. "She's right, arguing won't help anything at all." Looking at her husband, who gave a short nod, looking at them seriously, "I contacted Ian, he's returning with Luke." "Luke? Who's Luke?" Rocky spoke up with curiosity, exchanging a confused glance with the rest of the team. The Red Ranger noticed the weird look on his leader's face, so Tommy didn't know who this Luke guy was either. Mrs. Hart looked at him, confused. Luke is Kimberly's twin brother. He decided to stay with his father. A stunned silence had befallen the teens as they stared at Mrs. Hart in shock. Tilting her head, "Did I say something wrong?" "No, it's fine, Mrs. Hart," Tommy stated, as he used his charming reward-winning smile on her. The White Ranger found it rather difficult to believe that his beloved had a twin brother, as his heart winced in pain. Why did Kimberly never tell him about Luke? Was there a specific reason as to why, or did Kimberly didn't want to bring up any unwanted memories? He knew deep down that it probably wasn't any of his business, but it still hurt. Ignoring the pain, he noticed a nurse standing behind them. "Hart family and Mr. Cranston?" She spoke up, catching the parents' attention. The three adults looked at her as she gave them a soft smile. First off, I like you to know that Kimberly and Billy are both doing fine. Mrs. Hart closed her eyes tightly as she smiled softly. Oh, thank God, she said in a quiet tone.
However, Mrs. Hart inhaled a bit at that. Mr. William Cranston has lost a severe amount of blood, and will need to be held here for a durable extent of time. The nurse stated seriously, while trying to causing the man any unnecessary pain. We already have the blood type already stored in the blood bank. It will simply take a few days before Billy is up on his feet again.
Mr. Cranston looked a bit troubled by this, his eyes glinted with relief. Thank you, he breathed quietly with a small smile on his face. The nurse nodded her head before walking off.
What about our Kimberly? Mrs. Hart spoke up, wanting to know when her daughter would be able to be released from the hospital. The nurse blinked, before blushing with embarrassment. As soon as she's had a day's rest, she will be allowed to release. Giving a nod, the nurse walked away from them back into the leaving the small group standing there.
Aisha sniffed with relief as she gave her friends a bright smile, before wrapping her arms around Adam and Rocky. Both of them are
okay. As her arms tightened, tears sliding down her face. They're okay. The two boys exchanged smiles of relief before returning the embrace, tenfold. Mrs. Hart let out a joyous cry before wrapping her arms around Mr. Cranston, who was stunned, but full-heartedly, returned the hug while Mr. Hart gave him a tight squeeze on the shoulder. Tommy allowed his cheekbones to twitch into a small smile as he turned back and looked at the she was okay. Billy was okay. It would take a while for the Rangers to regroup, but in the meantime they'd take the mantle and allow their friends to get a speedy recovery.
Looking at the four teenagers, Mrs. Hart took the intuitive, do you kids need a ride home? I'm sure Greg and Alan wouldn't mind giving you a ride. Thank you for the offer, Mrs. Hart, but we already made plans for a ride home. Tommy answered with his charming smile. It wasn't entirely a lie but wasn't a total truth either. Before heading straight home, Zordon had requested their presence after being informed of Billy's and Kimberly's currently status. Don't worry, after calling our parents we'll be right behind you.
Greg eyed him carefully, slowly nodded his head. All right, it was clear that he didn't trust any of them, or rather Tommy. He gave Rocky, Adam and Aisha a nod before stalking off down the hall with his wife, most likely to find a nurse in order to see their daughter. Alan Cranston also followed, but not before giving them an uneasy smile, as he vanished down the halls. The four teens were finally alone as they exchanged a silent, understood glance. Removing themselves from the room, the teens watched and observed those around them, in order to remove any signs of suspicion on them. Rocky looked around them. No was in sight. Ready? He asked, seeing the nods from the out four. Each of them pressed a button on their communicators as they vanished in red, yellow, black and white lights that streaking through the sun-setting sky.
No one was wiser of their disappearance. Four streams appeared into the room, unleashing a burst of white light before vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. The room in which the four teenagers had gone to was that of a highly advanced technology, with many glowing dials and buttons with a giant tube in the middle. Beside on the consoles was a small robot with a yellow bolt in the middle with a chest plate of armor and a cylinder-like head. Rangers. AIYAIYIA. The android exclaimed with shock. Its voice unleashed a tone of happiness and a mild volume of distress. I didn't think you'd come so quickly.
A loud noise of energy was heard as an illuminate blue head appeared into the giant tube. What Alpha says it's true. We did not expect your presence so quickly. However, judging from this I can safely assume that Billy and Kimberly are out of danger.
Tommy nodded, if a not bittersweet. Yeah, but they'll be out of commission for a while. Kimberly needs a few days to recover while Billy needs a blood transfusion. Thankfully they have the blood type they need in the blood bank. The grid master let out a sigh of relief. He was worried that his beloved children had been placed in far worse conditions. I am glad to know that they are well and on the road to a safe recovery. Pausing, the wizard's tone changed to a serious one. Aisha has informed me of the revival of the Green Ranger. This is cause for concern. Zordon, just how did Rita and Zed remake the green power coin? And besides, not only was it powerless but I gave it to Jason, Tommy exclaimed, with irritation. The White Ranger folded his arms and looked at their mentor, as he pressed his lips together. Though, he began slowly as his eyes went towards the ground, Rita and Zed are both magic users. Aisha nodded, as she glanced at Rocky. They've also been able to clone our powers as well, recalling incidents that they had seen and heard about on the news, like the mutant rangers.
Unfortunately, Aisha, that would be rather impossible for Rita and Zed to do even together with the green power coin nearly on the edge of powerlessness. It'd take a great deal of grid energy in order to fully recharge it once again. Zordon explained as the four teens fell silent. However, the mere, however, was enough to enrapture everyone's attention. There are other ways to use a power coin to create a ranger.
What do you mean by that, Zordon? Can the power coins be used differently? Rocky inquired, rather curiously. It was Alpha who answered. What Zordon is referring to is that of a blank power coin, looking at White Ranger. Like the one that you have, Tommy. Originally, yes, Zordon and I did have 5 established power coins which were connected to the morphing grid. Red, yellow, black, blue and pink. However, we also possessed 2 blank power coins and a 3rd incomplete power coin. Wait, you had more power coins? Aisha instantly spoke up, looking rather offended. And you guys didn't tell us that? A blank and incomplete power coin is highly dangerous, and caused most severe after effects after prolonged usage. While you, Rocky and Adam were not here doing the creations of the white power coin, it took Alpha and I days before we're able to fully complete and coin, as well as make it stabilize and usable for humans. Zordon answered, giving a pause. An incomplete power coin was indeed created during the Grid Wars by Ninjor, whom many, including myself, always only heard of him as a myth. Why was the coin never completely? Adam asked rather softly up. If Zordon could shrug, it would look like exactly what he had just done. I am unsure, Adam. There are many theories and speculation as of why the power coin was never completed or stabilized. I was told by my mentor to guard it with my life and to ensure that it would never be used, until it was stabilized. That was over thousands of years ago, and I have yet to complete it. Tommy placed his hand on his hips. So what you're saying is that it's highly possible that Rita has her own blank coins, right? How could she and Zed use the green power when it still exists? Alpha paused. Well, when Adam, Aisha and Rocky were given their powers, the Sword of Light acted like a mirror, thus granting them mirror coins to that of Jason's, Trini's and Zach's original power coins. So ours are like blank coins then? Aisha summarized with curiosity.
No, they're mirror copies and facets of the original coins. Zordon stated, cloning and duplicate coins are heavily different. Cloning powers can only be done with a piece of the original, while duplicate coins can only be created by willing participants and through the use of an relic similar to the Sword of Light. He emphasized upon the willing, making the Rangers to look at one another. But also, 2 levels of the same morphin energy cannot coexist together, only one can be active at a time. So if Trini and I have the yellow power coin, only one of us would be able to morph? The currently yellow ranger asked. Zordon nodded, causing a frown upon her face. Well, the green power coin isn't being used, right? Is it possible that the power coin that the green ranger has is only acting like a medium for the green powers rather than using the actual coin? The 6 of them stood in absolute silence as they exchanged a look at one another, before frowning. Tommy then voiced the one thought that everyone seemed to be thinking. We need to call Jason. The cold feeling of his beloved pillow was rather satisfying as the Green Ranger laid quietly in bed, without being disturbed. The Dursleys, most likely, had even noticed his appearance, let alone care about it. Though, they wouldn't want to get rid of their servant, which Harry sincerely thought was the true reason as to why they kept him around, not that it was any concern of his. However, in a way the Dursleys helped him prepare for the dark cold world for when he was older, being able to garden, do dishes, and all domestics around the house. Of course, once his lord and empress took over, there would be no need for him to such things. His covered side of his face allowed the eye to open, narrowly as it remained still. The feeling of, not fear, no, that wouldn't right, not all. The feeling of anticipation and apprehension. He felt his magic tingled with excitement and dark eagerness.
With an instant, his body shot up and turned sharply and grabbed the intruder's wrist. The sound of amusement rang in the boy's ears as he stared emotionlessly towards the attacker. A pair of dark black eyes seized him up in a distant but seductive manner as the dark red lips bloomed into a poisonous smile. Interesting, the emphasized word seemed to cause the glint of pleasure in the taller one's eyes as forcing fully freeing the arm from Harry's grip. So you're the new champion that Empress Rita and Lord Zed had chosen. Never though they'd use a kid, the eyes carefully tried on his emerald ones. Harry bristled at that comment. He was anything but a kid. Crossing the arms over the chest, the intruder smirked devilishly. But that too also means training you up will be far more satisfying, and being able to move under the ranger's radar is also prudent. 2. Allowing the arm to follow down towards the side, I can't wait to see your potential bloom into a deadly warrior, my dear Green Ranger. Harry's eyes narrowed dangerously as he eyed the other. He had to admit the woman's beauty was astounding as his emerald eyes began to look up and down at the golden armor around her body and her long black hair wavy hair. Her uniform was rather interesting, as he looked down at her waist and noticed that bladed boomerang that was clipped to her thighs before looking at her clawed-like arm as she stood there in a deceptive causal manner, one that Harry was certain he would have fallen for if he hadn't been observing her closely. May I know your name? His cool tone had an edge of charm within it as he shot her a smirk, calmly removing himself from the bed and stood as he circled around her, as she did with him. Keeping their eyes locked together, after all, it would be such a waste not to know the name of someone as beautiful as yourself. Flatter will get you nowhere, boy. The woman stated instantly, but allowed an to escape her lips. Her features changed into a cold, hardened warrior as she gazed upon him. I am Scorpina, mistress assassin from the Andromeda solar system. I have been sent by Empress Rita and Lord Zed to take you back to the palace in order to begin your training. That was surprising, though Harry didn't show it. Already? He asked the assassin with interest. I didn't assume that they'd begin too early, Scorpina. Has something happened? Scorpina's smile was deadly, so cautious, walking towards him, as she gently cupped Harry's cheek, and so innocent. Her tone was filled with lust as she leaned forward towards his ear, breathing hotly. And so eager, so very eager, aren't you? That sent a chill down through Harry's spine as he licked his lips before the woman removed her head. I shall train you properly, my dear Harry Potter. I look forward to your learning, Scorpina, replied the younger wizard. His emerald eyes flashed a malevolent green as he slipped his hands straight into his pockets. Where will we be training? In the combat room, Scorpina stated as they both were consumed by a white and green light, thus vanishing from the bedroom. Appearing in a different one, it was a dark room full of dark fog and damped black walls, with weapons in cases and being held upon the walls as well. The woman removed the boomerang from her side and held it up. A cold smirk appeared. Prepared? Before Harry was able to reply at all, the assassin quickly charged at him with a sign of remorse, as she quickly formed her hand into a fist and slammed it straight into Harry's stomach, forcing the younger boy to let out a cry of pain. The black-haired woman smirked with bloodlust as she grabbed Harry by the top of his head and slammed his head straight onto her knee before kicking him straight in the side, thus sending him flying straight onto the ground. Blood followed down his head as he gripped the injured spot, with the assassin standing over him with an apathetic look on her face before turning away from. The boy forced himself up and glared at her. I'm not done yet, he hissed out, firmly removing his hand from the blood-dripping forehead as he stood in a staggered, his teeth gritted together as he glared at the woman. I won't back down. Scorpina stared, blankly. Are you certain? I will not hold back. In fact, closing her eyes briefly before reopening them, there is a high probability of me ending your life. If I am killed, began Harry in a calm manner, as he gazed at her, then it would only prove that I was obviously the wrong candidate to be the champion for Empress Rita and Lord Zed. And hopefully, the next one picked will be a far superior choice. His eyes narrowed. However, you'll find, Scorpina, his dark smile appeared. It's rather difficult for me to die. That smile, coated with the dark promises, sent a jolt of pleasure through her fingers' tips, as she tapped the end of her boomerang with anticipation. Perhaps, this, human, as her lips curled into a tight, thin smile, would indeed provide her with enough entertainment. It had been a long time since she entered the service of her two dark leaders and meet someone so invigorating. One that sent her blood rushing with excitement and invoked her
lustful desire for battle and blood. While the rangers that she had fought against did entertain her, even if she did lose, the fact was it simply wasn't enough for her adrenaline to start running and give her the edge she fought with. In all retrospective, the rangers were just toys of hers to play with every now and then. But now, she had a brand new toy. A small, black-haired emerald green-eyed one. Moving her shoulders in a circular manner, and twisting her head, the assassin allowed a gold smirk to appear on her face. So, she hissed pleasurably as Harry shivered, causing her to smirk to turn into of lust. She began to move her legs in a graceful manner that caused most grown women to growl in jealousy. "Let's play, shall we?"
With pleasure, the Green Ranger snarled. As he lunged forward, his hands tightened into a small fist. He had been utterly foolish to allow himself to have his guard done against one of his Empress and Lord's finest warriors, narrowing his eyes coldly. That would not happen again. His emerald eyes flashed with annoyance as he carefully observed the woman's movements and gestures. While he was fully aware of her status as an assassin, her other abilities and skills were still an unknown, in others, a threat to him. The black-haired woman gazed him intently before swiftly moving her fingers in a tapping motion. At first he had dismissed the action, however he froze for a moment. His eyes glanced behind him, and he nearly bugged out. There were several holes in the wall, with light yellow liquid, poison. That was the way she wanted to fight, that was fine for him. The dark bangs of his hair began to hover straight into the sky as he clutched his fist together and continued to lock his sight upon the woman. Scorpina moved fast. He should have suspected it though. However, he could see the strange sense of magic rolling off over her. It was very fruity in way. It was the best description for it anyway. Pushing that thought to the side, Harry had no time to dwell upon such meaningless information. He watched with utmost amusement as her features shifted from cockiness into straight horror as his hand began to glow a dark green as a weapon began to manifest straight into his hands. The symbol of the green dragon was on the center where the blade was. It was the same black and gold one that Tommy had previously used before him. Scorpina narrowed her eyes and changed straight at him, fully intending to knock that damnable weapon out the boy's hands. But she blamed herself for this. She had unintentionally said that anything went, however she didn't think that the boy would be able to summon the weapon unmorphed. Mentally cursing her own stupidity, she brandished her weapon high as she leapt straight into the air, ready to strike the boy down. Snapping his arm quickly, the boy raised the blade and held it in a defensive position as the two blades clashed against one another, as the sounds of screeching metal began to echo through the room. The two warriors glared at one another, struggling to overcome their opponent's weak points and conquer without fail or fault. Foolish. Harry's eyes widened as he felt the sharp piercing pain scream throughout his body, as he choked upon his own blood, as it slipped from his lips. His eyes lowered towards the ground and saw Scorpina's leg turned into a sharp knife that jammed straight into his stomach. Glaring fiercely, his emerald eyes flashed violent. The woman took a great pleasure as she quickly removed the blade from the boy's stomach, causing Harry to stumble and try to regain focus as he stared at her intensely. Placing her hands upon her hips, Scorpina smirked. "Ah, was that too much for you, Green Ranger?" The mocking tone in her voice just made his eyes narrowed even more. As she began to move forward towards the young boy, an air of power began to appear, thus freezing Scorpina in her place and stared at the boy who began to glow green. "Don't," the young boy began as his eyes began flashed rapidly, making Scorpina to take a step back. "Underestimate me." He vanished from his spot, leaving Scorpina standing there. Where did her thoughts began until she felt skin touched her cheek, hard, sending her flying backwards straight towards the wall. However, the black-haired woman narrowed her eyes as she raised her legs behind her and slammed her heels straight into the wall, causing a massive crack formed in its wake. Turning her attention upon Harry's, she stared carefully as her freed hand touched her skin. He used float his magic straight into his fist and enchant his speed. How interesting. Her eyes never left Harry, whom was struggling to stand. Letting out a cruel laugh. "Was that it, little boy? My grandmother hit better than you." The boy began to breath heavily. He, you haven't even seen a glimpse of my real strength.
Then show me, Scorpina challenged as she landed upon the ground as if she was feeling no pain at all. Show me your power, your true desire to crush and eliminate your enemies without fail. Just like Harry, she vanished from sight and view.
Looking around, he raised the dragon dragger in a defensive position once again. Where are you, Scorpina? Harry growled, his eyes constantly glancing around as he carefully moved around. Come on out and face me. With pleasure, Ranger. Before Harry was able to react, he felt his stomach curl up and scream in pain as he stared up at Scorpina, whose leg was once again jammed straight into his stomach before she pulled back her fist and slammed his head straight into the ground. The floor shattered with rock and tile flying in every direction, as the agony that the boy was going through as he forced his legs to pull him up. Unfortunately, Scorpina was quickly as she slid downwards and did a spin kick, thus destroying the balance of his hands once again, sending him to the floor.
Bitch, he spat at her coldly, his face covered in blood and dirt. Finally being able to stand, as his legs yelled and protested as he gave her a weak smile on his face. Let's continue. Didn't I tell you, Harry? Scorpina began teasingly with a smile, before it was removed. Flatter will get you. Within a split of a second she raised her fist straight at him, hoping to knock him out, as poison thorns emerged from her hands. However, to her surprise, the boy grabbed her fist and avoided the thorns, staring at him. How did you? Your scent, the boy began, making Scorpina look at him oddly. It smells fruity. Before she was able to question to what he meant, the Green Ranger smirked evilly as he stabbed her straight into the stomach, before trying to punch her in the stomach. Consequently, his fist ended up straight into Scorpina's other hand as the two stared each other down a second time.
The assassin didn't even flinch as Harry tried to twist her hand. Nice try, little boy, kicking him in the stomach and losing his concentrating, before kicking off into midair before throwing her boomerang straight at her opponent. Harry eyed the incoming weapon and kicked off backwards as it began to follow him like a heat-seeking missile before Harry ducked underneath the bladed weapon.
Scowling, Scorpina raised her arm as she caught her weapon within her palm as she descending upon the ground.
Leaping once again into the air, and twisted her body until she was above Harry, looking downwards. Her eyes flashed darkly before twin lasers shot down from the straight towards where Harry was standing. Seeing the lights from the shadows, his eyes looked at the two red beams before jumping to the side. Making a quick decision, he aimed the sharp end of the dragon dagger before throwing it straight at the woman. Raising her arms in order to block the weapon, Scorpina bit down upon her lips, hard as she felt the cold steel pierce her armored skin. She could feel her own blood begin to slip off of her exposed skin straight onto the ground. Landing on the tiled floor, she stared at Harry and charged straight at him as he did copied her actions. Two fists meet with one another's face, as both of them remained still, refusing to admit defeat to the other. The tension between both of them slowly began to dispute. They stared into each other's eyes until Harry collapsed onto his knees and stared up at her, panting.
Scorpina looked down on him, in silence before turning away.
Go get a shower, you stink. She turned away, leaving a stunned Harry in his wake before they carefully slipped into the shadows and watched carefully as the younger evil Green Ranger picked up his weapon, before carefully and quietly leaving the room. Closing her eyes very briefly, a playful smile appeared on her face. Crossing her arms over her chest, I can tell, her tone filled with dark excitement, with you around, life won't be getting bored anytime soon.
Letting out a powerful chuckle, the assassin turned away from the room and headed straight into the darkness, awaiting for the next time that she would be called upon. However, the lingering thoughts of how she smelt fruity still plagued her mind.
What did he exactly mean by that? Leaving the room was rather easy, considering the fact that door had been unlocked and left open. It was something that young Ranger considered to be in his favor as he walked down the dark halls without any sort of trouble at all. After all, he had been forced to walk in and out of the dungeons at Hogwarts for his potion class, as well as sleeping in a small cupboard with little to no room or light at all. All in all, this was nothing for him as the blood dripped from his skin and clothes, making his way to the nearest shower. Now where exactly was the shower? UFPH, Harry fell backwards straight onto the ground, causing his vision to become disoriented as his glasses laid upon the floor. Frowning, he narrowed in his eyes in concentration as he carefully maneuvered his hand around the floor until he touched something metallic-like. Grabbing it, he placed it on his face. Oh my, I think you may have my pair. A weary voice spoke up from in front of him. Even though his vision was blurry, even Harry could tell that the figure in front of him wasn't human. Taking off his glasses, the figure in front of him and Harry quickly switched. That's better, Harry murmured to himself as he readjusted his glasses and stared stunned at the figure in front of him. Who are you? It was a goat-like humanoid creature with glasses and a blue band around his forehead. He actually reminded him slightly of Albert Einstein, actually minus the fact that creature wore a necklace with white clothes underneath a dark blue apron. Me, my dear boy? I am Finister, loyal monster maker of Lord Zed and Empress Rita. Finister introduced himself, and you must be Harry. The boy blinked. Now did you know that? My dear boy, everyone in the palace knows who you are. You took out 2 rangers simultaneously. You are hailed as a hero. The monster maker stated with enthusiasm. Not even the first Green Ranger was able to succeed in such a task. Harry narrowed his eyes. The first? Yes. There was a Green Ranger before he turned to the good side and eventually became the White Ranger, answered Finister, who nodded his head before taking notice how bloody he was. Oh my, I guess you've been training with Scorpina. How could you tell? Harry asked sarcastically, with a small smile on his face. He received a stern look from the goat-like humanoid. Right. Got it, rubbing the back of his forehead. I don't suppose you could tell me where the showers are, can you? Finister nodded as he gestured down the right hallway, just down this way on the far left. Bidding his thanks, Harry gave him a wave before running off towards the direction of the showers. What a nice boy, he mused as he went to the throne room. Following Finister's directions, Harry had finally arrived at the showers. It was a big white room, much to the irony of what Harry thought it would be. It had so much light and white that there were no shadows in the room, which Harry found rather useful. His paranoia that he didn't need to be fed more than it should be. Moving over towards the bench, he quickly stripped down straight towards his nakedness and placed his clothes straight onto the bench before moving under the nozzle of the shower and turned the handles as the hot water began to pour down upon his very skin. Closing his eyes, he began to duke his head under the water and shiver with pleasure as the hot liquid began to kiss and slide down his very body. His hands gripped upon the soap as he began to spread the foam-like substance upon his body and felt the water wash it off. He rubbed it all over and leaned back into the water before shaking his head like a dog, a shaggy dog at that. You're a bloody sodding idiot, you know that? A male voice echoed throughout the room, one that sounded vaguely familiar, as if he had heard it before. Harry instantly dropped when he was doing and sharply turned around, and saw said figure standing facing away from him. The person was male, due to his muscle tone. However, due to the shadows that concealed the figure, can't you see beyond illusions and lies, you fucking moron? Harry narrowed his eyes. And who the hell are you supposed to be? His tone guarded and cold. And what do you mean by illusions and lies? And furthermore, how exactly did you even get into this place anyway? His eyes carefully ran down the man's back before facing the head once again. So, you can't figure it out, can you? The voice repeated calmly, as the man changed his position in a way Harry was able to get a view of his behind, causing the younger boy to blush indecently. I thought you'd be able to see past falsehoods, guess not, huh? I'll ask again. Who the hell are you and what the fuck are you talking about, you prick? Harry demanded as his eyes flashed green. He cracked his knuckles. My Empress and Lord do not take kindly to intruders. The man began to chuckle. What's so funny? He demanded from the man. You, the man answered without hesitation, as he placed his hands upon his hips. At least that's how Harry thought that was what he saw. You're such a git, Harry, a freakin' sodding git. Harry glared at him. What, don't you face me like a man and tell it straight to my face? A moment of silence had fallen, as the water continued to fall straight onto the ground. Smirking in victory, he turned away from the figure. Looks like I won. Turning off the 2 knobs, he walked out of the shower to dry himself off. The male figure stood. No, you haven't won anything at all. Unlike Harry, he slowly became transparent before vanishing on spot. The former Red Ranger was busy staring straight out the window, with his hand over his face as he tried to gather his thoughts together. Everything had been going a-okay until Tommy gave him a call and informed him of the brand new evil Green Ranger. The fact that Rita and Zed were capable of creating another Ranger sent chills down his back and made him worried. The last time he had checked, the green power coin was in his possession, which was laid in his backpack along with everything else, safe and secure with his money. After all, he sincerely doubted that Zed and Rita or any of their minions would think twice about checking a person's money bank. But when Tommy had told him about Kim and Billy, Jason was livid and in shock. Both of them were in the hospital, with Billy being in critical condition plus needed a blood transfusion. While Jason, just like all the others, knew that the death was a possibility, the fact that his friends were suffering because of the newest Ranger was new. Sure, Tommy had been an asshole during the fights against them, but never actually gotten close to nearly murder them unmorphed like how Kimberly nearly died. His heart had stopped when his friend had also informed of the fact that, if the Billy hadn't interfered with the shot, Kimberly would be lined up to be buried 6 feet under. It made him want to throw up. He was pending whether or not to leave the peace conference and return to Angel Grove. This new Green Ranger was proving himself to be way too dangerous to be left unchecked and wild. It didn't help that the main team was down by 2 Rangers, and it made him sick to think what would happen if another 2 got knocked down as well. Could a 1-on-1 against this new Green Ranger and win even be possible? It didn't help that Luke was coming him. The thought made Jason wince mentally. God, it was going to be rather painful. Jason tried not to think about that. Right now he was concentrating on what he should be doing right now. He had already informed Zach and Trini about the new evil Green Ranger along with the current conditions of Billy and Trini. Needless to say, the 3 of them were less than pleased with the fact of what the Green Ranger had done to their friends, and also began discussing on their next course of action. Jason never felt so grateful to the fact that peace conference was beginning to finally come to an end. However, he didn't want to make Tommy and the new Rangers to feel threatened by their presence, but he felt that backup was necessary. A knock was heard from his door. "Jason, are you in there?" a male voice asked from the other side. "It's Nolan." And there was that little problem as well. Nolan Towns, his boyfriend. A student from the Ireland that was also selected to participate in the peace conference from around the world, though it wasn't until Jason's short-lived relationship with Trini did Nolan and himself get together, with the aid of his ex-girlfriend and of course, Zach's evil background meddling. They had met during the introduction ceremony, and from there, they just clicked. As cliché as it was just how it happened. And frankly, Jason had never been happier. Though, he didn't consider himself to be gay, since he was able to appreciate the beauty of the female and the male gender quite equally, there was just something about guys that couldn't help but be drawn to. Jason turned towards the door. "Yeah, I'm in here. Come on in." "Nolan." The door opened and revealed a Caucasian male with dark red hair within some facial hair forming. He was the same age as Jason, if a bit younger by a month or so. He was a few inches taller than he was, with hazel eyes. The boy smiled. A handsome Nolan was one of those movie star-like guys, though he was a bit self-conscious about his body, which Jason found rather silly. The boy was a baseball player and on the track team as well. Nolan wore a light green t-shirt underneath a brown vest with navy blue jeans as he gazed deeply into the other boy's eyes, causing Jason to grin like a Chester cat. "What's up?" Jason asked as he went over to greet his boyfriend, giving Nolan a quick kiss on the lips. The taller boy flustered with embarrassment but smiled goofily all the same. Nolan raised an eyebrow. "Do I need a reason to see you?" Tilting his head with confusion, Jason resisted the urge to kiss him again. Leading the other teen straight towards the bed, the 2 sat in silence. "Nah, I guess not," the former Red Ranger stated with a grin on his face as he stared contently into his other's eyes. The 2 continued to sit beside one another as the tension of awkwardness began to once again appear. Jason mentally groaned. While he didn't want to inform of his choice to go back so quickly, the ex-Red felt that it was better done now rather than later. "Hey Nolan." Trini, Zach and I have decided to head back to Angel Grove," answered Jason slowly, trying to form the words as carefully as he could. Seeing the shocked look on the Irish teen's face, he continued. There's an emergency. It was a lie but not the entire truth either. So we're needed back home. The fallen face of his boyfriend caused him to wince badly. Why did it have to sound so callous? Nolan looked down, depressed. Oh, the redhead forced a smile upon his face, as he gripped Jason's hands. Then you should go. Jason looked at him with surprise. The blaze of determination and sincerity glowed brightly in the taller one's eyes. They need you, right Jason? His smile was a bit forceful, but held sincerity and genuine as well. Nolan, Jason whispered softly, his heart twisted and turned with pain. Damn it, he felt like such an asshole dropping the bomb on Hum so suddenly. It just wasn't fair to his boyfriend to be forced to go through this. Biting his lip as a thought entered his mind, and while Jason didn't exactly like it, his mouth moved before he was able to stop himself. Do you want to come with me? Me come with you to Angel Grove? Are you sure, Jason? The Irish boy began, startled by Jason's invitation. His eyes began to blink in full throttle at the fact that he had been invited to go with him. It was just so sudden. But, where would I stay? Frowning at that, Jason rolled his eyes. I've made my bed, and now I have to lie in it. The ex-Red thought to himself, as he grinned. Do you honestly think I'd leave you in some hotel? Not letting Nolan to get a chance to answer, my parents won't mind if you stayed with us for a bit. Do your parents know? Nolan asked carefully, his voice low and guarded. While Nolan was out to his parents, who were rather happy with the fact that their son was gay, Jason still didn't know why, but he was determined to find out why. Jason shrugged, I'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Joy. Nolan stated dryly, with a sarcastic look. The two stared at one another again before bursting out with a large chuckles and laughs before Jason grew rather mischievous and kissed the other on the lips. Nolan closed his eyes as he rolled on top of Jason, began to deep the kiss between the both of them. Jason groaned as he felt the Nolan's kiss on his neck as he let out a gasp, Nolan, letting out a purr of pleasure, lower. Pouch. He gripped the other boy's back before Nolan stopped and blinked at him. Lower pouch. The condoms, Jason answered, before grinning at the blush that formed upon Nolan's face. You're a real pervert, you know that, Jason Lee Scott? Jason simply grinned before kissing his boyfriend again and enrapturing him in sexual ecstasy. Nolan's eyes were completely under Jason's control as the Irish boy's fingers made it across towards where the backpack was and grabbed it by the string, pulling it straight over to them. Unzipping the zipper, Nolan's fingers began to skim and touch across the cold metal coins in Jason's pouch before finally find the plastic patch that he was looking for. Beneath him, Jason took over and flipped them, leaving Nolan on the bottom instead, their lips only detaching themselves for only a split second in order to regain their breath until they were once again lip-locked. Nolan's hands made their way from Jason's back straight up towards his black unruly hair and gripping it fondly, allowing his tips to run through his lover's dark locks. Neither one, however, took notice of the brown electricity that came from Nolan's fingers. The night was horrid, and it wasn't because of the lack of beauty sleep, though it did have a section of its own. Aisha forced her eyes open as she struggled to get up from her bed in order to get dressed and change into some clothes. Her blood was boiling with annoyance. Why the hell would Rita and Zed have to attack at night? Growling, the young girl quickly changed her top into something more concealing and placed on a sweater, since it was freezing outside. Looking at her door, she raised her arm up and pressed the buttons before teleporting straight to the command center. She wasn't surprised to see Rocky, barely standing, and Adam, who was struggling to keep his eyes open. Tommy was the only one who seemed able to be awake at the current hour. What's wrong, Zordon? Their fearless leader asked the grid master with concern. The White Ranger had folded his arms over his chest. Did Rita and Zed send down a monster or putties? Zordon shook his head, grimly. I am afraid not, Rangers. They have sent down the Green Ranger to Angel Grove Park once again. Adam blinked slowly. Why would they send him to attack the same place twice? It doesn't make any sense, he stated groggily as the currently Black Ranger struggled to keep himself from falling asleep. Rocky let out a loud yawn that reached everyone's ears, in turn made everyone stare at the Red Ranger, who blinked unaware. Tommy resisted the urge to roll his eyes. All right guys, it's morphin time. Tiger Zord. Mastodon. Saber-tooth tiger. Tyrannosaurus. The four teenagers vanished from the command center in multicolored lights and appeared in Angel Grove Park. The ominous winds blew menacingly as the cold air kissed their spandex quietly. Rocky and Aisha covered the back while Adam and Tommy took to the front, carefully observing the area before leaping into action. The remnants of the last encounter remained in their minds as they recalled how easily he was able to catch them off guard, but this time, they would be ready for him if they had anything to say about it. Tommy froze as he heard a cracking sound, quickly slipping his head down towards his gun. He raised it carefully as his eyes shifted towards the sides. His steps became more carefully, slower as well. "So, you've finally arrived here, did you?" A cold voice broke through the window. Sharply turning around, the Rangers saw the Green Ranger leaning against the tree, looking rather bored. Removing himself from it, he began to calmly walk towards them. "Took you long enough. Perhaps you have to check on the Bint and the so-called hero," mocking them rather cruelly, as Harry smirked underneath his helmet. Rocky glared at him. "Blue and pink are far better Rangers than you'll ever be." Charging straight towards the Green Ranger, his eyes filled with absolute red and anger. "Power sword." The red power weapon appeared straight into his hands as he leapt straight into the air, prepared to cut the boy in green in half. "Rocky, you dolt!" Aisha screamed at her best friend, as she summoned her power daggers from her subspace pocket. Damn, he was being a total idiot. Shaking her head, she followed suit with the Red Ranger, hoping against hope that ganging up upon the Green Ranger would ensure their victory. Closing her eyes, she slashed the Green Ranger across the chest while Rocky slashed his shoulder. Fortunately for the two of them, their opponent didn't even attempt to dodge, as he hollered in pain before gripping his wounded shoulder and stood up. Harry cursed mentally as he felt his muscles tighten up at the pain he received. He hadn't been able to get a chance to rest after Scorpina's training and his shower, though he hadn't been able to recover his lost strength from earlier in the evening. Shaking it off, even though he was outnumbered and exhausted as hell, Harry would strive and endure the pain being delivered to him, all for the sake of his Empress and his Lord. Hissing as the jolts of pain ran through his body, "Take this!" Quickly slipping under Aisha and Rocky, he sharply grabbed onto his own blaster and shot both of them in the back before switching it with his dragon dagger, ready to stab the weapon deep to one of the Rangers' bodies. A cold smile appeared upon his face as the thought of seeing blood from his enemies. "Where do you think you're going?" a voice asked from behind him, turning around and staring at the White Ranger who grabbed his shoulder. Before the Green was able to retort, Tommy slammed his fist straight into the other's face before karate chopping the boy's neck. Raising his leg, Tommy slammed his foot straight into the Green Ranger's stomach, causing him to stumble to the ground. "Have enough?" Wincing at the pain his body was screaming at, Harry glared underneath. "To get too cocky, Ranger." He stopped in mid-sentence as his body began to flash a dark green, and his suit slowly began to vanish, revealing some of his skin. Damn it, he struggled to maintain his morph. His magic was slowly begun to strain at the constant flowing of the suit. "Not now." The Rangers stopped and watched with interest. Adam held up his power axe. "What the hell is happening?" he asked lowly, but loud enough for Tommy and the others to hear. "It's like," Aisha began slowly as she carefully flipped her daggers into an offensive position, "he can't hold his morph for long." Frowning underneath, why was that, and just what was the reason for it anyway? The others were able to maintain it just fine. Was it because the boy was under a spell of some sorts, or was the coin just too unstable for him? "I am not done yet, Rangers," the Green Ranger snarled as he raised his blaster once again, shooting beams of energy straight towards him. While the others were able to dodge it fine, the boy underneath the helmet continued to hiss and gasp in pain. "Damn it," his chest was slowly exposed before looked at them. "Why, you haven't seen the last of me, Rangers." Holding his right arm over his chest, he vanished in a dark malevolent green light from the park, leaving the Ranger standing there confused. "Was it just me, or is this just getting way too weird?" Rocky spoke up, rather stunned. Just what the hell was the point of attacking Angel Grove at night, and then fleeing after nearly 30 or so minutes? Usually it lasted a few hours. Tommy shook his head, with grimace. Who knows, but we need to inform Zordon. The other three nodded as they once again vanished into four multicolor lights, leaving no traces of their arrival. Lord Zed eyed his heir carefully and noticed how much pain the boy was in, though the evil lord suspected that it would happen. So, you lost when you began to lose the ability to remain in your ranger form? He mused thoughtfully, with a hint of amusement and interest. He'd talk with Rita once she got up from her nap. Maybe his lovely wife would have an idea. Yes, my lord. Harry growled out with annoyance, bowing towards him. I do not know why, but I assure you the next time I battle the Rangers I will return with one of their power coins. He never felt so embarrassed in all of his life, but he'd regain his dignity after destroying the Rangers. That you will, my Green Ranger, that you will. Lord Zed agreed with nod. However, the evil lord turned and gazed at the earth, as an idea began to creep straight into his mind. Yes, that will do nicely. Galdar, whom was in the room, frowned at his lord. Lord Zed, what do you have in mind? Scorpina, Lord Zed growled out, causing the assassin to look at him with her full attention. Have you come up with a training regime for our younger Green Ranger? Yes, my lord. She stated, with a cold smile on her face. I shall be turning him into an assassin. It had been thousands of years since the beautiful woman had taken an apprentice, so it was rather amusing to see Lord Zed's and Galdar's bewildered looks. Nodding his head, Lord Zed turned to Harry. Lay low for now, my evil ranger. In the next week, you'll become a far dangerous opponent that this world has ever seen. The room was filled with evil chuckles and dark intentions, as Harry smiled evilly at his master's plan. However, he gripped his hand into a small fist as he pondered the conditions of the Pink and Blue Rangers. Were they okay? Chapter 2 end. And that's a wrap. Yep, Scorpina's planning on turning Harry into an assassin. And why does she smell fruity? He. I'm not telling. Also, this is the middle of June before second year, so Harry is currently 11 years old. Nolan in 3 words. Adorable, shy and determined. Billy love interest pool. Please vote via review. Trini, Quan, Haley, Marge, Kat, Hillard, Aisha, Campbell. Also yes, Jason's love interest is a boy. That should have been obvious at the end of the first chapter, but I apologize for not elaborating. There will be straight couples, gay couples, bisexual couples, and of course the crack couples. You have been warned. Please leave a review. Once again, constructive criticism makes me happy. Younger Shade of Green Point. 3 Chapter 3. Younger Shade of Green Part 3. Knock. Knock. Kimberly's head twisted over to the side as the throbbing sound began to beat within her mind. Turning to tune out the sound, the brunette girl let out a massive groan from her lips. Tossing her body, she heard the metal handle slowly beginning to turn, cringing as the mechanical echoes reached her ears, causing her to wince with irritation. Why couldn't anyone see that she simply wanted to rest? The feeling of agony was shot throughout her body before she bit down upon her rose lips in order to fight against it. Kimberly cursed her pain on not only the Green Ranger but also for her own stupidity. If she had simply kept her guard up, probably she wouldn't have been taken down so effortlessly. And Billy. Oh God, Billy. Kimberly mentally cried out as the visions of the red liquid coming from her friend's neck made her shudder. Her body went rigid as thoughts of worry and despair began to unravel within her mind. Hoping and praying against the darkest of thoughts, Kimberly hoped that her best friend would be all right. Her stomach turned and caved in disgust as the memory of blood refused to vanish from her mental sight. It was rather nerve-wracking, and it didn't help that it was preventing her from sleeping. Kimberly. A soft, quiet voice whispered, hesitantly. The voice seemed very familiar, but she was unable to place a face to that voice. Frowning from the pillow, she continued to listen. I could come back at another time, if you want. He seemed rather uncertain of what he should be doing. Kimberly's lips slowly twitched into a small smile. Cute. Her lips pressed together, letting out a The Pink Ranger nearly flinched as she felt the warm touch of human skin carefully grip upon her exposed fingers in a careful manner, as if she was fragile. Thankfully, Kimberly was able to control herself not to snort at that thought. She was anything but fragile. Feeling the hand tightening his grip around her hand, she briefly wondered who the person was. And why was he visiting her? Especially when it wasn't time for visitors. At least, that's what she thought. Hell, Kimberly wasn't even sure of what time it was.
She felt something wet touch her skin, slowly but surely. Was he crying? Hearing the choking sounds escaping from the visitor above her as the sniffles eventually reach her ears. The dreaded silence wasn't exactly comforting either, as Kimberly wanted to know just who was talking to her.
"I'm sorry," the voice chalked out, absolute devastated as he continued to chalk up on his words. "I'm so sorry, Kimberly. I should have told all of you." His voice became distressed. "I knew for a while. I knew." His sobs overcame his words, and became incoherent. I didn't know what to do. So I kept my mouth shut about it." Now Kim was really interested to know this man's identity, but more importantly, just what did he know? At the implications he was implying, her heart skipped a beat as she felt her cheeks turn red with fear. Was it possible for someone to have figured it out? Using all of her willpower, she was able to resist the urge to gulp in a nervous manner. Deciding it was simply best to lay still, Kimberly used all of her strength to keep her eyes closed and simply listen to the voice, making sure that the person was unaware of her current awareness. The foreboding feeling in her stomach wasn't exactly helping her situation at all. I'm not sure about bulky." Kim's blood nearly froze at that implication, as suddenly began to realize just who was talking to her. I got my memories back from the scatterbrain monster." "Okay. That really wasn't good." Kim could barely restrain herself from gaping in absolute horror at the person whom she was finally able to place. Skull. It was Skull. "This is so wrong on so many levels," Kim told herself, while resisting the urge to groan. "I'm sorry, Kimberly. I'm so sorry." Skull began to sob even louder now, as she felt him bury his head into her leg. She could feel the wet tears from the blanket. If I had just told you sooner, then. Maybe why you wouldn't have ended up like this." She could tell that Skull was having a difficult time expressing himself. Letting out a frustrated snarl. I'm not good at this, Kimmy, but I want to help you, Kim, so please wake up, if not for me then, for the others." Why was he acting like it was his fault? It wasn't like his presence would have made a difference in combat, and besides, it had been her decision to fight against Rita and Zed, and to protect the Earth. Struggling to keep herself from frown and then giving Skull a giant smack on the head for blaming himself, she couldn't help but feel touched by his words. She really had no idea that Skull cared so deeply about her. His hand still gripped hers tightly, which strengthened the truth of his words. She didn't realize just how much time had passed, but in a while, it seemed like an eternity to her as the silence remained unbroken and untouched. It felt right, for lack of better term. However, Kim just couldn't help but feel like such a giant bitch. All these years of Skull and Bulk constantly perusing Trini and herself in a rather compulsive fashion, but not in a bad way, however, not in a million years did Kimberly actually think that Skull was so true to his heart and feelings. While Skull's attempts at showing his affections were rather crude and rather embarrassing, she briefly wondered if he was just uncertain of how to show his affections to others, biting her lip, and in return she constantly humiliated him and shot him down. Opening her eyes carefully, not wanting to know if Skull was awake or not, she couldn't help but smile, if weakly, at the sleeping punk that lay rather cutely beside her. Reaching forward, Kim placed her hand on Skull's hair and ran her fingers through it. It was a rather nice feeling, really. She carefully watched Sleep with her soft chocolatey brown eyes, hoping that the time wouldn't be disturbed. A dreadful feeling appeared. Would she have to tell the others about Skull knowing? Kim worried about that fact. What if Rita and Zed, or possibly even worse, the Green Ranger, took advantage of him knowing? As free hand closed together and formed a powerful fist, no, Kim decided firmly as her eyes blazed with determination. She wouldn't let anyone harm those she cared about, not anymore. The next time that she'd meet the Green Ranger in battle, Kim was going to take him down, by herself. It was time to show the world she just wasn't some damsel in distress. Leaning back onto the bed and snuggling her head into the pillow, her eyes slowly began to close, the tiredness once again catching up on her, and slowly her consciousness faded to the darkness. It had been long. How long did Skull visit for anyway? Letting a small murmur, she rolled to her side, her hand still placed into Skull's hair. Nevertheless, she was grateful,
It was an eye-opening for her. While shocking, it had still been pleasant.
Lying there, quietly but undisturbed and unstirred, it was quite romantic scene as many nurses and doctors passed by, smiling at the two, thinking that they were couple, which was the farthest from the truth. Feeling his body slowly starting to wake up, Skull fought rather hard in order to open his eyes, as he let out a quiet yawn. Blinking slowly, his eyes slowly registered that Kimberly's hand was on in his hair. A blush formed on his cheeks. Thoughts began to form and mingle with one another at the reason for the hand, though deep down Skull sincerely doubted that Kimberly knew that it was him that was talking to her, and must thought it had been Tommy talking to her, or her parents. Though, it also found it rather unlikely to the fact his words even reached her brain. Shaking his head sadly at the young girl that laid in the bed, he stood up from the chair and moved steadily at the door. However, at mid-step he found himself stopping and looked at Kimberly. His eyes lingered upon her once more. Turning away, Skull opened the door and left the room and the hospital. Walking down the windy roads of the Angel Grove as his hands slipped into his jeans, the punk had his eyes firmly fixated upon the ground as the breeze was able to kiss his exposed skin. Skipping school in order to visit Kimberly probably hadn't been one of his most brilliant ideas, especially with the finals coming up shortly, but all in all, Skull simply didn't care. One of the people he cared about deeply was in the hospital, and he wasn't able to do a damn thing about it. It made his pride cry out with blooded wounds as he felt his hands gripping the fabric inside the pockets. Skull was ashamed of not being able to anything earlier, perhaps, wondering briefly if him telling the others he knew could have possibly changed anything. A part of himself doubted that he would be useful in combat due to his cowardice and his weak build. Skull wasn't a fighter by any means, but he did enjoy learning how to use tools, as his other side of him whispered gently in a reassured manner that even a single change might have affected the outcome of the fight. Still, in a way, Skull blamed his cowardice, fearing that the Rangers wouldn't believe him, fearing that he'd simply be burden to those around him, and hurting Bulk in the worst way possible, which was the prime reason for not saying anything. Bulk was the best thing that had happened to him. They briefly meet during preschool, both lonely and friendless. Bulk was shunned by the others mainly due to his overbearing size, while Skull had been made fun of due to his real name, Eugene, which Skull actually didn't mind, but at the time, he did. In a way, cruelty thrust upon them by the other kids was probably the main reason they had turned into bullies. Vengeance, as sick as it sounded. While the teen admitted to himself that there had been times where Bulk and himself had over the limit every now and then, Skull had resisted the urge to retort on their treatment towards them. Bulk's things had either written or papered derogatory words such as fatty, piggy boy, bore, or the boulder, which only helped Bulk's anger being more justifiable. Some even stole his things, only for the large boy to find them destroyed or simply ruined. Others took unnecessary jabs towards Bulk's mother, whom was also large, but was a highly dedicated and hard-working woman whom was able to make it all the way to the top of her career as a banker. While his father actually worked in one of Angel Grove's medical research facilities, both of them worked long hours and hardly ever got to see their son and, due to contrary belief, Bulk loved his parents and wanted to do the best he could, but years of abuse from the other students, and on times, the teachers, simply destroyed what sense of motivation he might have had. Though unbeknownst to anyone but himself, Bulk actually had a strong passion for business and accounting. He dreamed of one day opening up his own business like Ernie, or something even better. But the likelihood of that happening was highly doubtful, especially with their grades. It also didn't help that simply no one took Bulk or Skull seriousness enough and simply disregarded them without a second glance, which was probably even more hurtful, especially since they were adults. Skull's parents, he loved them, Skull truly did. It was just, they were weird beyond understanding. Hell, his mother ended up dressed up as a biker on the parents' day. Though, the black-haired teen tried his best in order to suppress that little memory as much as possible. His dad was a construction worker, and while it wasn't the best of jobs in the world, it was something that his father simply loved doing. He liked working with other people and helping the city, not to mention working with heavy machinery was a total plus. At least, that was something that his father told him anyway. His mother actually owned a fashion and cosmetic store in Angel Grove. which was probably where she got that biker uniform. Okay. Serious, I really need to suppress that. Skull scowled himself as he paused in walking. Skull, while still in disbelief, at the fact that Kimberly was in fact the pink Power Ranger, in a sense it fit her perfectly well. Pink, equal to the heart, which was what Kim represented to the others. She was the only that reminded them of why they were still fighting and holding them together during the toughest of times. She was the ray of light, in a way. Which sounded rather cheesy to him. It was still truth nonetheless. His memories started to return to him rather slow and rather blurry. At first, Skull was barely able to see the Rangers' faces, but as time went by he began to notice things. The heights of Rangers when they first appeared compared to the heights of the Rangers present, not to mention the change of dynamics to the team. First it had been Jason, Trini, Zach, Billy and Kimberly, each of them friends since around kindergarten. And once the Rangers appeared, the five would vanish without a trace or warning, with the Rangers showing up and fighting against the current incarnation of monsters. Then when Tommy came to town, the Green Ranger also appeared, and despite befriending Jason and the others, Tommy distanced himself and became colder. Not to mention the glowing green eyes still remained in Skull's eyes, causing the punk to shudder. Then once the Green Ranger joined the team, Tommy once again began to hang with them, and just as soon as the Green Ranger and Tommy appeared, they quickly vanished. It wasn't until the White Ranger showed up, along with Tommy again, and then when Jason, Trini and Zach left the team. Rocky, Aisha and Adam also appeared, and the Red, Yellow and Black Rangers' heights and fighting styles also seemed to change as well. After thinking and researching did his memories finally blossom clearly for him to place them. Skull felt like an idiot for not seeing it before, but a smile appeared upon his, as he entered the juice bar. He could think of several reasons as to why they were keeping quiet about the Ranger thing. Making his way towards the juice bar, Skull stared as he saw Bulk sitting there with a smoothie was a small stack of books and papers. Walking over towards his friend, he ended up taking a seat. Bulk looked at him and placed his hands on the table. So, how'd it go, Skull? It went, all right, I guess. I mean, she was asleep and all that, Skull murmured under his breath, as he scratched the back of his head and let out a nervous laugh, causing the large boy to stare at him. Are you serious? He demanded. Skull let out a small sigh, unfortunately. Bulk looked at his friend critically before sighing as well. He hated seeing his friend in pain like this, Bulk really did. Skull usually had a happy-go-lucky face and that bright smile, and now, well, now he was looking tired and his facial expression seemed to be in a deep thought. It made Bulk hurt, since he found himself unable to do anything to lift his friend from depression or give him advice of how to deal with things. He opened his mouth in order to say something, anything really, but... Hey Skull, you holding up all right? Ernie asked the black-haired boy sincerely with parental concern on his face. While Bulk and Skull did cause trouble every now and then, Ernie did care for them just as much as everyone else he had met and befriended over the years. Began the punk, whose smile just didn't reach his eyes as he looked up at Ernie. Doing fine, thanks Ernie. His smile was as fake as a person could get, however Ernie was able to get the hint as he gripped the young boy's shoulder. Well, if you need anything I'm here for ya, and so is Bulk, said the bartender, whom then moved towards the next customer. Bulk smiled, gave a nodded before returning his attention upon his friend. Listen Skull, I'm not really good at giving advice, especially love advice at that. Bulk began catching Skull's attention. I don't know what it's like to be in love. Hell, the only person I ever crushed on was Trini, but that's besides the point. If you sit here and waste time you're gonna lose her. Skull gave him a pointed look. I already lost her, remember Bulky? The sarcastic and bitter tone wasn't lost on the large of the two, whom frowned at that and was about to make a retort. Bulk. Skull. Several voices cried from the sides. The two teenagers looked at one another before turning their attention towards the gym area, where a bunch of young kids came rushing towards them. Bulk stared as a bunch of the elementary school kids came rushing towards them. There were at least 7 of them in total. What is this? The Munchkin Brigade. Sneering at them meanly, though it wasn't intentional, he just needed to talk to Skull privately without any interruptions. No one seemed to notice a small boy, limping towards a table, except for one person, whose eyes were trained on him carefully. "Please, we need your help," pleaded one boy, who looked absolute distress, not to mention utterly desperate. Skull blinked, as if he had misheard that. "I'm sorry, could you repeat that? You need our help, as in?" Looking at Bulk and then back at the kid, "Bulk and me? Our help?" A second boy nodded his head. "Yes, there's a new bully in town, and we can't fight him. Please, can you protect us? We've got money." Skull and Bulk simply looked at one another, trying to process this entire situation. A new bully was attacking the younger kids, who in turn were trying to get them, or rather pay them, as bodyguards. Just what happened to the order of the universe? Did it just decided to fly out the window? "Yeah, I mean, we can't seem to find Adam, Rocky or Tommy." Wham! The kids jumped back, as Bulk sharply turned to face Skull, his fist slammed straight onto the table. A quick atmosphere of silence had befallen the small group as Skull looked at them carefully before grabbing the stack of books and paper, which he knew was his, and left without a single word. "Skull, hey Skull!" Bulk called after his friend, after snapping out of his stunned state. Looking at the kids, he gave them an apologetic look. "Sorry guys." He then ran after the smaller boy with worry. It wasn't the first time Bulk had seen the pure anger in Skull's eyes like that. Just this morning, after hearing from the dweebs that Kimberly was in the hospital, Skull looked ready to deck Oliver, which was pretty damn scary. Shivering at the memory, he need to find his friend, and soon. "Aw man, what now?" one boy complained rather loudly, as he stomped his foot angrily. "If Bulk and Skull can't protect us, and Tommy isn't here for us to get training from, now what?" A third boy opened his mouth. "Well," he began with hesitation, "we could always just ignore him or try standing up against him without help." He winced as he received dark glares from the other boys. "We can't take him on by ourselves." The first boy snapped at him, rudely. Crossing his arms, "Come on, we'll find someone else to help us." The others murmured in agreement as they went with their leader to the exit. The boy who walked in snorted quietly, "Yeah, like getting help will do anything good." Cling. Huh? Looking up, he saw Ernie stare down at him, with a giant grin on his face. I didn't order anything," the boy stated lamely, as he continued to stare at large man. Ernie simply grinned. "Consider it on the house, kid," taking a seat beside him. "You're a new face. Just moved here recently?" Yes sir. I moved here around nearly 2 days ago," the boy stated as he shrugged. "Though I've been busy with getting my room set up, among other things like cleaning, vacuuming, gardening and making that cake for the Corbetts." With their sons Mike and Leo, whom were both several years older than Dudley and himself. Though Leo reminded Harry of a mix of himself and Ron a little, while Mike was more of a male Hermione. He mentally snickered at that, as he remembered that the cake he had baked, in which his aunt took credit for, though she'd get hers eventually if his Empress and Lord allowed it. Dudley's probably out terrorizing the smaller kids, he always does. Ernie blinked slowly, as a frown found its way onto his face. "He does he?" His tone low and serious as he eyed the boy rather carefully. However, he mentally noted the boy's British accent. "Oh. Where are my manners? I'm Ernie." Holding out his towards the boy, who stared at it in return, taking it into consideration. After a few moments, the boy gripped it back. Harry Potter. "So how do you like Angel Grove so far?" Deciding that asking about the town was any good of a starter conversation, which Ernie damn well hoped it was a good thing. Harry shrugged. "It's okay, with the exception of the strange monster attacks every now and then." Ernie let out a laugh at that. Ever since Rita and Zed had appeared, people simply had gone accustomed to strange things. A deep thought about Hermione and Ron appeared straight into his mind. However, he pushed those back. After all, he hadn't even received a single letter from them anyway. Mentally scowling. Some friends they turned out to be. "Don't worry, you'll adapt. Everyone else has," the bartender reassured with a grin on his face. Harry grinned, a little. "I sure hope so." Though deep in his mind, he winced as to how lame that sounded. Rubbing his arm discreetly as possible, Scorpina's deadly stringers were a pain in the ass to deal with. He didn't realize that Ernie was eyeing him quietly, but maintained the happy parental smile, as he clapped the small boy on the shoulder. "Well, if you need anything, or want to talk, I'm here to listen," Ernie stated as he rose from his seat. The young wizard blinked. What about the drink? How much do I owe you? Didn't I say it was on the house, Harry? Don't worry about it. The large man gave him thumbs up, causing Harry to stare in disbelief. Take it as my welcome to Angel Grove. And also, my nephew Richie works here as well, just so you know. Not really understanding why Ernie was telling him this, Harry found himself slowly nodding his head. When you don't understand something, it was simply easier for everyone if you simply smiled and nodded, pretending that you actually know and care about what they say, did and or do. Report to the Moon Palace. Zed's voice echoed into his mind, causing the boy's eyes to flash green for a moment. Your magic lessons will begin. Quickly finishing his drink, Harry looked at the man and smiled. Thanks for the drink, Ernie, it was very good. Leaving so soon? The bartender asked, cautiously in surprise. Harry faked a sheepish grin. Well, there are still a lot of parts to Angel Grove I want to see. I've only been to some areas like the high school and the park. I want to see everything. Well, don't tire yourself out now. You hear? Ernie stated, a grin still on his face, as he watched the young boy leave the youth center, shaking his head with a frown on his face. He hoped that Tommy and the others would arrive. Come on, Rocky, it wasn't that hard, a young female voice stated, dryly. Ah. Speaking of the devil, and he shall appear. Ernie could practically see the pout of Rocky's face, but Aisha, chemistry is evil. You know, Rocky, maybe if you hit the books every once in a while you wouldn't have that view. Adam chid his friend not unkindly, though Aisha's giggles were heard as was Rocky's sigh. I know. Rocky said, as the four teenagers appeared into the youth center. You can help me study for the chem final, right? Aisha. He looked pleadingly at his best friend. The girl in yellow looked at him. When have I ever let you down? Grinning at the brown-haired boy. Just name the time and place, Rocky, and we'll begin studying. Rocky grinned. Thanks, Aisha. Tommy simply rolled his eyes and grinned at the Red Ranger, as Adam simply gave a small nod with the tiniest of smiles. The four eventually made their way to same table that they always seemed to sit at. Hey guys. Ernie stated, seeing this as well to catch the four teens' attention, as four pairs of eyes snapped towards them. The regulars as usual? The four looked at one another before looking at Ernie. Just water for me today, Ernie, thanks. Tommy answered him. Quietly his eyes flashed with depression and self-hate. It didn't take long for Ernie to connect the two. He, like everyone else, had heard about what had happened to Kimberly and Billy. Needless to say, Ernie could understand why the brown-haired boy was feeling. It probably didn't help that Skull probably said a few things here and there. At least that's what he thought. At the mention of the regulars, Rocky grinned. Actually, Ernie, I'll have one large soda, with French fries and a burger. Just a smoothie, Ernie, thank you, Adam said politely. Aisha looked at her friends, her eyebrow raised before looking at Ernie. Same as Adam, thanks, Ernie. Shooting the bartender a grateful smile, she returned her attention on her boys and gave Rocky the look that she seemed to share with Trini. Chuckling at the memory of the Asian teen, Ernie nodded his head and went to work on making their orders. Tommy looked at his team. The Green Ranger hasn't attacked in a few days. I'm getting worried. Like something big is going to happen, right? Aisha stated lowly, as she eyed the room around them guarding. While she wasn't entire on the board of the Green Ranger truly being evil, it didn't change the fact that he was a large-scale threat that needed to be dealt with as fast as possible. What I don't get is, why is he unable to stay in morph form? Adam frowned. Maybe the coin he's using isn't linked to the grid. 3 pairs of eyes looked at him, blinking as he held up his hands. What? It's just something that came to mind. Care to share with us, Adam? Rocky asked dryly at the Black Ranger. He wanted to know his friend's thoughts of the matter. It was bugging him that the Green Ranger was so effective on taking out 2 veteran rangers like Kim and Billy, but be unable to actually stay in morph for such small amount of time. It was a puzzle that was starting to nag at the back of his head, and he hated nagging. Well, Adam began, as he bit his lip uncertainly. We all drew our power from the coins, which are attached to the morphing grid. Right? At the nod, he continued. Well, I thought, maybe because we're connected to the grid we're able to maintain that form, since the grid's energy is flowing naturally through the link between the coin to us. So if the coin isn't linked to the grid and only to the person, maybe he's some alternate temporary method to maintain his morphed form. Tommy pressed his lips together at what Adam was saying. It kind of reminds of me scarily similar to Serpentera's energy. Reserves. The other three Rangers looked at him, uncertain as to how to take it as good news or bad news, giving his head a rough shake. Damn, what the hell are we supposed to do about him? He hissed quietly. Rocky looked at their leader. The same thing we always do, we kick his ass. Just about to reply to Rocky with a witty comment, Ernie came over with their orders. A smoothie for Aisha, stated the bartender who placed it in front of the yellow-clad girl, who thanked him in response. One for Adam, he sent a smile his face. Food and a soda for Rocky, the red boy grinned at the glorious food before him, and a water for Tommy. The boy in white nodded, thanks Ernie, as he gave him a nod. Listen guys. The teens looked up at Ernie, who looked at them seriously. There's this kid, Harry Potter. Small, raven hair, glasses and green eyes. I think it would be best if you took him under your wings. Tommy glanced at Aisha, then at the other two. Thankfully it was Rocky who intervened. What makes you say that? Something tells me that it would be best if he hanged around you. Guys, Ernie told him ominously, you'll know what I mean when you see him. He also has British accent. Before any of the Rangers were able to question the bartender further, he walked away and returned to the counter, leaving the four teens rather stunned. What was that about? Adam asked, rather uncertain. Tommy frowned. I don't know. I really don't like what he was implying, you guys. Aisha spoke up, a void look on her face. I really don't. Looking Rocky, whom nodded, his happy look vanished. Me either, Shaw. Be either. Albus Dumbledore frowned as he stared at his devices, ones that he had used in order to keep a steady eye upon one Harry Potter. Over the past few weeks it had stated to dim, indicating that worst of the situations. One, that the old wizard would hope wouldn't come to fruition, and one that he would sincere doubted could have happened. He had worked far too hard to have everything ruined. Letting out a small and quiet sign, he leaned back straight into his chair and looked at each of the drawers. Though he was positive that Harry was still in England, it would be best just to make sure. The wards he had placed upon Private Drive were rather strong, and would prevent any reasons or wanting to move away from the home as long as there was a strong loving bond between Harry and his relatives. But, popping one of his sherbet lemons straight into his mouth, a little scrying couldn't hurt. And, if necessary, he would simply send Minerva and Severus in order to appease Harry to returning to England for his education. Zed was annoyed. No, that wasn't the right word. He was beyond anger, as he stared at his young apprentice and heir, whom looked at him rather emotionlessly, looking at his beloved wife, Rita, who also looked irritated beyond belief. While Rita was prone to have a tantrum or let her anger run wild at the loss of her battles, this was different from that. In fact, it was in an entire different category all on its own, causing him to scowl fiercely at the gray wall. The magical aura was beginning to mix and collided with his wife's magic, which wasn't a bad thing, but it was dangerous. You mean to tell me that your so-called relatives locked all of your magical items away from you? Rita all but demanded from the boy, her eyes flashing with anger. Her knuckles were pure white as she gripped onto her staff tightly, while Finister and Scorpina were looking about the same as their empress and their lord as well. Harry nodded his head, scowling himself for letting something as trivial as that loose. Yes, my queen, my relatives fear and hate magic or anything that does not fit into their sense of normal. They see it as barbaric. Zed slammed his fist on the handle of his throne. Barbaric. His body began to flash a dark crimson red as he forced himself up. I'll show them the true meaning of barbaric. Let me finish them off, Zeddy. Rita snapped at her husband, with fury. Her free hand allowed her fingers to crack. You're going at scary teenagers, but it takes a woman in order to get things done. Zed opened his mouth to reply, but snapped it shut when her staff's crystal began to flash a dangerous red. All right, we're going to take a little visit to Harry's home. Ooh boy, can we come, your highness? Squat asked gleefully. Baboon was rather happy. Please say yes, please say yes. Silence. Rita roared as she sent crimson thunderbolts straight at the two of her servants, causing them to cower at the back of the wall. Hissing at them, she made a sharp turn towards the earth, as a determined smile formed on her lips, maliciously. Harry. Yes, my queen? Rita looked at them, and slammed the end of staff on the ground. Get over here. Quickly moving towards his Empress, Harry stood beside her, vacant of emotion, before she looked at her husband. Zed, what are you doing? Are you going to sit there or are you actually going to come? She demanded. Zed only blinked underneath his visor. Wasn't she going to do this by herself? Fine, fine. Zed growled out gruffly as he stood beside his wife and his heir apparent. Together the three disappeared in a flash of a crimson light, leaving their servants standing there. So what now? Squat asked. Scorpina glared at him, as she threw a knife at him, causing the bat-like creature to jump in fear. How about doing something useful for a change? She sneered at him coldly. I'm going to the training room. I'm going to prepare for the next lesson, smirking coldly, weapons training. The past 2 days of training had been placing her young trainee in a world full of total and utter hell, and it was absolutely delicious. As the golden-covered warrior walked down the darkening halls of the moon palace of her empress and lord, a satisfied smile appeared on her face as she remembered the looks of absolute horror that appeared on Harry's face when she dropped him in the forest of carnivorous animals that wished to feed upon his human flesh. It didn't exactly help him when she strapped on 20k weights on his legs and body, in order to increase his speed and dodging skills, which she watched in the utmost happiest of fashion. Granted, he nearly died several times and starved to death, but that was his problem after all. Is that all you got, you sack of spineless shit? Scorpina snapped at him, before ruthlessly kicking Harry in the stomach and sending him flying across the room and hitting the cement wall. Hard. Eyeing the young wizard with disgust. Get up and give me 100 push-ups, then after that you're going to do 100 sit-ups, then run 60 laps around the castle. Scorpia's eyes landed on the clipboard that was currently hanging by the weapons wall and stared it carefully. Wheezing in pain, as blood flowed down the 11-year-old's lips, the pair of emerald eyes glared at her coldly. You psychotic bitch. Harry snapped at her angrily. He struggling to stand up as the jolts of pain erupted throughout his entire body. It didn't exactly help that she had thrown nearly poisonous knives at him when he was trying to get eaten by those animals. Scorpina looked down upon him condescending. What? She asked dismissively, is that it? Her tone became absolutely mocking as she gave to take a sexy stride towards him before vanishing in a flash. Wah! His eyes bugged out as a splash of blood escaped his lips before being kicked into the wall again. He let out a cry of pain as once again his arms wrapped around his stomach, much like their first training session. His eyes trained up upon his so-called instructor as he forced himself on his feet again. He chalked out as blood fell to the floor, can take anything you dish out. Scorpina. Oh really then, little boy? She gently stroked her beloved boomerang before looking at Harry coldly. Then get to work before I decide to end you instead. So drop and give me 200. You said 100. Wham! A punch to the face sent him to the floor, as Scorpina gave him a cold look. Question my orders, understand, got it, brat? Not get to it? The raven-haired boy glared at her as he began to do his sit-ups one by one. Besides, if you can't take out the Rangers, what good would you do against their Zords? Zords. Harry gasped out in confusion. They're giant robots that form together into the Mega Zord in which they used to fight our overgrown monsters, Scorpina clarified simply, crossing her arms. Now get back to work, brat. The black-haired beauty simply criticized him and spat at him as if he was nothing more than a thing. Trash made only to be thrown away. She made his training a living hell, and still expected him to spar straight after finishing. She was far more experienced in her field than Harry would have first guessed to her actually be. The weights that he was wearing were extremely heavily and found himself panting for air and breathe as he struggled to lift his body in order to do the training assigned to him. All in all, Scorpina had gained Harry's begrudging respect, and in turn Harry had gained Scorpina's respect for not backing down and for not getting killed yet. It made the assassin rather happy with the fact that the boy was learning, if a bit slowly. Granted, he hadn't learned anything he could use in a fight yet, but building up his muscles along with his speed, vitality and being able to dodge were critically points for her to train him in before moving on to the next steps of his training, which she could not wait to begin. Another thing she wanted to take into consideration was his health and nutrition intact, which he was sorely lacking it. No matter, though, Him being the way he was would work out for an assassin anyway. Checked off the weight training on her small clipboard. That was one down. Testing. Checked off. Chase of death. Checked off. Sparing. Checked off. Weights. Checked. Weapons training plus sparing. None. HN. Sneering at the clipboard, the raven-haired beauty looked at the dummy before her and raised her weapon towards it, her eyes narrowed at it. She needed to perfect her new technique so she could utilize it on those pathetic Earth Rangers. A dark smile appeared on her face. Now that Kimberly and Billy were dispatched, that there was left was Rocky, Aisha, Tommy and of course, Adam. Oh, she couldn't wait to sink her string into the precious Black Ranger. Mara. Scorpina blinked as she held her forehead. Wah. Ra. Me Mara. Mara. Scorpina whispered softly underneath her breath. Who's this Mara? Hissing in pain as she collapsed to her knees, her boomerang fell straight to the floor, forgotten. My head, she cried out in vain. A young girl. Wake up Scorpina. A gruff voice shocked her out of her thoughts, causing the assassin to instantly wake up and stare at the figure before her. Scorpina blinked slowly as she looked into the concerned red-eyed of Galdar. The warrior's eyes softened. You all right, my love? Standing there, holding a man's hand as tears flowed down her, tears with sorrow and fear. She didn't want the man to die. She didn't want him to die. There was no reason for the man to have died. A strange golden circle, a man in yellow with shaggy green hair and goatee, grinning. There was also a woman with short black hair, wearing white with a staff. A man clad in purple standing there with a glaive protectively, threatening to kill those whom dared harm the woman in white. A tall man with short spiked red hair and determined blue eyes, clad in gray, standing beside the man in yellow. A powerful brunette-haired woman with a pole clad in green. A woman wearing pink, her eyes dancing questioningly with amusement. She knew something, but what? She didn't know. An Aquatarian wearing teal. He looked worried and nervous. There were others, but their faces, she couldn't see their faces. The colors, she could see them as clear as day. So many colors, they were familiar to her, all of those beautiful warm colors. She knew them so very long ago, but where and why? The man wearing orange, whose face was hidden, slowly began to turn. S-A-W. What? S-A-W-E. P-S-A. Wa. K-P-S-A. P. Please, speak up. I can't hear you. Scorpina turned away from her lover. I'm fine. She wouldn't admit weakness, especially not in front of a man, let alone her own husband. Glaring at the floor, she stood up, but realized Galdar's hands were still on his shoulders. Galdar. Yes, my love? Her eyes narrowed up at Galdar, furiously. Your hands? Scorpina hissed coldly at him. While she did love him rather deeply, the Golden Warrior could be as dense as a doorknob. However, so was the majority of the male population throughout the universe. Shaking her head before giving her lover a dark scowl, she stood, and attached her weapon to her waist. Silence. What? Galdar decided it would be the best time to leave. Nothing. Shaking his head, the swordsman left the room, leaving the assassin standing there all on her own, as she always preferred. Just, she whispered to herself, when her husband left. Her arms wrapped around her body, sending a frozen chill down her very spine. Who were those people? And more importantly, who was that man she kept seeing? Forcing those thoughts away, a more important thought struck her. What her Empress and Lord were up to anyway. Where are those magic-hating humans? Rita asked venomously, as she raised her wand threateningly. As she eyed the room carefully but noticed that no one seemed to be in the house, pouting, she whirled at Harry. Where are they? Harry shrugged at his Empress, probably out for the day or trying to get gossip. That sits fine with me. It will take up my thinking time devising a fitting punishment for them, Zed growled out, with an evil intent in his voice. Now, where are your magic items? Harry gestured to the wall where Zed was standing. It's in there, my lord. A cupboard. It's in a damnable cupboard. Zed snarled angrily as he gripped his fingers upon the Z staff and blasted the lock open wide. His visor glowing a malicious red. Grab your wand. Rita looked at her husband with worry. Zed ignored her as he watched as Harry scrambled for his wand, carefully opening his trunk and looking through it, his eyes narrowed. As he carefully rummaged around inside before pulling it out and revealing it straight to his Empress and his Lord, it was a stick. A stick, it was a stick, a bloody stick. That was what modern magical folk called a wand. What had the universe come to? Zed and Rita both clashed their staves together, both staring at the piece of wood. By the power and force of thunder and lightning, we call upon the darkest of magic to give thee the form of evil. The two rays of dark magic began to mix and mingle with one another as they covered the small stick and engulfed it in a bath of dark crimson light that shined darkly before exploding into a new version of itself. The two monarchs of evil looked at one another before staring at their brand new masterpiece of their creation, and Zed mused to himself, it was quite captivating really. It was a metallic black staff with a giant sharp scythe head. A small diamond crest separated the head from the body of the staff, as the bottom had 3 dark golden rings as the bottom was a dark emerald green. Inside the G, or C, like top was a dark green flame with a sharp cat-like eye in the middle. It moved curiously and blinked several times before burning brightly until it settled down, accepting its master. Harry gazed at it, his new staff. It's beautiful, just beautiful. Looking at his Lord and Empress. Thank you. His tone coated with gratefulness and absolute wonder. Zed nodded slowly, with a dark smile underneath his silver mouth. You are very welcome, my dear boy. Now then, looking around the room he noticed silver-like object sitting there. It was a cross between a knight's helmet and a shield. Let's try creating your first monster. My first monster, Harry murmured underneath his breath as he looked at Rita and Zed curiously. Just do I create a monster? Rita grinned as she placed a hand on Harry's shoulder and pointed it at the object. Tilt your staff straight and concentrate on the object. Calm your body and allow an image of a monster appear in your head. The staff will do the rest. The magic following through your body will flow straight into the sword and create it. Harry nodded slowly as his green blank coin flashed for a moment, as he raised his staff straight and closed his eyes. The green flamed red eye turned sharp as it glared heatedly at the object as an image appeared in his mind. A knight would be great monster. Loyal and trustworthy at that, someone that would stand beside him and something that the Rangers would have difficulty defeating in weaponry combat. Powerful in strength with strong nearly indestructible armor. As a small smile appeared over his face at the thought of his knight bring back the Rangers' corpses back like a slaughtered pig. The eye flashed instantly as it zapped the object, bathing it a wild furious circle of green flames before covering it in a small cyclone. Rita and Zed looked upon the small creation with interest, as they leaned back waiting with anticipation of what their heir's first monster would look like. As the flames began to die down, the rest of the room came out untouched and unscathed from the flames, which Harry was rather thankful for. It was a pig, covered in armor with a mohawk. Harry stood there rather stunned at this. What had gone wrong? I'm Mortant the Night Pig. Nice to meet ya. The pig then let out a snort, causing the three to simply stare at it with confusion. Mortant blinked at them. What is there something on my face? A pig, knight, Harry managed to groan out. I wanted a knight. An actually swordsman, not a useless pig. Don't worry, your next monster will be better than this one, Rita reassured him. This was only the first try. Mortant pouted. I'm standing right here, you know. Sorry. Harry apologized on instinct, and meant it fully, tilting his head, observing the pig-like knight standing before him. This lips pressed together as an idea formed within his mind. How capable are you at fighting, Mortant? I'm pretty damn good with a sword, Master Harry. Mortant stated happily. The Green Ranger was slightly taken back at that. He wasn't expecting his first monster to be so bubbly. A cold smile appeared over Harry's face. Good, I've got a plan. Now listen closely. Rita and Zed leaned in, wanting to hear just what exactly their evil heir in training had in mind. All right everyone, good job today. Class dismissed. Tommy announced to the younger elementary students, who were grinning at one another as they bowed towards him and left. The White Ranger watched them leave and felt concern. Apparently from what he had been able to gather from them, a new bully had moved into town just recently and started pick on them ruthlessly and even attacked the girls as well. One kid had told them that the bully wanted to make sure that his freak of a cousin would be lonely. His hands tightened into a fist. The so-called freak must be that hairy kid that Ernie had told them about. His eyes narrowed coldly. Rocky and Adam looked at Tommy, with concern in their eyes as they made their way over to him. "Hey, everything okay, Tommy?" Adam asked his friend sincerely. Tommy gave a small smile. "Yeah, I'm fine," but he looked at the retreating kids. "I forgot how cruel kids can be." "Yeah," Rocky stated with grimace. "Kids these days can be pretty damn cruel to one another, whether it's verbally or physically." Crossing his arms, the Red Ranger let out a huge sigh. "Makes you wonder, huh?" Adam frowned at that. "That's a rather cynical look, don't you think? I mean, we're teaching them how to defend themselves, and besides, I'm sure these kids won't use marital arts for the wrong reasons. Right?" Tommy and Rocky looked at each other. Should they really destroy Adam's sense of humility? The ground beneath them began to rumble and shake violent as people began to trip and fall over one another. Tables crashed and slid down onto the floor as glass broke and shattered everywhere. People clung to the nearest engrounded object and began to cling onto it in hopes of keeping conscious and alive. However, the lights from above began to waver under the power of the earthquake's violent power, falling onto the ground in large chunks and breaking into small dusty pieces. The four rangers struggled to move straight towards a more concealed area, already fully knowing that it was most likely Rita and Zed's doing. Aisha leaned against the wall in order to keep her balance while Adam held straight onto Rocky, hoping not to fall to the ground like the others have. Zordon, Tommy began as he spoke into the communicator. "What's going on?" A static force was heard for a moment. "It's Rita and Zed. They've sent down a fully grown monster to attack Angel Grove." Alpha's voice broke though, instead of Zordon. "Rangers, you must go." "But we can't form the Megazord without Billy and Kimberly," Aisha stated with worry. "There's no way we can defeat it." "Do not worry, Aisha, Alpha and I have already taken care of that." Zordon's voice boomed through the communicator. "We figured that Rita and Zed would use Billy's and Kimberly's to their advantage. We already have the Pterodactyl Firebird Thunder Zord and the Triceratops Unicorn Thunder Zord on remote control." Adam smiled full force. "That's great. What about the Green Ranger?" Tommy asked cautiously, not wanting to lead his team straight into a trap. "Unfortunately, we are unable to trace him, Tommy. No doubt he is either hiding somewhere, is with the monster, with Rita and Zed, or is currently recovering from his morphing defection." Alpha summarized with sorrow. Tommy breathed in and let it out quietly. "Well, let's hope for the later." Narrowing his eyes, "It's morphin' time," his voice full of authority and power behind the call. Tiger Zord, Mastodon, Saber-toothed Tiger, Tyrannosaurs. The four multicolored teens vanished in 4 beams of light as they ascending towards the cause of destruction, downtown Angel Grove. The Rangers stared in near horror at the destruction the Pig Knight monster was causing to the city. Many buildings were destroyed or lit on fire, some were just flattened like a pancake, with grossed Aisha out more than anything. "We can't let him continue like this," the Yellow Ranger exclaimed as she raised her hand straight into the air, before doing her stance. Saber-toothed Tiger Griffin Thunder Zord Power. White Tiger Thunder Zord Power. Tommy called further his own personal Zord. "Now." Mastodon Lion Thunder Zord Power. Adam cried out as his Zord appeared in its thunder form. Tyrannosaurus Dragon Thunder Zord Power. Rocky shouted forcefully as his dragon appeared from the thundering skies above. The gigantic pure red machine roared with absolute fury and strength, causing the Red Ranger to grin underneath his helmet. The four didn't even bother to notice that a certain someone was watching them closely, very closely. Following straight behind the Mastodon Lion Thunder Zord were the Pterodactyl Firebird Thunder Zord and the Triceratops Unicorn Thunder Zord, with the White Tiger Thunder Zord running closely behind them, fiercely as the earth shook powerfully beneath it. The Rangers looked at one another before turning towards the sky and thrusting their hands straight towards the sky, feeling the grid energy radiating from them and their own respective Zord. "We need Thunder Mega Zord Power, now." Tommy whipped Saba around before thrusting into the air, White Tiger Warrior mode. Mortant watched with interest as the miniature, to him anyway, combined together with the giant dragon which shifted into a warrior with a staff. The giant big couldn't help but stare into utter amazement as the Tiger Zord also transformed into its own battle-like mode. His master never told him about this. However, he let out a snort with excitement. This was certainly going to be interesting. Well, for him anyway, as Mortant grinned as he looked at the two giant machines before him. "Hello, Rangers." Mortant snorted with absolute glee, as he mentally hoped that he would prove useful for his master, ready to be destroyed. Slamming his stomach like a drum, his arms began to swing quicker and quicker as it began to resonate a strange sound waves. Tommy snorted beneath his helmet, though the lingering thought of why sending a full-grown monster down to Earth continued to nag at him. A dark feeling filled his stomach, however he simply pushed it away, cracking his knuckles before forming it into a fist and punching it straight into his other hand. The long-haired teen formed a giant smirk upon his features. "Yeah, right. If anyone's going to be destroyed, it's going to be you." The White Ranger challenged the monster arrogantly, pointing his finger at him. "All right guys, ready?" "Ready." The Thunder Megazord charged towards Mortant with amazing speed and power, its sword released from its side, fully intending to bring brutal damage towards the pig monster. The blade clashed against the opponent's armor, causing sparks to explode as the Rangers continued to put force upon the sword in order to crack, or at least cause Mortant to draw back. Unfortunately for them, the monster simply grabbed hold of the sword and kicked the Megazord hard in the stomach before slamming its elbow rather strongly against its chest. Gripping upon the control panels of the Thunder Megazord, the Rangers felt the power wave of pain rain upon them as it landed on its behind. "Rocky, Adam, Aisha, you three all right?" Tommy cried with concern and horror for his friends. The White Tiger Thunder Zord fell into a defensive position as it guarded the Thunder Mega Zord rather protectively. Coughing underneath her helmet, Aisha let out a massive groan. "Why yeah," as she let out a huge cough again, glaring at the monster with annoyance. "We're fine, Tommy. Just concentrate on finishing this guy off." "You got Aisha. Let's take him down," Tommy cried out as he took command of the Zord, fully intending on taking this pig monstrosity out for good. Swinging his hand in a slash-like fashion, the machine followed sweep to its user and also attempted to slash Mortant. "Tough luck, Rangers." Mortant cried out with a massive giggle. His eyes flashed a dark red before a fireball formed with its mouth as it sent a giant shockwave of energy striking both the White Tiger Zord and the Thunder Mega Zord, sending them both spiraling back to the ground. "Come you guys, we can take this pork roast," Rocky exclaimed to his team. Adam nodded. "For Billy and Kimberly, right?" Aisha agreed with a nod. Looking around the dark navy room in which a figure entered, his eyes wandered over straight towards the strange sphere of blue energy. Pressing his lips, he turned away and saw a circular pink orb, sitting upon a pillar, which, in turn, was connected to the several panels. It was like a giant circuit board as a slow and dark smile appeared upon the figure's face. "So, this is how they control their precious Zords," the male murmured curiously as his fingers gently stroked the beautiful golden-plated board with interest. The technology used to build the giant machines was very astounding and impressive. His eyes flashed with a horrible glee. "It wouldn't matter," thought. His fingers curved into a fist before he slammed it straight through the board, causing it to send out electrical sparks all over. Soon, it would be the very end of the Rangers. A loud alarm went off in the command center. Alpha instantly whirled around to face the Great Grid Master with absolute worry. "Zordon, what's going on? Why is the alarm going off? There isn't any monsters being sent down, or any disturbances in space." "I sense a disturbance in the morphing grid, Alpha." Zordon answered his robotic assistant's grimace. He watched as Alpha looked up at him, as if he had heard wrong. "Am unsure of what the disturbance is, but it is there." What do we do then, Zordon?" The Grid Master simply closed his eyes before opening them. "We must believe in the Rangers, Alpha. That is the only thing we are able to do." About to open his mouth again, the alarm began to ring even louder. The stars being held up in the sky slowly began to blink out, one by one. Hey W, what's going on here?" Aisha cried with worry as she stared at the status board. Her chocolate brown eyes shot up with utmost worry and horror. Her jaw unclenched from her cheekbones. This can't be happening. Adam sharply turned to face the Yellow Rangers. What's wrong, Aisha? We've lost connection with the Firebird and the Unicorn Zords. The absolute distress and horror that came from the normally positive and cheer girl sent off bells within the Black Rangers' heads. Moving over towards her, as Rocky was concentrating on fighting against Mortant with Tommy. However, he was finding it extremely difficult with the Unicorn Zord being unable to move and remain still in its place. As Adam's eyes read over the scans and status reports, he found himself unable to deny Aisha's claims. What the hell? The normally quiet boy shouted nearly at the top of his lungs. Aisha and Rocky's both instantly snapped their heads towards him, unable to actually comprehend him swearing especially loudly like that. It went against the boy's quiet nature. Rocky opened his mouth to make comment, however he stopped as he felt the controls suddenly go stiff. Hey, what's going on here? Aisha's eyes instantly ran over the report, before her skin paled like a sheet. Gulping, she spoke in a deadly quiet voice. We've lost connection with the Lion Thunder Zord and the Griffin Thunder Zord. The Black and Red Rangers turned to her, slowly, and looked at her with the utmost silence. This couldn't be happening. Gee guys. Tommy's voice came over the intercom, as the loud sounds of metal clashing against one another echoed through. The White Ranger let out a painful hiss. I could really use your help right now. You know, I think it's far better for you to start thinking about yourselves. A cold voice entered into their ears. A rather familiar one at that. Aisha and Adam turned to see the Green Ranger leaning against the doors, gazing down upon them in a cold, brisk fashion. Simply tilting his head, in a rather mocking fashion, he removed himself from the wall and stood up in a straight posture, though his arms crossed over his chest. What, no welcoming party? His tone dripped into sarcastic sweetness. I'm hurt. Aisha instantly took out her power daggers, pointed straight at him. Sorry, but you don't get one. Too bad then. Here I thought we would all be the best of friend, the Green Ranger stated with fake sincerity. However, an ominous silence fell before them before he let out a cold, barking laugh. Wait, no I didn't, arching backwards as he let out a dark bellow. The three Rangers stared at him with the utmost uncertainty. What do you want? Rocky snapped at him, demanding an answer from the interloper. He was not in the mood to be playing games, especially when Tommy was in danger and that they were sitting ducks. The Green Ranger smirked coldly as he raised his hand. The Zord. Before any of them were able to reply or react against the evil Ranger, thunderbolts emitted from their opponents' fingers, zapping them and electrocuting. At first they were able to rebel against the pain, struggling to step forward and charge against the Green Ranger, but it was met with vain. Before Rocky had even gotten the chance to call upon his power sword in order to deflect the attack, the Green Ranger had risen his other hand and doubled the amount of power he was using against them, causing them to fall out the Thunder Mega Zord, straight towards the ground. Tommy looked on in absolute horror from his window, Mortant's foot standing upon him as he used the controls to struggle free from the pig's dominance. However, the pig's weight was far more heavier than he had anticipated and could only watch in dismay as his friends fell to the hard ground. His eyes went from his friends straight towards the very top of the Thunder Mega Zord and could only stare. The Green Ranger stood on the head, raising his dragon dagger straight into the air. For Empress Rita and Lord Zed, with dark bolts of thunder and lightning began to form around the Thunder Mega Zord as it vanished in straight ray of light, leaving only the White Tiger Zord heavily damaged in its wake. A bag dropped straight onto the ground, as the cloud dust formed as soon as the fabric met with the dirt. Two teenage boys stood at the welcoming sign of the city. Welcome to Angel Grove. A boy with long black hair, tied in a small knot, stood with a lazy expression on his face. His white was underneath a black vest as he folded his arms at the back of his crimson eyes, looked over towards his companion silently. Angel Grove, huh? The second teen had golden brown curly hair with small goatee as his teal unbuttoned shirt exposed his tanned athletic body as his blue eyes stared at the sign. Home, sweet home, Chapter 3 End. Things are looking grim for the Rangers, isn't it? Harry's proving himself to be far more dangerous than Tommy ever was, and more. Also, how do you like Harry's new toy? Insert evil laughter here. Billy's love poll. Trini. Icat, Marge, Aisha, Haley, none. Also, how old would Mike and Leo be during MMPR 2? Younger shade of Greenpoint. IV Chapter 4. Young shade of Greenpoint IV. Billy had been released from the hospital. The blood transfusion had gone through perfectly, Kimberly was still being detained inside of the hospital. The doctors, still wary of any deadly side effects from being attacked by a monster. And while no substantial proof was been brought forward or developed, they wanted to keep everything in check just in case. Despite the fact that Kimberly had indeed made a speedy and, from had been seen, healthy recovery, it didn't change the bitter and sour atmosphere that the four Rangers felt within their mouths. They had been completely thrown off guard and taken down so easily. Adam, Aisha and Rocky struggled with the fact that they hadn't even noticed an intruder deep within the Thunder Mega Zord, nor had they realized the severe damage that had been caused until it had been far too late. Tommy could already hear Rita chanting, "We got the Mega Zord! We got the Mega Zord!" before unleashing her hideous and highly annoying cackle that made the White Ranger cringe. It make matters even worse, while the blood transfusion had gone underway, Billy was unable to talk. While the Blue Ranger would eventually be able to talk again, however, it'd take days, possibly even months, before he would be able to get sound out of his throat. The little genius put up a brave face and simply smiled at them, reassuring that he was fine with the outcome. However, they could tell just how much he was hurting deep down inside. Tommy couldn't help but respect Billy for being able to handle it so well. If it had been him, the White Ranger probably would have caved and let loose all of his emotions. Brown eyes flickered towards the genius, who was currently residing in a wheelchair, and noticed he had a thoughtful look on his face. What was Billy thinking up there anyway? Rocky clamped Billy on the shoulder. "So wanna head to the juice bar, Billy?" Cracking a grin on his face, the Red Ranger's eyes danced with mirth. "I heard Ernie got some new smoothie recipes." "Oh, I want try the banana strawberry one," Aisha exclaimed with a squeal, the Yellow Ranger's eyes shining with happiness. Her bag was hitting against her thighs. "I think I should have enough for one," frowning as she decided to check to see how much money she had. The others looked at one another and rolled their eyes, highly amused. "Well, is Billy even able to have them?" Adam spoke up, curiously. "I mean, he did just have a blood transfusion." The four Rangers froze before looking at Billy, who blinked owlishly at them. A clap was heard, a long, drawn-out clap. Each of the Rangers froze in place as their eyes shifted around them, carefully observing the open area surrounding them. A tense feel caused the four teens to surround Billy protectively. The winds blew a very calm, but deceptive air, with the atmosphere holding a strange eerie wave of tension and apprehension. They could practically feel the malicious intent hovering towards their noses, intoxicating them. Tommy gulped, slowly. Very slowly, as his sweat beads descended from his forehead, his eye firmly kept on the front. He made a quick glance back towards Billy, before once again focusing his attention on the wide field before him. His hands curled themselves into fists, ready to fight if necessary. Tommy refused to allow the new evil Green Ranger to catch them off guard once again. Aisha covered the back of Billy, eyeing the direction of the hospital with worry and suspicion. Her lips curled into her mouth as she narrowed her eyes, thoughts running and mingling within her brain. Her body felt rigid and heavy as a thought of where the sound had come from, and more importantly, why now of all times? Her eyes narrowed as the flash of loosing her Griffin Thunder Zord appeared her eyes. She wouldn't allow the Green Ranger to take Kim or Billy away from her. Gritting her teeth together and shifted her feet into an offensive footing, she was ready to fight. Aisha's eyes flashed with determination. Adam and Rocky looked at one another as they covered Billy's sides, both of them ready to cover their friend if necessary. The clapping continued to echo, in a long, drawn-out fashion, teasing them and stretching their nerves. The cold winds began to die, slowly, leaving an eerie open space. It was like something reminiscent of a horror movie. Well, a cold brisk voice carried over them, causing the Rangers to instantly turn sharply behind them, staring straight at the Green Ranger, whom was leaning against a tree. They could feel the dark power radiating from the other Ranger as he began stalk towards them, invoking the strained anticipation while Billy simply stared on in horror at the evil ranger. Stopping in his stalk, he titled his head. What do I have here? Yellow, red, blue, black and white. Tommy's eyes narrowed. How did you? No one ever made the connection between them and their colors. Ever since they had become Power Rangers, they developed a strange need to buy clothes that donned their colors. It was like they were drawn to their specific colors, and only the colors of the powers that they using. When he had first gained the green powers, Tommy had gotten and wore as much green as possible. However, once he gained the white powers, he gained the need to buy and wear white. It was rather confusing and discomforting for the Rangers since they were unable to fight it. Billy had brought it up with Zordon and Alpha once about the strangeness of it, the two explained. While drawing power of the morphing grid from their respective colors, it left a psychology effect upon their brain, causing a bond between them and their powers. Wearing it as a badge of honor and identity, it was a symbol of the morphin grid, and in retrospect, the forces of evil also drew and wore their colors of the darker powers of the morphin grid. Both the light side and the dark side followed the laws and the philosophy of their respected colors, though none of the Rangers were able to learn more about it as of yet. What, didn't Zordon tell you, White Ranger? The Green Ranger sneered at them in a sick, mocking tone, as he shook in his head in utter disbelief. He then pointed his finger at them. Only those that draw from the morphin grid are able to make the connection between Rangers, or those gifted in the craft. Snorting. However, not all Rangers are bound by the laws of the grid. Aisha frowned as she heard the capital C in the word craft. However, she didn't move from her position. Craft? What exactly you mean by that? Her filled with confusion and wonder as to what he exactly meant. But the implications of the laws of the grid were what intrigued her by far. What exactly did he mean by that, and more importantly, what kind of laws came with the grid? Like witchcraft? Rocky asked, curiously. Green Ranger didn't answer. Well, I'm off, Rangers, as he turned his back before pausing. He looked over his shoulder, and don't forget, I know who you are. I know where you go. You'll never be able to escape me. Ever. With that, he disappeared in a flash of dark, malevolent green light, leaving the Rangers standing there utterly bewildered at the scene that had played out before them. Billy felt his throat go dry, and his face utterly pale to what they had simply witnessed before them, a horrified and grim reality that had surfaced from the very nightmares that they had dreamt over the period of being Rangers. An evil, so deadly, that they would be able to strike at them at any given place, at a given time, and they would unable to void or save those dear to them. Looking towards them, he could feel the fear that was beginning to roll off of them, just it was coming off of him as well. It wasn't the first time they had encountered a being that brought forth the dreaded and gruesome feeling that was fright, but this one, this new Green Ranger, made something else besides fear surface, something that the Ranger had never once felt before in their battle against the forces of evil. Grimace. They knew, deep down within themselves, that the realization of the day would eventually come. The one Billy had prayed, hoped, and then once again prayed would never come into existence. The Blue Ranger glanced. His stare held firm as he was utterly fixated on the people he had come to call teammates, friends, and even family. The five knew, simply by looking and standing there at the very moment, that the same thought went through their very minds. For Billy, it felt like an eternity as they simply remained within their designated position before a slowly, stiff nod occurred within unison as they turned around with looks of stoic determination. Aisha's hands held tightly on the handle as they walked down the road with silence. No words ever once leaving their lips. However, Tommy froze in his stride and glanced back at the hospital, his eyes glinted with a sorrowful emotion that all of them would place the name but knew that there was no need. Adam gripped Tommy's shoulder before maneuvering his body towards the giant building to where their beloved Kimberly was being kept, as the others continued on. After all, they knew, not all of them were going to make it. The Green Ranger hissed as the power began to tear and send jolts of painful electricity through his body, internally and outwards. The young wizard could feel the hot burn emitting from his magic. Biting upon his lips, the younger boy forced the pain away. Finally, his Ranger suit dematerialized back into his civilian self before gripping the end of the table. The after effects of staying with his morphed form started to take the payment needed for it. His emerald eyes flashed a dark green as he moved himself towards the edges of his chair, letting out painful grunts and groans as he struggled to move himself upon the seat as the hard striking pain surged through his back. His mistress and his lord, indulged in their happiness in capturing the Thunder Zord, utterly ignored the fact that he paid the Rangers a visit. Exposing the fact that Harry already knew who the Rangers actually were, and more importantly, that he could strike at them at any given time. His face turned cold as the thought of how his predecessor of the Green Powers, whom was the currently White Ranger, had done the stupid thing and allowed himself to be found so utterly quickly. It left a distinct sour taste within his mouth. But, then again, Harry wasn't all that surprised by that fact. Tommy was a fighter, not a tactician. A smile formed upon his lips as he stared upon the papers upon the wooden desk. Training with his mistress and his lord, along with Scorpina and Finister, had helped him being to nurture and develop his style of fighting and planning. While he wasn't nearly as strong or deadly as Scorpina, the assassin had given her praise, for a lack of a better term. "I'm sorry." The words left Harry's mouth as he stood rather stunned at the woman standing before him. Confusion were the only things being revealed upon his slowly developing face. Scorpina looked after him, stone cold. "Did you not hear me the first time, or shall I repeat in a manner in which you're able to comprehend?" Her words coded in a cross between mocking sarcastic sneer before pressing her lips together. "I'm teaching you how to use emotional illusion. All assassins, even warriors, learn this technique in order to immobilize the enemy or in place a hard nail of fear upon them." She gestured towards Baboon and Squat, whom were busy cowering the darkest corner. "They're always running away or scared," Harry pointed out. Scorpina stared at him, looking thoughtfully. "True." Glaring at the two sniveling disgraces, the golden-clad woman leaned Harry towards another room with two blue mats lying there on the ground. She took out seat and crossed her legs, allowing. "Are you going to gap like a fish, or will I have to persuade you to sit beside me? I am not stupid. For all I know, that mat beside you is coated with one of your special poisons that could seep straight into my skin and cause my brain to rot," Harry stated frigidly as he crossed his arms. His dragon dagger attached to his hip, glaring vehemently towards the older woman, refusing to back down or trust the psychotic woman from whatever plan she developed to humiliate him. Scorpina smirked, seductively. "Cautious, you're learning well, my stupid student." Harry wasn't sure if that he should be taking it as a compliment or an insult. So he ignored it. "And no, I didn't poison it. Now get your ass over here before I get creative." It took all of Harry's willpower not to wince as he briefly recalled the stone weight and putty chasing incident from yesterday, though he had to admit his speed was beginning to improve, though he lacked in physical strength. Giving into his teacher's demands as he placed himself before her, in the exactly same position that she was currently in. The awkward silence had begun to develop into the room. "Concentrate on your magic," Scorpina began calmly. Her words sharp as a cold dagger, and her eyes in a dark trance. "Focusing your magic onto the surface of the room, the temperature, the feel of it. Think of the feeling that you wish to use, the one you want the enemy to feel, to become enticed and lost within it." Her voice became nothing more than an empty tone, losing herself within her words. "Let nothing else but that single emotion guide you." Closing his eyes, Harry took a deep breath and saw the curtains of darkness that blocked the light from his eyes. It was like his life was slowly slipping away from him, but at the same time it felt he was the same, as the blaze of his magic core began to flash before him in a deadly green light coated with the white burning flames. It was a rather beautiful sight indeed, as he felt his own magical power, though while still immature it was still a rather wondrous feeling indeed. A small smile appeared upon his lips as he could feel the flames burning his fingers ever so slightly. However, the flames died out as he was left in the cold darkness of his mind, causing the younger wizard to frown rather thinly. Where had his magic core gone? Why did it disappear anyway? Shrugging it off, he once again tried to locate his magic core once again, but to no avail. "I can't find my core." "You idiot boy," was Scorpina's instant reply, causing Harry to wince, but then again he wasn't overly surprised by her response. "Try harder." Her words were harsh and straight to the point. "Instead of wasting your time trying to see, take your time to feel it instead." "Feel it?" Harry wondered briefly. The image how burning sensation that he felt when seeing his core came to mind as a click went off within his mind as he held out his hand, his stilled remained closed. The pulse deep within himself began to expand throughout his body, spiking his adrenaline much like how the fire begins to flourish its wild, uncontrollable flames that crack together until it unleashes unstoppable explosion, feeling the burning hot streak run through his body, the pain tightening, forcing a heavy pressure above his shoulders. The sweat began to drip slowly from his forehead, with face turning bright red from the heat started to surface. A quick and sharp burn ignited upon his palm, forcing out a sharp and quick hiss from Harry's lips. His eyes opened as he found the reflection of a fireball dancing within his palm, innocently. It was wondrous and terrifying at the same time, as the sounds of the flames cracking and snapping echoed through his eyes. However, his eyes were trained on the ball of fire that he created with his magic. But wasn't it impossible for wandless magic to exist? Impressive, Scorpina purred over him, seductively. Her shadow looming over him as the younger wizard tensed up at the feel of her presence, her hand gripped his shoulder. However, this was not what you were initially supposed to do. Before Harry was even able to react, a painful feeling made contact with his stomach as he suddenly found himself being kicked straight into the concrete wall. A rough cough escaped Harry's lips as he pulled himself up from the ground and glared at Scorpina. Her fingers wrapped around his neck, squeezing his throat before picking him up slowly off the floor and slamming him against the wall once again. Her lips just barely brushing against the younger one's. The feel of coldness rushed down his very spine without warning or delay as he felt a cold metal stroke against his chest. His eyes never once breaking contact with the woman's, which seemed to smile coated in sweet poison. He could feel the blood from his body instantly rush straight towards his face as sent a glare at her. Scorpina stared at him, with that smiled before she unclenched her hands from his neck, dropped him to the ground. Making a sharp turn away from him, she stopped mid-stride. Now, get over here and do it right. Needless to say, Harry wasn't exactly much successful with projecting his emotions all that way. It wasn't that he was able to evoke his emotions, but rather he found it difficult to actually use it as a weapon, much to Scorpina's annoyance and wrath. But he was able to use wandless and staffless magic, though his teacher didn't seem too far surprised by this, thus consider the lesson a total and utter failure for turning him over to Finister, whom was more than happy enough to take him under his wing. The assassin has stalked off somewhere murmuring about the baboons and target practice, causing the Green Ranger to shudder and feel sympathy for the poor duo that was usually lying around do nothing. Finister hailed from a planet distantly far past the Earth's solar system, stretching even beyond the planets Elter and the planet Aquitar. His home was that similar to the Industrial Revolution but was more mixture of magic and artistic talents that formed their society. Finister was a part of the Scientific Construction Unit Corps before leaving his home planet after being hired by Rita. They were neutral race and would happily work for whoever hired them, since a job was a job for them. Nothing more, nothing less. As long as they are able to work and bring their masterpieces to life, that it was all worthwhile to them. It was rather strange for Harry, a species that did not discriminate between good or evil, weird. Though, was he spent time with the monster maker of his mistress and Lord's family, for lack of a better term, Finister came off to him as more a scholar than anything else. While being under his wind, when there was something that Harry didn't seem to understand or comprehend, Finister explained in a manner in which Harry was able to grasp. Like how the Morphin grid affected the user psychologically as well as the aftereffects, also on why no one was ever able to pinpoint on who the Rangers were from Earth, the reason. The power prevent the people from making a connection between the Rangers, their colors, and the wielders of the Ranger powers. However, there were exceptions, those that were able to overcome that ability, but they were few and far between. Harry made a mental note about that and filed it away in the back of his mind. It would become useful. Gaining access to the library was probably one of the smartest ideas he had ever been able to come up with. While it was huge and large compared to that of Hogwarts, it seemed to hold more battle and defensive magics, with several interesting texts regarding the history of the Morphin grid and grid wars. It allowed him to carefully put a use to his green powers and figure out the time length of how long he'd be able to stay within his morph form. A scowl appeared upon his younger features as his weakness appeared in his mind. The effect of using the power came with overwhelming pain and stress. It didn't help that he also lacked physical strength though, that was quickly changing. Besides, what he lost in strength Harry made up with speed, magic and cunning. However, there were other weaknesses besides strength that Harry had been forced to consider. Mind magic, the power to conceal and open minds. It was a practice rather familiar to those of the Grid Wars. A way to defend oneself from an enemy or trap it open ruthlessly. Teaching you incantations, summoning and other magics will be high on the priority. However, there is a matter we must take into consideration. The sorceress began calmly, eyeing her evil Green Ranger. Her expression was vacant, but her voice held dark glee with a cold knife of seriousness within as she began to dance around him cautiously. "A matter, my queen?" Harry repeated, his eyes trained on his mistress with interest. A frown appeared. "Are you referring to the side effect of my powers?" He noticed a sharp look in his queen's eyes flash before disappearing. He wasn't able to place it. Rita pressed her lips together. "No, but that is a cause for concern." She looked thoughtful for a moment, but then that disappeared as well once she took a seat in front of him. "Your mind is the problem." Pointing to his head, she pressed hard at his forehead. "It's too open." She spat, as if it was venom. "It's disgusting. If you were fighting against a skilled magic user, they'd be able to read you like a book." Harry's eyes flashed. Defeat was not an option. "How can I overcome this obstacle, my queen?" "First, you must learn how to clear your mind." Rita began calmly as she sat cross-legged in front of him, as her staff laid beside and her hands on her kneecaps. She stared intensively at him. "Think of nothing. Allow your body to relax completely. There is nothing around you, except yourself. Block out anything and everything." As the sorceress began to close her eyes slowly, and seemed to fall into a rather serene trance. Following his queen's example, Harry also closed his eyes and let out small breaths until he felt his muscles relax. While he was able to view the darkness within his mind, he found it rather difficult trying to push all the sounds and noises from entering his mind. He could feel his core pulsing ever so quietly within the darkest parts of his mind but simply chose to ignore it. He needed to concentrate on that task before him. However, he felt a strange weight pressing beginning to form within his mind, appearing out the darkness. He felt a strange pain, similar to that of a headache, and it hurt, damn it. The pounding. He felt his fingers wrap around his head, as the aching feeling continued to grow more painful with each and every press. It was like a knife was stabbing inside of him. "Stop." Bang. His eyes snapped open, and blinked several times as his fingers touched and caressed the cold ground. Harry suddenly realized that he was staring at the ceiling as he shifted his head at Rita, who pressed her lips together. "Not bad, but not good either. Not that I accept you to actually be able to fight against my assault," Rita commented calmly, her eyes locked onto Harry's. There was no light of disappointment, nor any signs of displeasure. "Not everyone has the capacity to be able to handle the power of the mental arts, my Green Ranger. However, with training, I can already tell, you will become very skilled with it." Harry felt his face flame at that compliment, as Rita made her way over to her Green Ranger. "I will not disappoint you, my queen." Rita smiled as she stroked the boy's cheek in a motherly manner. "Good," the sorceress stated, with a nod. Her staff was once again within her hand. "You've already learned how to create your own monster via staff," she murmured as she frowned, her mind racing. Suddenly, without any warning at all, she let out a "yes," causing Harry to jump up in shock and confusion. "Potions." Harry grimaced. "Potions? I'm horrible at it." After a year of having Snape as an instructor, he was pretty sure that he didn't have the talent for the art. But then again, he was constantly harassed and put down by the man without being able to get help or ask for it. Maybe this was a second chance. "Do I look like your incompetent teacher?" Rita asked, dryly as she crossed her arms. She had seen through his memories, and was less than impressed to what she had seen. A horrible teacher, and a less than impressive potions master. She would have laughed, if only he had gone up against her, before Harry was able to reply. Rita gestured him over towards the door. "The dungeon is right by Finister's lab." After that day, Harry was rather grateful to have his queen teach him the correct properties of potions, and for giving him his own experimental potions book as well. However, he shuddered rather violently. Never again did Harry want to know just what other uses new dye was for. While under Rita's and Orphinister's supervision, Harry was able to develop and pull his potion skills up to scratch, though there were several incidents where he had indeed blown himself up. They simply laughed, though he had been forced to clean up all on his own, since Harry was responsible for the accident. He was, however, annoyed with the fact that he wasn't allowed to use magic to clean it up. Magic is good and all, Harry Finister told him, much like a father would a child. However, relying on your magic too much could be your downfall. And besides, he became to walk out of the room, you must also know there are consequences for every action. Harry leaned back on his chair, as he stared up at the ceiling. His hands flickered with dark green electricity, as his eyes flickered to it as a small smile appeared upon his face. His lord has been kind enough to grant him a power-up. My lord, bowing lowly at his king, Harry then resumed his position as he stood at attention, staring at the metal-clad being before him. You request my presence? Zed stared at him emotionlessly, as his silver claw nails tapped the handle of his throne before standing him. His visor flashing a dark crimson red, eyeing the young ranger standing before him. Yes, he drawled out. What do you wish of me, my lord? Without warning at all, Zed grabbed him by the shoulders and pulled him forehead, staring at upon his scar. A dark silence filled the room as Zed's finger stroked it with absolute fascination. Harry frowned. Lord Zed. How interesting, Zed mused with interested, never once removing his finger claw from his forehead. With a tap of his finger, Harry felt a surge of burning within him before it vanished within an instant as his body began to flash with a dark crimson light. It didn't feel like fire, it felt like a river rushing through his entire body. It was a rather wondrous feeling. Removing his finger, Zed began to stalk away from him, murmuring words to himself that he found himself unable to understand. My lord? Harry began, with confusion. Zed waved his hand dismissively. A simply power boost for your wonderful work, my heir. Turning towards Harry, he could feel no lies coming from his king. Use this power in order to cripple the Rangers even more. Harry didn't even need to be told twice, as he bowed. Yes, my lord. I shall. He could already feel this new power pulsing within him, flickered his wrist, his hand igniting a green flame on his hands as he left the room. A cold smile appeared upon Harry's face as he stared at his blazing hand. He couldn't wait to try out his new power. A plan already formulated within his mind, but he would have to wait until nightfall in order to execute it. His eyes returned to the book he was ready, and caught something of interest. Turning the page back to the previous one, he placed his finger upon the title and frowned. The Legend of the Zeo Crystal. Harry murmured, his eyes blinked as he noticed the different symbol upon the page. Never heard of it. Frowning thinly, he shrugged. It looked rather interesting to read. During the fall of the near end of the Grid Wars, the M51 galaxy was under assault of the sorcerer known as Master Vile. An expert within dark magic and necromancy, he planned on conquering the system and adding it to his ever-growing empire. The M51 was famous for its engineering and his highly advanced techno-magic development. A rather significant of their sheer brilliance is the Zeo Crystal, the most sought-out crystal-type power throughout the universe. Only on par with the Quasar Sabers, whom are hidden away deep within the mists of deep space. Chapter 6.7. The Zeo Crystal was forged by the highest and most talented engineers of the technomagic facility planet of Corrin. However, many believe the crystals simply hold the powers of the 5 primary colors along with the gold powers, but this is proven false. In fact, the Zeo Crystal was forged upon the hierarchy of metals and metals, each separated with its own specific function and type. Unlike the certain rangers that need to draw upon the Morphin grid, the Zeo powers drew from the matrix of their crystals and followed a different system than that of Morphin grid. Chapter 5.9. Platinum being the highest of the hierarchy, it follows the property of metals: crimson, navy, amber, jade, and mauve. During the Grid Wars, only the platinum gem Zeo powers were activated. It was speculated to have been an Aquasian female. These powers were eventually lost during the fall of the M51 conflict. Many believe them to have been destroyed in fear of their power, or stolen and sold for profit. The type that forged for usage were gems. The gold Zeo powers follow under the normal primary colors of red, green, blue, yellow and pink. Like the platinum powers, the gold crystal Zeo powers were solemnly activated in the fight against Master Vile, according to legend. The King of Triforia used the powers in order to aid his friends in combat before retiring from combat. The Zeo crystals, while known to have existed, it's said to have been placed on the moon of the Milky Way's solar system. However, their powers are inaccessible to those of evil. It is held within the Cave of Deception. The silver Zeo powers were split into shards and utilizes the white, black, gray, orange and purple matrix colors. Like the previous two, the silver Zeo powers had also been activated. Little much is known about these powers, or who the user was. The lowest hierarchy of the Zeo powers is the bronze, whom used the power of orbs. Little is known about these powers other than it held the maroon, celadon, aqua, olive and lavender powers. It's said to have been destroyed during the conquering of the M51, and the destruction of factory planets. Harry stared. One of the most sought-out crystals, huh, Harry murmured with interest. Getting up from his seat, he tucked the book underneath his arm. He had a crystal to go and find. It was somewhere on the moon, which worked out for him. That was one obstacle that he was able to overcome. Now all that he needed to do was simply find it and obtain the crystal. But where exactly was the Cave of Deception anyway? A frown appeared on his face, as his eyes glanced at the book. It would be possible for it to have a map? His eyes quickly skimmed through the pages, carefully eyeing each sentence at the paper, his finger tracing the title before flipping straight to the next one. The halls made it rather difficult to read since there was little to no light, and thus had to use his discretion in order to decipher the words written within the book. He mentally cursed himself for not keeping a track of the page number that the Zeo legend was on, but now was not the time to get all wound up. His eyes narrowed darkly within the halls. He had a mission and failure wasn't an option. The map wasn't fully detailed, however Harry already knew his way around the palace, that finding the entrance towards the Cave of Deception wouldn't be much of a problem. Though he really wished Hermione was here. It felt like a knife stabbed him in the stomach, as the thoughts of his friend began to appear within his mind. He had still received no letters from her or from Ron. A part of him wondered if they even cared anymore. Giving his head a rough shake, he was able to push those thoughts to the side and returned his attention onto the task at hand. Harry would find his way around one way or another, as a cold smirk appeared upon his face. The green flashed from his eyes for a moment as he felt a strange feeling beginning to tingle his skin. His magic began to spark from his fingertips, causing the younger boy to frown. His eyes fixated on the walls, carefully gazing upon them, observing them critically. Within his hand was a kunai that Harry had borrowed from Scorpina. After all, if he had been ambushed so easily, he couldn't call himself an assassin. His fingers dangled the sharp minuscule weapon in between his fingers, and frankly, he loved the feel of it. It felt strange. It wasn't like holding his wand or, rather his staff, but something new, something deadly. He couldn't really describe the feeling that well, but that fact he was actually using and carrying weapons felt right for him. While Scorpina nearly tries to kill him on a rather regular basis, Harry felt himself loving the training. The way his body moved in such an exhilarating rate, and the way his muscles felt as did his exercises. The one thing that he had come to love was the running. Harry had come to surpass his former speed, and his reflexes had improved as well. In all honesty, Harry had changed dramatically from the younger boy he had used to be. Though, while he was still on the scrawny and short side, much to his cringe, his fighting ability was far better than he used to be. A demonic smile slid upon his face as thoughts drifted to his first encounter with the Rangers of Earth. He had only played with them then and the previous time, but the next encounter. The green flame blazed upon his hand before fading just as quickly as it appeared. It was rather strange. Whenever Harry felt a rather strong emotion or desire, the flame would ignite itself. Though, he wouldn't complain at the moment. After all, it could prove to be very useful. The air seemed to become tense, as a strange heavy feeling began to put pressure upon his shoulders. Could feel his magic tensing up inside of him as the energy that was being emitted from the room was starting to pulse. Though while it was faint, Harry could definitely see a mix of gray and blue light from the pulse. He was definitely getting closer to it. "Get away from there," a voice cried from behind him. Whirling around sharply, his kunai quickly switched from his fingers straight into his palm. The Pink Ranger stood there, holding her bow pointed at him. Harry eyed her carefully. As he moved into a fighting position, Pink Ranger, he greeted rather stiffly. While the Rangers were his opponents, he would at least be polite enough to greet them properly. Not returning the favor, of course the Ranger jumped into the air and pulled back on the string of her bow, fully ready to fire her bow at him. The young boy frowned as he eyed the figure carefully, though Harry wasn't sure if he'd be able to dodge the arrow let alone survive it. Though, that was only if he messed up the timing for the attack as he saw the light charging up the arrow before the girl within the pink spandex fired it without warning. The arrow came closer and closer, as his eyes were trained on it. Not yet, just a little bit closer, Harry thought as the kunai was still in his palm. The sweat from his forehead began to drip down his skin as harsh breaths began to escape his lips. The burning energy radiating off of the arrow was rather astounding, though he had personally never seen the Pink Ranger brandish her weapon before. He had heard from Galdar, it was rather destructive, when she wanted it be of course. The point of the arrow instantly flared up, as Harry's eyes instantly snapped open as the arrow came striking towards him. Harry gritted his teeth. Now, snapping his body backwards, his arm twisted backwards in descending motion with the bladed end of his kunai point downwards towards the ground. He was accepting sparks and a minor explosion to be emitted from the collision of the two weapons, but found himself standing there by himself with no one else in the room. An illusion? Harry began with hesitation. His experience with illusions was zero and had no idea of how to identify them let alone disable them. He was at a heavy disadvantage, though he was unable to turn back. Giving up wasn't an option for him at all. Sighing, he quickly did a mental checklist of weapons and potions that he had on him. While he did have his staff with him via subspace pocket along with his power coin, the lack of potions and knowledge of the caves wasn't something he was overly thrilled about. However, the young wizard was determined to locate the Zeo Crystal for his queen and his lord. No matter, Harry concluded with a firm nod and a serious look on his face. I'll research illusions once this is over and done with. If he survived, that was. After all, it was highly possible for the illusions to cause severe physical damage or whatever guardians that were set up to protect the crystal. Closing his eyes while his hands curved straight into a fist, he gulped quietly and forced down his fear. I've come this far, I can't go back now. It was then and there that Harry had finally realized that he had somehow stumbled upon the entrance to the Cave of Deception. Without him realizing it, was he that deep in thought that he hadn't even paid attention to his surroundings? Scorpina would kill me if she found this out. A red blush appeared on Harry's face, as he looked rather sheepish at that fact. Ugh, I hope she doesn't. Rushing past the door, the Green Ranger went straight inside the Cave of Deception without a single thought. Whether it was courage or foolhardiness, Harry really didn't care. There was only one path for him to go down, which seemed rather stupid. However, the wizard bit his lip with anticipation and apprehension if many people sought out the crystal, and it was still there. Just how strong were the protections on it anyway? Harry's eyes narrowed as a smirk appeared. A challenge, I'd like that. It had been a while since he had encountered a true magical challenge, not that his mistress lessons weren't challenging, but a true fight with life and death on the line was what provoked him to go beyond mere average levels to extraordinary ones. Footsteps were heard being shuffled on the ground, moving slowly towards him. His smirk remained upon his young features. Maybe there was chance of him being entertained after all. It was Hermione, except her clothes were torn, worn and ruined beyond comprehension. There were scorch marks over her cheeks, and her hair shortened from its usually long hair. Her eyes filled with pain, sadness, and fatigue. It made his stomach sick with disgust and absolutely horrified to what he was witnessing before his very eyes. Harry felt his throat go dry, and his eyes bugged out of their sockets. What the hell? Why was Hermione like that? What the fucking hell happened while he was away? His eyes flashed with anger, his hands igniting the flames from before as he narrowed his eyes. Hermione, he called out, as the young girl looked at him rather blankly. Can't you hear me, Hermione? She can't hear you, Potter. A very familiar haughty voice that caused Harry to cringe rather violently. It reminded him about nails scratching a chalkboard. He nearly vomited as he stared at the pug-like girl standing before him, looking rather smug. Well, more like a blithering idiot, but who could tell the difference really? Her blonde hair waved in the air as she let out that annoying and aggravating laughter. Pansy Parkinson, Slytherin's pug queen. At least, that's how she was refereed as by the rest of the Hogwarts houses. The Slytherins' first years worshipped her as their queen. The memory caused Harry to snort. Acknowledging the girl before him, Harry gave a stiff nod. Pansy, his tone low and nearly emotionlessly, didn't think it would be you gracing me with your presence. Pansy's eyes narrowed, dangerously. What, I am not beautiful enough for a warm greeting. She flipped her hair, as if thinking she was sexy. It made Harry's stomach turn with disgust. Pansy was anything but sexy. Sneering, the Slytherin kicked Hermione to the ground. I'm much better than this filth. Her foot slammed instantly into Hermione's stomach, causing the curly-haired girl to upchuck in response to the assault. Blood released from her mouth and her eyes strained with a quick, sharp sound of pain escaping her lips. Stop it, Harry snapped, his voice letting out a sharp commanding tone, causing the Slytherin's head to snap towards him in shock and awe of his power. His eyes flashed with anger. Don't ever compare yourself to Hermione. The green power surfaced. She's far superior to you in every way. Why, you're joking, you're surely joking, Pansy slowly stated. A nervous smile appeared on her face and the anxiety within her eyes becoming apparent before she narrowed them when realizing Harry was seriously. This, know-it-all mudblood is nothing compared to me. His lips turned into a frown. Mudblood, what did that mean? He had whispers in the walls when he was at Hogwarts. Harry didn't know what exactly it meant. He could tell it was a rather hurtful word. Beats being airheaded bint, now doesn't it? Harry retorted without hesitation with a blank expression on his face. Folding his arms over his head, he stared at her coldly. Hermione wouldn't take anything lying down. She'd stand up and prove herself. No. Shaking his head as his arms fell straight to his side. She'd going beyond that. Hermione's just that good. That know-it-all isn't better than me, Pansy screamed. As the broke girl that was underneath the Slytherin's foot stared at him, a glint of hope appeared in her eyes. She's just Muggleborn with no talent. She whipped out her wand, and began to move her mouth to utter a spell, but she never got the chance to. Harry's face beamed with pride as he saw the broken girl grab onto Pansy's legs, and threw her down straight to the ground. Those broken eyes that were once on the girl's face were gone now and replaced with burning flames Harry had come to know quite well. Sliding his hands straight into his pockets, Harry watched as the two girls vanished from sight before him, just as he thought would happen. A tear slid down his face as the young wizard continued to stay in the same place, staying at the empty space. While he figured it was anyway. A smile appeared on his face, a soft sad one. It was great, seeing Hermione again. Even though she wasn't even real, Harry thought before tearing his attention away from the area and continued forward without hesitation. The rest of the cave didn't seem to have any other defensives, causing the young boy to snort under his breath. The Green Ranger wondered briefly about whom was in charge of the crystal's defenses. It didn't matter though. In the end, he would obtain the crystal for his mistress and his lord. The kunai from before was still in his hand, carefully being playing with in between his fingers, since it would be foolish to let his guard down as of now. As he saw the bright light at the end of the tunnel, as the strange power was beginning to suffocate him but at the same time invoked a powerful jolt within him, it was intoxicating pleasure yet dreadful pain at the same time. His throat tightened as he felt the sensation's hold starting to grow within strength, while the pulsing blue and white lights began to mix with another and glow even brighter than before. Almost there, Harry snarled as he pushed his legs towards the bright light that touched and seemingly blinded his eyes. The Green Ranger stared at the magnificent sight before, and stared with a large smile upon his face. It was truly a beautiful sight. The crystal stood there, in the center similar to that of Arthur's sword, Excalibur. Harry could feel the power rolling off of it. It was amazing. The raven-haired boy found himself walking forward straight towards the object that he wished to obtain, moving without any hesitation at all. The young boy looked at the barrier that protected the crystal. Even the illusions that were used to protect the crystal were rather half-assed made. Even he had to admit the magic used to create the barrier was superbly done. No matter though for his mistress and lord, Harry was willing to endure anything. His hand stuck straight through the barrier, and his hands grasped the Zeo Crystal. Arg! A loud, piercing scream wildly escaped Harry's voice as he continued to hold onto the crystal. The pain, the pain, the pain. It was like his body was on complete and utter fire. His intestines being skewered with lances and daggers while his head was being drilled into his hot piercing arrows. His hands and feet felt like they were being ripped off his body, piece by piece with spoon. He could already feel the blood from his mouth beginning to drip down his mouth straight on the floor. His free hand quickly snapping towards his mouth trying to prevent the bleeding but found it in vain as it seeped through his fingers and bloodied it without mercy. His muscles began to scream and leash out as the flames began to shoot through the insides of his body. His legs failed him as Harry instantly dropped straight to his knees, though his hands still holding on to the crystal. Harry couldn't even let go of it even if he tried. The blood, it just wouldn't stop. His mouth, and in his eyes. He could feel the stream of blood and tears flow down his eyes, as the burning pain seemed to have claimed every part of his body and attacked it much like a deadly virus. The heat and humidity within the room began to amplify by the minute, making very difficult for Harry to even breathe. But, then again, the blood was rushing out of his mouth way too quickly for him to even be able to manage a small amount of air into his body. Harry began as the pain continued to grow within power, causing the young boy to lean forward straight into the barrier. The blood in his eyes making it rather hard for him to close his eyes as the darkness was slowly beginning to consume his vision. I can't keep my eyes open in. His thoughts unfinished as the darkness claimed him. He wondered, that light at the pride through the darkness was that heaven? He heard a sound, a strange sound. It was like machines, echoing like gears within his mind, much like a clock actually. All those ticks and talks that it made, it was annoying him. Harry just wanted to sleep. Harry, wake up. Why? I'm tired. Wake up, you must wake up. Tired, so, very tired. Wake you pathetic excuse for a student. Harry's body instantly snapped up at attention, quite familiar to that voice as he found himself staring straight at Scorpina, whom was wearing a large frown on her face. How was your beauty sleep? Her tone oozed with venom and sickening sweet poison. I apologize, I was coming up with a plan, Harry stated firmly. Was that he was doing? He couldn't remember. Giving his head a shake, Harry stared intensely at the woman, who seemed to look at him with disbelief. I'm serious. Prove it. That was a challenge. I'll meet you in the throne room. Scorpina looked at him, nodding stiffly before stalking away from the young boy who watched her leave, carefully. What was it that I was doing? Harry whispered to himself. Softly his hand touched his forehead before shaking his thoughts. No, it was probably nothing important. He had a plan, one that wouldn't and couldn't fail. He never once noticed that blood on his fingers. Billy was confused. No, that wasn't quite right. He was lost. Utterly lost. Violet, one of the girls from his art class, seemed to sit beside him and fawn over him. The fact that she was worried about him seemed to baffle the young genius beyond comprehension. Why was she so worried about him anyway? They barely even knew one another outside of class. Though, the way she was acting, the blushing and shy glances, Billy couldn't help but think that maybe she was simply ill. He made a nod. Yes, the Blue Ranger concluded. All the signs made absolute sense. She was ill. Maybe he should advise her to get some good rest? I have your advanced calculus notes that you missed. Billy, the bushy-haired girl whispered, very shyly as she eyed him. There was red all over his face as she continued to stare him rather shyly. A small smile of affection was on her face, with her hands on her lap struggling not to sit even closer beside him. Aisha couldn't help but stare. Is Billy really that dense? I don't think dense would be the most appropriate of words, Rocky began, not really sure how to say it. He crossed his arms and stared, but I think we need to educate him of girls. Tommy raised an eyebrow. I think educate him on girls is the main issue here. However, his mind was on other things. The Green Ranger, he didn't follow the same pattern they did. He could be anyone within the city. A classmate, a stranger, hell even a teacher. It freaked Tommy out. The Green Ranger knew exactly who they were and when strike while they were utterly powerless and cornered like rats. It made the White Ranger wondered, how long before it escalated into a level where it was too late to turn back. A snort was heard from behind them. Billy was always a womanizer growing up. An unfamiliar voice spoke up from behind the White Ranger, causing the three to whip around stare at the source of the voice. Two young men stood there, wearing smirks on their faces as they stared at the three looking at them rather intensively. The first one had curly golden brown hair with a goatee and sandals. His muscular chest was exposed, his tanned skin as his teal shirt hovered as he stared lazily at the three. His companion had shaggy black hair with strange crimson eyes and wore a white shirt underneath his black vest, his hand on his hip. His face expressionless and vacant while his eyes twinkled with interest. Neither of them had a baby face either, and seemed to have hardened looks. "You know Billy?" Aisha asked, as her eyes wandered up and down at the brunette's chest, unable to look away from it. It was often a guy came in with his chest exposed. It was her lucky day. The boy looked at him, and smirked. "Know him? Grew up with him." He held out his hand. "Name's Luke Hart. I'm Kimberly's brother." Aisha stared at him while Rocky chalked on his drink and Tommy closed his eyes with absolute dread. This was something he was hoping to avoid. "Judging by your looks, you must be Aisha," the girl blushed. "Why yeah," the Yellow Ranger stuttered uncontrollably. The black-haired teen raised an eyebrow. "Where's my intro?" He smirked cockily. "This is my friend, Travis." Luke introduced. Travis gave a small lazy wave as he took a seat beside Rocky. The brunette looked over at Rocky. "I'm guessing, you're Rocky, right?" Rocky grinned. "Hear about me?" "Definitely, though Kim never told me you this cute." Rocky blinked and nearly blushed as Luke winked at him. Travis snorted, as Luke ignored it. "Anyway, it's nice to meet the two of you." Tommy opened his mouth. I don't care," Luke told him flatly, utterly ignoring the White Ranger and not even glancing towards his direction. Tommy's eyes narrowed in anger before he was able to retort. Richie came over, wearing a smile. "Hey guys, how can I help you today?" the brunette asked curiously, holding a pen and a notepad. The young teen wore a maroon muscle shirt and pair of light blue jeans. Luke smiled as he eyed Richie. "What do you recommend?" Well, Richie began as he suddenly felt unnerved by the strange look that the newcomer was giving him. He could practically feel the blood rush to his face. There's the smoothies we have." "Tell me more," Luke purred sexily. Travis nearly slammed his head to the ground. "Damn it, Luke. Stop flirting with every cute guy in vicinity." He's gay," Aisha nearly cried out, struggling to keep her voice down. She felt her eyes unable to blink, let alone to tear her eyes off. Of Luke, whom suddenly looked at her with coldness. "Got a problem, Aisha?" Travis's eyes darkened instantly, as his posture changed into a rather defensive stance and eyed her carefully. Tommy and Rocky, and on another note Violet and Billy, felt the air in the juice bar tense instantly as the two newcomers glare at the young African-American girl, whom was struggling to get her mind to process what exactly had happened. No," Aisha stated, giving her head firm shake as she looked at Luke and Travis. She sighed. "But this rate, I'm never going to find a boyfriend." Luke also sighed and took sympathy on her as he rubbed her back. "If it makes you feel better, I'm single." Aisha gave a small smile. "A little bit, thank you." Luke smiled back, fully understanding her problem. "Well, I'm going to take a look around town," Travis stated, removing himself out of the chair, as he folded his arms back and let out a yawn. "I've been cooped up in a van in a house for too long. I need to get out there and see what's in this town." Giving a wave to the group. "See ya." Tommy was annoyed that everyone said goodbye to Travis, and found himself even more annoyed that Luke wasn't paying any attention to him. The White Ranger's hands twisted into a small fist. A young girl with black hair came into the juice bar, wearing a giant grin on her face. Billy and Tommy blinked in surprise as she made her way over to them, as they recognized the girl to be Angela, Zach's girlfriend, of sorts. "I heard Zach's coming home." the girl stated, wearing a huge grin on her face, while she was a tough and no-nonsense girl, beneath all of that maturity and discipline was a girly girl just like the rest of them. After all, not seeing your boyfriend, or somewhat of, for nearly an entire year was going to cause you to excited for their return. So as Trini and Jason, Tommy stated, not wanting the other two to be forgotten so easily. Angela nodded, it's great, everyone's going to be back. Causing Tommy and Billy to look at one another with a giant grins on their faces forming, that was right. They would be together again. Even Aisha looked rather happy with this little revelation, as Luke blinked not understanding the situation before a light bulb went off in his head. The peace conference, he had actually forgotten about that. He hadn't heard that the three were returning, but then again, Kimberly had been telling him as much. His eyes narrowed at the teen wearing white. Yeah, Rocky murmured, struggling to sound enthusiastic, however his eyes said otherwise as he forced a grin upon his face. No one noticed though, and for that he was rather relieved. Aisha looked at the clock. Hey guys, Rocky blinked. Yeah Aisha? Doesn't your class start in like 10 minutes? What was left in the chair were a piece of lettuce from Rocky's sandwich and a drip of juice that was left behind on Tommy's chair. Billy and Aisha sighed rather heavily. Why couldn't the two be more punctual? This happens daily? Luke asked with amusement, looking at the black-haired girl who gave him a look. Nah, weekly, she answered truthfully, with a small smile on her face. But then again, it actually depend whether or not Rita and Zed would attack or not. The images of the Green Ranger slowly began to emerge from her mind, causing the Yellow Ranger to force them out as she remembered how she lost her Thunder Griffin Zord. Luke smirked and let out a small chuckle, poor kids. Before Aisha was able to reply, a powerful laugh was heard and loud, clamp, as well causing the two to jump up and see Ernie, standing over them wearing a giant grin on his face. He wore a tropical shirt as always and an apron. Welcome home Luke, Ernie greeted with a smile, though it eventually vanished. Though, I sincerely wished it was under better circumstances. Luke forced a small smile upon his face as he patted the man's shoulders. Thanks Ernie, I wish it was under better circumstances as well. His eyes glanced towards Tommy, whom just emerged from the changing room followed by Rocky. The kids slowly began to assemble one by one, looking rather amused with their teachers. However, his eyes landed on another boy, who was sitting there by the stairs watching them with curiously tilting his head as the two older teens began to instruct the group. Hey Ernie, who's the kid? Ernie looked, and frowned. That's Harry, the kid I was telling you about. He gave a nod to Aisha, who remembered the last conversation. The Yellow Ranger forced herself out of her chair and smiled as she went over to the boy. Hey, what's your name? Aisha greeted with a smile on her face. She bent down the smaller boy. Said boy looked up at Aisha and stared at her rather quietly, observing her closely. The Yellow Ranger wasn't sure if she should be concerned about but filed it away for later. His eyes still trained on her carefully. Harry. The boy stated softly, Harry Potter, it's nice to meet you. He held out his hand rather shyly. The girl beamed at the shyness and shook his head. A frown appeared on his lips as he eyed the woman. He knew very well whom Aisha truly was, but why in the world did she have to wear that color with yellow? Not to mention it rather blinding with how light it was. I am Aisha Campbell. Aisha smiled at him as they shook hands as she glanced over to Rocky and Tommy, whom were looking at her with curiosity. Luke's eyes narrowed at the name before smiling at the boy as the Billy and Violet were busy talking, or rather, Violet was the one talking as the Blue Ranger was simply blinking and staring at her. Luke made his way over and kneeled before the boy. Luke Hart, it's nice to meet you. He placed a soft smile on his face that made the younger boy look up at him curiously and tilt his head. What's up Aisha? The White Ranger asked, as his and Rocky's students returned to reps of the current exercise, as the Red Ranger watched carefully from the sidelines. Aisha smiled as she gestured over to Harry. This Harry, this is Tommy. You know, she glanced straight towards Ernie, causing Tommy's eyes to go wide before a smile bloomed upon his face. Hey, it's nice to meet you. The White Ranger smiled kindly. He glanced at Rocky, whom gave a nod. You know, we have a karate class right now. Do you want to join in? The raven-haired boy blinked. I don't wish to impose. His eyes narrowed slightly at the red and white that Tommy was wearing. Was in honor of the original Red Ranger. He truly didn't know. Aisha smiled and patted Harry's shoulder. Go on, she then winked. After we get you a smoothie or something as welcome to Angel Grove. Before he was even able to let out a protest, Harry found himself being dragged over straight towards the center of the gym area of the juice bar. Many of the children stopped their exercise and looked at the newcomer with interest. Deep within Harry's subconscious, he couldn't help but blister at the fact all of them were eyeing him as if he was some weakling. Okay, so what if he was? Small and scrawny Harry was fully capable of kicking their asses across the floor, but he glanced at Tommy at the back of his eye. Revealing his identity wasn't something he heavily keen on. Playing with them was far more amusing than anything else anyway. But then again, as he felt the strange stares at the back of his eyes, Harry's eyes dulled. He was used to being the outsider just as he always was. The training that Tommy, the White Ranger, Harry recalled in Rocky, the Red Ranger, gave the students simple starter exercises for them to learn before splitting them off into pairs of 2. Though, since he was a beginner in their eyes, Harry didn't receive a partner and end up training alongside the 2 teens. Showing him how to block and defend, and simply punches and kicks. It wasn't the same feel as how Scorpina was teaching him. It was different and Harry couldn't really place the feeling, but he liked the feeling. One of the boys that was sparing paused before frowning. Where's Adam? Those surround the boy spared a glance towards their direction but remained silent as Tommy and Rocky froze, trying to think up something to say. Adam, Tommy began slowly as he began to string the words on his tongue, is visiting Kimberly right now, forcing a smile on his face before returning to his strict teacher look. All right, switch partners. Thus, they rinsed and repeated, learning simple yet effective techniques before the class had ended for the day. How odd, usually for Harry, it lasted hours before he was done. A mental note was once again filed at the back of his head. The boy that spoke up before tapped Harry on the shoulder, like the first lesson? Yes, I guess so. Harry folded his arm to the back of his head as he looked at him. The boy was around the same age as he was, with short brown hair and wore a black ninja gi with a white belt. Harry Potter. He held out his hand. Sean Ridges, the boy, Sean introduced as 3 joined them. He gestured towards a boy with a grinning smile on his face. This is Fred, before gesturing towards the next boy, whom was silent and had a mushroom haircut. He gave a silent nod. Justin Stewart, and finally the only female in the group with short red hair and brown eyes. And this is Alice. The girl greeted with a nod as she held out her hand. I just moved here from Raccoon City, several months back. Harry titled his head, Raccoon City, that's where the heart of the pharmacy company, right? Umbrella? So you Brits aren't beyond the times after all. Alice joked with a small smirk on her face. She received questioning looks from the boys before she let out a snort. What, haven't you 3 figured it out yet? The blank stares were enough to make cause the roll in her eyes. That whale of a kid? Harry nearly snickered at that comment, as obviously his relative, right? Harry gave a nod. They're both British and they moved here around the same time, so they had to be related. Fred blinked before coughing. I knew that. Are you really related to him, Harry? Justin asked rather quietly. His eyes sparkled with interest. The quiet boy wore the same uniform as the other did, but seemed rather content with being quiet and reserved as Harry didn't truly notice him until he spoke up. The eyes that he had, Harry's face instantly softened as he saw the pained and withdrawn look within the other boy's eyes. They were similar, though the green didn't suit the boy that much. Harry grimaced. Unfortunately. You think being around him is bad? Try living with him? No thanks, Fred snorted. I don't have enough room for a whale. The 4 teens began to snicker at the comment as Alice wrapped an arm around Harry's and Fred's shoulders. Welcome to our circle of weirdness, Alice declared. Sean stared. Circle of weirdness? What, would you rather be normal? Fred pretended to look thoughtful. Nah. Who'd want to be normal? The echo of shattering glass and the rough movement of tables instantly caught their attention. as the four preteens snapped towards the juice bar and saw Tommy lying on the ground whipping the blood from his lips. Skull, whom Harry recalled from several murmurs through the town, was standing there glaring down at the White Ranger with pure anger and hatred emitting from not only his eyes but also his body. The girl dressed in all the light purple and green was kneeling beside Tommy along with Aisha and a black-haired girl as well, whose name escaped him. Luke, the older boy, simply stood there looking very disinterested in the entire scene and seemed to be standing beside the busboy, Ernie's nephew, though once again the name escaped him. Rocky was being held back by a tall muscular man with long brown hair and a small mustache forming. "DJ my Ames," Rocky cried in a language Harry didn't quite understand. The Red Ranger struggled against the older man's strength as he seemed to be played to contain the younger male. The man didn't even look fazed at the harshness of Rocky's voice. "Suficiente, Rocky." His tone was blunt and straight to the point. There was no humor, only seriousness. Skull simply stared at Tommy before stalking off straight out of the juice bar, leaving everyone rather stunned. Harry hadn't been paying attention, and had started to mingle with kids his own age. Ron and Hermione, Harry thought, before pushing those thoughts at the back of his mind. However, he felt the pain in his heart as the memories and images of his friends began to surface and torment him. Alice glanced over to one of the girls, whom happened to see the scene. "Hey, Kelly, what happened?" The girl looked a few years older than them and had long bright red hair, similar to the Ron's hair, which made Harry's face twitch a bit. She blinked before frowning. Skull got into a fight with Tommy about Kimberly, then he said something retort before Skull punched him. Didn't know he had such a good right hook. "It's always the ones you least suspect," Justin murmured lowly under his breath, and didn't look all that surprised at the older teen's strength. He looked rather bored, to be honest. "Skull really does like her, doesn't he?" Fred remarked without missing a beat, as he gave a firm nod. "He probably blames for him for her being in the hospital." He gave a shake out of his head, not like Tommy could have done anything about it. Alice snorted. "I think it's a bit more than that." She crossed her arms over her chest, before letting out a sigh. Honestly, boys were so stupid. Did they really think that they need protection all the time? Girls were just as strong as men, if not stronger. After all, females could practically kick the guys' behinds all over the place. Would ever thought, not our problem. Harry refrained himself from snorting, before looking at the group with them. "So who are the people with Tommy, Aisha and Luke?" The girl that was with Billy gave Skull a rather sympathetic look but held a strange look of vindicate in her eyes at the same time. While the black-haired girl didn't bother casting Skull another look as she helped clean off the blood from Tommy's lips, while the man, whom was holding Rocky back, was berating the Red Ranger rather vehemently. About what? Harry didn't have a clue, but it must have been bad. While Luke was busy flirting with Ernie's nephew, which Harry find rather appealing. "Richie is the guy that's getting the life flirted out of him," Alice began with a deadpanned voice before moving over towards Billy. "From what I've heard, that girl that's with Billy is his stalker. Violet." Harry couldn't help but feel sympathetic with the Blue Ranger. Stalkers were a source of all evil. The girl with the black hair is Angela, apparently a friend of Billy's and Tommy's. Though the last one. "That's Ames," Justin spoke up, his voice breaking through the conversation. "Rocky's eldest brother, he just finished his second year at university." The boy in the GI looked uncomfortable at the stares he was receiving. "What?" Fred shook his head and smiled. "Nothing." Harry's eyes glanced towards the clock and smirked as he watched the Rangers quickly disperse from the juice bar with little to no explanation at all. Turning towards his friends? He didn't know. "Well, I have get going, I guess. See you later?" Fred grinned. "Definitely, tomorrow after school. Sound good?" Sean and Justin looked at each other and nodded before sending Harry smiles on their faces that made him blush. Just that easily? They accepted him as a friend, but Dudley, thunk. Ow. Harry rubbed the back of his head as he glared at Alice, who smirked at him. What the bleedin' hell was that for? Alice snorted. "Idiot. Let me guess. You thought Dudley would chase us in order to make you lonely and friendless, right?" His eyes snapped open. "Well, that was how it happened back home. Why would here be any different? Idiot." The word was sharp and said without a moment's hesitation. "Sorry, But those tactics don't work on me, and besides, she stood in front of him, you're already talking with us, so you're one of us now. Just like that. Why, this was so confusing and so fast. Why would they want to be his friend, just like that? Harry didn't understand this logic at all. As he continued to stare, he could feel the sincerity coming from them. Just like that, Sean stated with a grin. Fred gave him thumbs up and Justin nodded. Thanks, Harry stated with a true smile appeared on his face. See you later then. Running out the room towards the outside, the plan had been set straight into motion. He couldn't afford to be late, as his hand dug straight into his pants and pulled out 2 coins. One sparkling with pink and the other glowing with black. It was far too late to turn back now. But why was he starting to hesitate? Ernie had seen many things throughout the years. Something mundane and constantly, while these days things had taken a turn for the worst. If you had told him nearly 2 years ago that a group of aliens were going to attack the planet, and a bunch of kids in multicolored suits were going to save the world, he would have laughed and congratulated them for their imagination. But now, as he watched as Tommy and the others vacated the premises just as that strange beeping sound that he had become accustomed to hearing from them. Originally, in his little establishment there had been Jason, Billy, Trini, Zach, and Kimberly all hanging out since they were barely even teenagers, each attending their own classes before taking it over. Well, all except Billy, whom preferred being on the sidelines. It wasn't an odd thing to see them wearing their favorite colors, but when the Power Rangers showed up, they began to constantly wear them without notice or reason.
Then Tommy came, and so did the Green Ranger. The new teen had become a friend to the Rangers before distancing himself from them and becoming hostile, just like the evil Ranger. However, Tommy and the group's friendship repaired itself just around the time when the formerly evil Green joined the Rangers. Then after that the Green Ranger vanished, as did Tommy before the White Ranger appeared. And guess who wore white?
Tommy. Then once Jason, Trini and Zach left, whom but came in their place but Aisha, Rocky and Adam. Each wearing the same colors as the previous 3 had. No one seemed to notice this though, which made Ernie wonder why he could. Was it because he knew them the longest? No, that couldn't be it. Skull and Bulk had known them longer then anyway, and they couldn't even place it at all. But that wasn't his major concern right now. Sean, a student under Adam along with Justin, a student under Rocky, and finally Fred, a student studying under Tommy. The new kid, Harry, seemed to be taken under their wing as well, and for that Ernie was relieved. He was worried about the kid. Growing up and interacting with kids, Ernie was able to notice things a lot of people simply dismissed as childish behavior or well manners. Kelly was Kimberly's cousin and a rising cheerleader whom Kimberly helped train and guide, but allowed the young girl to make her own way through life and her own mistakes. Alice was simply one of the girls that joined the marital arts program, which Ernie supported her full-heartedly. He glanced and watched silently. Sean was wearing black, much like Zach and Adam before him. Fred, whom was the leader, wore red with a giant grin on his face. He was rather similar to Jason with his friendliness. Justin wore blue and was rather silently, quite similar to that of the formerly silent Billy. Kelly was content with wearing yellow, quite the opposite of her cousin Kimberly. However, her grace and honesty reflected that of Trini. Alice oddly wore a dark shade of pink. Ernie didn't really see anything in common with Kimberly, but when he looked deeper into her heart, Ernie could see why he reminded her of Kimberly. She was truth to heart and protective of those she called friends and family. However, they weren't the only ones whom seemed to reflect the original. Ernie glanced and looked at the other teens that were sitting at the table, looked rather dejected. Ernie sighed he wasn't being paid enough for this. Aisha snarled as her leg snapped up and kicked the puttee straight into the stomach, sending flying straight into the others, creating a small pile of them on the ground. To say the least, the Yellow Ranger was far from being happy at the moment. First Kimberly and Billy had been injured, then the Thunder Megazord had been taken from them, and now Adam wasn't answering the communicator. Summoning her tiger daggers from her subspace pocket, she slashed another one across the chest before sending herself flying straight into the air and pulling out her power blaster. Billy, whom had nearly gotten trashed by the puttee, was able to make it straight to the command center with no problem, and for that she was glad. Aisha didn't want the injured boy to force himself to fight after getting out the hospital. Another thing that pissed her off more was, why the hell were they attacking near the juice bar? Her eyes narrowed behind her visor. Was it possible the Green Ranger was trying to expose them? Her teeth dug painfully into her lip, though not enough to draw blood from them. The black-haired girl quickly did a backflip when she noticed the shadow of a putty quickly charging at her, as her elbow made a connection with his neck. Sending him to the ground harshly, she smirked underneath her helmet in victory. Man, this was just way too easy. However, soon enough that smirk began to fade as she stared in absolute horror. Luke was getting attacked by putties. The golden brunette didn't seem scared thought as he remained calm as the clay-like beings instantly surrounded him. He titled his head in utter boredom. The hell? Aisha cursed herself for allowing someone to leave the juice bar, and for not mentioning the dangers. Though, hopefully he'd make it out alive and learn from this experience. Tiger daggers. Aisha cried out with fury as she flew straight into the air wielding her weapons in an X-like motion. The putty turned its head towards her before meeting with blazing energy of her weapons, causing its head to explode and splatter all over the place. Shifting her body towards the henchman, she glanced back at him. Please make your way out of here, sir. Luke looked at her, with a frown. It looks like you guys could use some help. His tone firm, and nonchalantly, his eyes narrowed at the sight before him. All these things against a woman? That wasn't playing fair. Aisha resisted the urge to smack him. Please. She emphasized the word, leave this fight to us Rangers. Fine, I got it. I got it. Luke slipped his hands as he gave a lazy wave. Whatever you say, Yellow Ranger. Sighing in relief, Aisha then charged back straight into battle, never noticing the crack that echoed through the forest. Now then, it's time to get Sari Arg. A sharp pain instantly appeared as her vision slowly became clouded over. Darkness claimed her. Luke bit on his lip as he focused his magic towards his destination. However, he felt strange pull beginning to alter his course and drag him to elsewhere. Shit, what the hell was fucking happening? His apparition felt different from what he usually did. Instead of being like he was being squished to death, it felt as if he was light as a feather. Just what kind of magic was interfering with his, and more importantly, why? As he found himself unable to change the course of his apparition, Luke remained content with wherever he was heading. When he'd got there, he'd demand answers. Suddenly his vision had become blurred as his stomach began to do strange flips and turns, his head pulsing with pain. Fuck, what the hell was that? Aiya, a human. A loud voice reached his ears, causing the teen to blink several times and stare. His jaw nearly dropped at the strange place he suddenly found himself to be. What do we do, Zordon? No one is supposed to be here without a power coin. Zordon? Power coin? Okay. Now Luke was lost. Who and what the hell were those? His attention flickered towards the side and noticed. To his shock, Billy was sitting in his wheelchair, stunned and apparently in awe. Billy? He quickly dove for his sister's friend. What's going on here? How did I end up here? Where is here anyway? Where are the others? Who's Zordon and what's a power coin? I am Zordon. The voice boomed without hesitation as Luke turned his attention towards the tube in the middle of the room. The giant head stared down upon him. I am an intergalactic sorcerer caught in the time warp, mentor to the Power Rangers. Luke slowly nodded, allowing the information to sink into his head. My name is Luke Hart, battle mage apprentice at Salem Magical Militia Academy. The real reason that he left Angel Grove was because of his magic. Kim unfortunately didn't have anyway, and because their biological father moved closer to the academy, he opted to go with him. Not that Kimberly knew about his powers or the school. He ignored the ludicrous look he was receiving from Billy right now as he narrowed his eyes. So, I'm guessing Billy is a Ranger. He frowned. That must mean that Rocky and Aisha are as well. And Kimberly? The strange high-pitched voice threw in. Luke looked at the robot and was strangely not shocked by it as Billy found Luke's reaction rather odd. She's the Pink Ranger. Luke frowned. So, she's in the hospital because of being a Ranger. His voice filled with anger, his eyes flashed. Who did that to her? Zordon looked at him silently as the teen narrowed his Eyes, answer me. Rocky. The robot cried in horror as everyone's head instantly turned over towards the view globe to see the Green Ranger simply take the red coin, causing Rocky to demorph. The Green Ranger then vanished into thin air, not like teleporting but something entirely different. Billy's throat stung with pain as he tried to call out to his friends in vain, his voice unable to reach them. The genius bit on his lip and closed his eyes, struggling to think of a way to aid his friends. Zordon let out a soft sigh, realizing that his hand had been forced into play. Luke Hart, I have a request. A request? The teen began slowly, as his eyes narrowed darkly. There's always a catch to these things, he had learned that the hard way. Billy looked at him in surprise. Zordon didn't say anything as a bright light began to pulse within the room. It was so bright that the Blue Ranger was forced to cover his eyes from it as Luke blinked in surprise as a morpher with a coin appeared straight into his head. Billy looked on in shock and horror, turning towards his mentor. Wasn't using that coin dangerous? A blank coin, Zordon. The robot nearly screamed in horror, but that's dangerous. The sorcerer sighed heavily as he casted a tired look at his friend. We have no choice, Alpha, the Rangers need assistance. Luke. The teen looked at the giant head carefully. The coin that lies within your hand is a power coin, the source of the Earth Ranger's power. I have chosen you to wield it, however. Luke's eyes narrowed. The ability to use a blank coin is limited and dangerous. It could cause major side and horrific side effects for a coin not connected to a grid. It will draw from your magic. However, the Rangers are in danger as is the Earth itself. Luke, will you aid us? Luke looked at the coin before looking at Zordon. The choice was clear as his hand tightened on the morpher. Yes. Tommy held his side as the blood from his chest spilled on the ground, his eyes staring up at the figure standing above him, his power coin being tossed into the air before being caught into the fist, as the looming figure let out a dark chuckle. Tommy looked painfully over at his friends. Aisha was unconscious while Rocky was glaring at the man standing before them while crouching protectively in front of the girl, making sure that neither one would be undefended. Tommy was lying on his behind holding his blooded wound. Bastard, the White Ranger hissed out, struggling to ignore the pain that he had been dealt to him. Damn it. Why the hell did he let his cockiness get the better of him? Cursing mentally as he slammed his fist straight into the ground as he watched his white power coin vanish straight into thin air, the evil Ranger titled his head. And that makes 5 coins, could have done with the blue one too. But no matter, I'll get my hands on it, eventually. The Green Ranger's voice was filled with disappointment but the switched to a cold smirk that Tommy could simply envision within his mind. Pulling out his blaster he aimed straight at the brunette's hair as the White Ranger felt his blood run cold. Was he seriously intending to blow his mind out? You know, White Ranger, it's been nice fighting against you. See you in the next life. Tommy closed his eyes. I'm sorry, Kimberly, that I couldn't protect you. Jason, I'm sorry I could do anything. I'm not half as a leader as you were. Zach and Trini, I'm sorry I couldn't live up to your expectations. And Billy, please don't make the same mistakes as I did. Good night, White Ranger. Green stated with sympathy. He truly didn't want to do this, but they were a threat to his mistress and his lord. It was his duty as their champion. However, deep within his heart he could feel a strange voice telling him that it wasn't necessary and that helping him would be better, but he ignored them no matter how annoying and loud they became. Tears poured from Tommy's face. Green's finger began to push back on the trigger, his head titled as Rocky rushed forward, forcing him to speed up. He wouldn't allow a friend to die, not again. Bang! The sounds of birds filled with area as leaves fell straight to the ground in bittersweet silence. No one moved a muscle, as they simply remained where they were with looks of horror and awe mixed into one, not believing what had happened in front of them. The small dust clouds slowly began to fade away into the air as the shuffled movements of feet were heard. The Green Ranger hissed out, "Who are you, HN, me?" An amused voice laced the newcomer's voice as the figure stood in front of him, the person being very male. Unlike the others, he didn't seem to be holding a weapon of any sort at all. Instead, his legs and feet were armored with heavy equipment and nails. You can just call me the Teal Ranger. His head was shaped like a stegosaurus. A Teal Ranger. The evil ranger hissed out in surprise before changing his tone. Interesting. So there are more of you out there. No matter. I got exactly what I came for. Before Teal was even able to reply, the Green Ranger snapped his fingers as another swarm of putties appeared surrounding them. Have fun, Teal Ranger. As he vanished once again, the same way he had seen on the viewing globe. Teal rolled his hands into fists. That rotten little. He didn't even move as his legs instantly snapped up and slammed straight into the puttee that was stupid enough to charge at him, drilling straight into its chest before hurling it to the side, using it as a log. Jumping straight into the air, he maneuvered his body to spin and concentrated his magic to enchant the wind in the air to focus on his body, making it sharper, quicker, and more larger, as his body was concealed in a bright blue light that surged straight to his lower half. The energy was then discharged as it an enemy as he kicked one of the putties in the group, knocking it down but allowed the energy to pass on to its allies that began to shake violently before reducing themselves into ash. Now that is what I call cool. Rocky cheered with a grin on his face as he moved over straight towards Aisha and held her. His eyes filled with concern as he watched the Teal Ranger beginning to dispatch puttee after puttee with no problem. Though, the Teal Ranger seemed rather content with using his legs rather than his arms. Wasn't expecting a kickboxer, but I think we'll take what we can get. Tommy looked on with an uncertain expression. The White Ranger wasn't exactly sure of what exactly he should feel about this new ranger and couldn't help but feel like his place was being taken, being replaced. Is that how Jason felt like when he took place as leader? He received no answer. Was using the blank coin truly the best way, Zordon? Alpha asked the old sorcerer with uncertainty as he took a glance at Billy. However, deep within his circuit board, the robot already knew that answer, and it wasn't something that he was overly fond of. He knew the risks of using a blank coin, and only opened that the pain wouldn't cause damage towards the new ranger. Zordon let out a heavy sigh. If there had been another way, Alpha, I would have taken it. It was the only option available to us. Billy is unable to use his morpher while Jason, Trini and Zack are unable to teleport without leaving any suspicion. Once Luke returns to the command center, I will begin to link his coin to the morphing grid. Alpha let out a sigh. Oh, I knew you were going to do that. Of course Zordon would do that. How stupid could he have been? Letting out a chuckle, the robot went over to the control panel and began to press the buttons and prepare for the arrival of the Rangers. To discuss on an attack plan on Rita and Zed, and to retrieve their power coins. Unfortunately for the robot, he never once got the chance to do so as a hand went right through his stomach. Alpha! Zordon cried out in horror as he watched his trusted companion to slide to the ground like a piece of scrap metal. Acting quickly as possible as the figure turned towards the Blue Ranger. Billy! Within an instant the Blue Ranger vanished from the command center, leaving only a nearly destroyed Alpha, Zordon and the intruder. Sighing with relief, the sorcerer turned towards the figure. Green Ranger, why are you here? The Green Ranger titled his head and leaned against the control panel, looking highly amused. I was surprised that you had audacity to send a Teal Ranger, where I thought you were smart, Zordon. But I guess that was just a rumor now, isn't it? Shaking his head in a mocking disappointment, however, then if you didn't I would be able to see you face to face. Snorting as he eyed him up and down. Wasn't expecting a giant floating head, got to admit it's a new one. Giving the sorcerer a nod, but then again, the Green Ranger raised his blaster. This will be the only meeting between us. Activating defensive protocol. A -13 command lockdown initiated. The Green Ranger's head snapped upwards. What? He could already feel his body beginning to feel lighter as the energy particles began to surround him, forcing him to teleport out of the command center. No, no, no. With a split-second decision he pulled the trigger just as he vanished from the command center. The energy laser made contact with Zordon's support tubes, causing a giant spark to fly all over the place, short-circuiting the panels in front of them. Zordon's tube beginning to flash in and out as the electrical wires slowly began to die out. The shattered tube began to spark violently, unable to stop the sparks from flying across the room and the wires mixing within them. The command center erupted into flames. Chapter end. The power coins have been stolen and the command center in flames. Yep, Rangers are screwed. Poor Aisha. So lonely. Don't worry, she'll eventually get with someone, as soon as he appears. Also, I apologize for the lateness of this computer. FFN isn't cooperating with me, so please be patient for the next chapter. Anyway, reviews make me happy, so please review. Trini. 2 others. 0. Younger Shade of Greenpoint. V. Chapter 5. Younger Shade of Green Part 5. Hermione Granger was in a pickle at the moment. Letting out a huge sigh, the bushy-haired girl quietly closed the book she had been reading and suddenly found herself staring outside at the brilliant sunny blue sky. It made her stomach cringe with guilt in a way she couldn't really describe or wonder why. Glancing over at the other end of the table, Ron was busy stuffing his mouth with food, utterly ignoring everyone else at the table if only for his own benefit. Hermione resisted the urge to make a scathing comment or a condescending stare at the red-haired boy before packing her things and making her way down the Great Hall, not being bothered by the strange looks she was receiving from everyone else, as the bandage on her forehead and around her arm remained tightened around her skin. It had only been a week or so since the battle against Lord Voldemort, she told herself, mentally trying to control her body from flinching. It had been really unexpected for the stuttering teacher to have been moving his plans forward, from what Harry had told her anyway. The meeting between Harry and Voldemort, plus with the confrontation with Snape, must have forced the blithering professor to simply get the stone and get out. Hermione highly considered themselves lucky at the fact that Harry had made the connection in time, after noticing Snape, Dumbledore and Quirrell were missing from Hogwarts. If they hadn't intercepted and reacted to the situation, biting her lip, the bushy-haired girl pushed the negative thought away as she made her way to Gryffindor Tower. The 3 of them didn't come out unscratched, however. Ron nearly fractured his skull while breaking his arm during the chess match, while she had been bruised and received backlash from the Devil's Snare and Flitwick's trial. Harry, on the other hand, had been the most injured against the fight against Quirrell. Voldemort, she was ever so glad to see Harry all right, though she was still been worried nonetheless. Harry had left Hogwarts not too long after that, when Petunia had personally appeared at Hogwarts. How she was able to do was left Hermione bewildered. No Muggle could enter Hogwarts due to the anti-Muggle spells that were in place. Maybe the blood between Harry's mother and Petunia had allowed the woman access. Hermione doubted that, though. Oliver nearly cried in vain at the sight of Harry leaving Hogwarts, while the Slytherins among the other houses cried out in joy and happiness at least having a chance at the finals for the Quidditch Cup. She snorted. They should at least be happy that he was alive and Voldemort hadn't taken over the castle. But she digressed. No one besides the 3 of them knew the truth of what happened at the 3rd floor. Honestly, Hermione was personally glad that no one knew what had happened. Harry had already gone through too much this year, as had she and Ron. As she entered the common room, the snickers and whispers of other students reached her ears, only for Hermione to simply ignore them. It disgusted her, really. First they were the pariahs of Hogwarts and now they cared about them? A snort escaped her lips as she quickly went up to the female dormitories, since Pavarti and Lavender weren't there, thankfully. It was that she didn't like the 2, it was just that, they were simply too annoying for her to be around. If only Harry were here, she whispered as she placed her bag on her bed before looking around at the nearly empty room. The year was slowly drawing to a close and everyone had already began to pack for home. Exams had been and were starting to become finalized and were awaiting the results. Quidditch season had come to an end, with Ravenclaw as the winner, with Slytherin coming in close behind them. The end of the year feast was tomorrow, so one more day before she, and everyone else, returned home for the summer. Laying on the bed, she unfolded her arms and gazed up at the ceiling, pondering what exactly she should do the meantime. Ron wasn't the best person to hang around with at the moment. And Harry wasn't at Hogwarts. It didn't help she didn't have any other friends besides the 2. Well, except Neville, but he was busy at the greenhouse helping Professor Sprout. I wish there was something I could read. As if on cue, right within her trunk a white light began to emit from it. Shaking the wooden object back and forth roughly, Hermione's eyes landed upon the source of the sound as she felt her throat swallow on instinct. Suddenly her body began to move on its own accord, almost, and began to move towards it. With each passing step she began to contemplate whether or not opening the trunk would be the best idea. Subsequently her arms already began to move and open it without hesitation. A book laid on the very top within the trunk, illuminating the darkness of it, a black book with a strange symbol upon it. As she continued to stare she felt a sense of familiarity with it but utterly ignored that fact. It was impossible really, Hermione rationalized, not realizing she once again had control of her body. Biting her lip, as she noticed the light of the book began to fade and the trunk ceased its movement. Her fingers moved towards it and carefully caressed the book. Vanishing from her spot, it felt like her entire body and mind had just gone through the rinse cycle of a laundromat. Suddenly, with a restricted-like pull, Hermione felt her body being tugged backwards as she landed behind first straight onto the cold, gray-like ground. OWWW, Hermione winced, forcing her legs to stand before freezing in place. Her eyes widened as that place before here, it was like a giant altar room of sorts. The entire room was cloaked in darkness, with only one pillar of light shining down upon an old, but fascinating book that rested quietly in the middle, untouched and unopened. The book seems to have casted this lure upon her, drawing Hermione to get closer and closer towards it. The book was black, roughly with old parchment within it, meaning it had been around for a long period of time. Curling her lips together as she stepped up to where the book laid, she noticed that it held the same symbol as the other book she had found. Hermione wondered how exactly the two books were in common, and a frown appeared. How did she get that book anyway? Somewhere deep within her memory, the small witch knew exactly how it came to her, but it felt like it was being blocked. It wasn't allowing her to access the memory at all. Hermione nearly bristled but kept her mouth shut and made a mental note to look up memory and mind magic when she got the chance. Taking a deep breath, her fingers gently caressing the book. Suddenly, without any sort of warning, the book opened all on its own. What? How is it doing this? Hermione let out a startling gasp as she continued to watch the pages turn until it stopped, leaving two sections open. As if it was just for her eyes, and her alone. Gulping, her eyes traced the hard and rigged pages as her eyes widened. The Legend of Sparta, Sparta. Hermione read the title, allowing the word to roll off of her tongue. Her eyes narrowed at the description of the fellow, and continued to frown. A devil, whom turned its back upon its own kind for the sake of humanity? How could that even be possible? The young witch wondered. Weren't devils the evilest of evil, or was there some hidden meaning to it? Her fingers traced the word, humanity. Could this devil? Hermione pressed her lips together with uncertainty, but nevertheless continued. Near at the very bottom of the page seemed to be what looked like a phone number and address. But there it was, staring right back at Hermione, taunting her with its black inked print. It was as if it was challenging her, daring her to call the number. Hermione quickly memorized the number before her eyes flickered over towards the next page and stared at the young man that had been drawn into it. I can't read this, Hermione nearly choked as she looked at the strange words that were next to the name. Though that wasn't what truly caught her attention, nor her frustration. The man had a pair of angel-like wings, something that looked like out of a myth. The man, in the drawing, had a soft loving expression with short black wavy hair and eyes. Hermione couldn't help but stare at them. It was as if she known these eyes from somewhere. Hermione frowned. Why couldn't she place them? As a jolt of pain quickly began to surge through her body as she looked at the half-naked man, whose lower area was covered in red cloth and golden armor. On both of his hands were golden armlets with a bird-like design upon them with ruby jewels, while in his right hand was a halberd. Next to him was a strange circular symbol that held a bird, or something else. It was hard to get a decipher from that rough sketch. Shaking her head, Hermione felt the need to continue reading this book but felt a strange tug at the back of her head. Her body starting to become light once more as small winds began to blow around her in circles, levitating her much to the girl's horror into the air. No, 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 not again, she cried out loud, staring at the bottom with fear in her eyes. Let me down, let me down, let me down. The last word echoed throughout the room as a bright white light surrounded her body, leaving the area as if she had never been there in the first place. However, as soon as she left, the book slowly closed itself as one dial beneath the book turned. Harry stared. Alice grinned. Why are you top of me? Harry asked dryly, his eyebrow raised with curiosity. The redhead simply smirked, as she sat on top of him. Her arms crossed over her chest, because I feel like it. That, Harry began slowly, doesn't answer my question. He wondered if this was how his lord felt when his mistress was murmuring to herself or letting out the random cackles every now and then. The dark pink-clothed girl leaned forward, their lips nearly brushing against one another as he felt his cheeks burn out of nowhere. Alice whispered hotly into his ear, "If I told you," allowing the suspenseful air linger a smudge. "Then it wouldn't be any fun, now would it?" Her smirk returned to being a cheeky smile before looking over her shoulder and giving a wave. Sean, Justin, Fred and oddly Kelly were seen in the distance of his glasses. "What took you guys so long?" Her tone bossy, but was in fact a teasing, amusing one. Fred glared at her playfully. "And what? Miss making a dramatic entrance, yeah right." He grinned good-naturally at them as he held out his hand and aided Harry in standing up as the girl removed herself from being on top of the smaller boy. Already under her spell. Harry repeated with curiosity, as he watched Alice and Kelly talk and giggle between the two of them. Justin nodded slowly, as he looked away disinterested. "Alice has this, I dunno, air that draws people to her," he explained with a low tone in his voice, though Harry was certain that there was a small smile on the brunette's boy face. Fred was the first, then Sean, eventually Kelly, and I joined up not too soon after. He glanced over to Harry. "Just like you." "Just like me?" Harry asked as he recalled the karate class, the day when Alice had approached him. Never once did he feel unwelcome nor uncertain. When he was around these five, Harry felt like had found his place in the world. It was strange, but at the same time nice. It was both a strange but wonderful feeling. He continued to gaze at the two girls, whom then began to say something. He blinked stupidly as he felt Fred whack his head. "Ow. Rubbing it," he glared. "What was that for?" The cap-wearing kid grinned. "For spacing out, dude." "I was not spacing out," Harry defended, as he flustered. Now you guys." Sean began to pacify the two with a nervous grin on his face. "The girls are waiting for us." Justin rolled his eyes as he let out a soft laugh before running over towards the two girls. Fred and Harry looked at each other before racing after him. The small boy let out a small sigh, always dead last, giving his head a shake. He quickly dashed after his friends. Being on the jungle gym, and just hanging out with his friend? Harry wondered as he titled his head, and listened to Kelly talk about junior and the end-of-the-year exams along with helping with the elections for the new cheerleader captain for Angel Grove Middle. It was such a trivial matter, but he liked listening to them. "What about you, Harry?" Kelly asked with interest. Harry, caught completely off guard, blinked. "Huh, what were we talking about?" He grinned sheepishly, scratching his cheek as the others stared at him with disbelief. "We were wondering what your favorite sport and food was," Fred answered. Harry paused for a moment. Sport and food? Honestly, he never really gave it much thought. Well, that wasn't entirely true, but when living with the Dursleys, pretty much anything he was able to get his hands on to eat counted as his favorite food. It was scarce nowadays that the Dursleys starved him to death. It didn't mean that they had stopped doing it every now and then. "I guess football, soccer, that's what it's called here, right?" His knowledge of different cultural terms took some getting used to. "And I guess toast." He was slightly curious as to why they were asking him these type of questions, but ultimately decided to keep his mouth shut. Fred nodded his head. "So any idea of what class you're going to be in?" "Class?" Harry asked in surprise. "For school, dummy. How could you have forgotten?" Alice snorted as she gave Harry a kick in the rear, making the black-haired boy growl. The shorter, darker-haired girl simply smiled innocently at him as she titled her water bottle at him. Harry opened his mouth to retort but was beaten to the punch by Fred, whom removed himself from the jungle gym. The boy frowned. "Looks like we got company, guys." Sean and Justin quickly followed the other's example and stood in front of the girls, much to Alice's and Kelly's annoyance and ire. Harry turned, before letting out a heavy sigh. Dudley and his new gang. He was surprised, really, Harry observed from afar as he eyed Dudley's brand new gang that his cousin had seemed to have formed during his absence. Thankfully, Harry and his group outnumbered Dudley and his brand new team, pressing his lips together as he slid his hands straight into his pockets. He briefly wondered what Dudley was doing in the park in the first place. Well, well, well. Dudley drawled out, trying to sound superior. Looky whom we have here, the freak and his freaky friends. His new friends laughed in idiotic glee at Dudley's stupid phrasing, as the blonde pig-like eyes narrowed before sneering at them with disgust. Look at him, standing as if he was normal. Just a freak is what he is. Wow, Kelly stated, looking absolutely bored out of her mind. Is that all you come up with? And here I thought you were and actually had some brains up there. Clearly I was mistaken. Shaking her head mockingly, though, she wrapped her arms around Justin's and Harry's shoulders, pulling the two together. I love a man with a brain and common sense, Alice added dryly. She eyed the other two thugs before cringe at their appearances, not to mention being clean. The girl wrinkled her nose as the disgusting and nauseating stench reached her, pushing Fred forward to block against the horrible smell. Dudley narrowed his eyes. What was that, you stupid bird? Bird? The girls exchanged looks while the boys raised an eyebrow. That refers to a girl, Harry elaborated with a discreet cough, receiving strange stares from the others. He shrugged. I didn't choose the term, plan the guy that coined it. Dudley glared, not liking being ignored by his former punching back. Raising his fist, he pulled back before launching it forward, wanting to cause that freak of a cousin pain. Too long had it been since he had been able to use Harry in order to relieve some stress, and now was the time to do it. He grinned sadistically as his fist zoomed forward, nearly making contact with his cousin's cheek, and taking in the pleasure that no one had seemed to notice he was taking advantage of the fight. But the contact never came. "Ya know what really pisses me off?" A strong, low male tone interjected. "Bullies like you." Dudley looked up and saw a black-haired man with crimson eyes staring at him blankly. The man's smile turned vicious as he began to crush the bones in Dudley's hands, causing the miniature whale to start whimpering. With little to no effort at all, the man tossed Dudley a good 3 to 4 feet backwards. Dudley landed face first straight into the ground. The man turned and looked at Dudley's companions. "So are you two going to cause any problems?" The two looked at each other for several moments, before taking at him with rage. Harry could have sworn he heard the man sigh and say, "Geez, I hate being the bad guy." The man's expression changed as his leg shot up, sending one of the boys flying before grabbing the other one with his free hand and giving him a good push backwards onto the floor. "Travis," a disapproving tone growled out, as Luke made himself apparent and stared at Dudley and his friends for several minutes before ignoring them utterly. "You didn't hurt them, did you?" His tone accusing but overall held noting but disinterest. The man, Travis, shrugged as he folded his arms backwards. "Maybe a little, didn't give him brain damage or broke any bones. I think it's all right, they've learned their lesson." His eyes flashed as he looked at Dudley and his crew, right? His tone hard as stone. Harry watched with amusement as Dudley and his friends quickly struggling to get up, tripping over one another in the process before running straight into the distance. That was awesome. He commented sincerely. Never once had he seen someone other than Hagrid teach his cousin a lesson. "I was wondering when someone was going to take care of him," Sean pitched in, watching the open space with amusement. Justin nodded his head, slowly. Yeah, the tiny smile was still on his face. "Maybe he'll learn to leave us alone from now on." A short curtain of silence appeared. "Nah." Travis let out a snort and smirked while Luke rolled his eyes. "So you're Harry, right?" Smaller boy looked up and looked at Travis. "Just need to talk to ya for a bit is all." Fred narrowed his eyes. "That sounds rather suspicious." His tone was hard and his eyes narrowed a bit. "What makes you think we'll just get up and let you take him?" "Granted you helped us out, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're trustworthy," Alice added, eyeing the two with distrustfully. Justin simply frowned. "Guys, cool it. Luke's my cousin." Kelly firmly looked rather hurt at the accusations being stated. "He's a good guy, really." She glanced at Luke, before frowning. "Why do you need to talk to Harry though, Luke? Is there something wrong? It was all curious innocence, really?" Luke paused. "It's complicated," he admitted truthfully. And unfortunately this is for Harry's ears, and his alone. I'm sorry. Before any of them could object, Travis grabbed Harry by the back of his collar and began to pull him away from the smaller group over to somewhere secluded and hidden area, as Luke gave his younger cousin a wave before following after the two. Leaving Alice and the group standing there bewildered to the strange scene that had been displayed before them, as they exchanged looks and remained uncertain, they decided it'd be best to head to the juice bar, though it seemed that only Kelly and Sean seemed to trust Harry to be allowed with Luke and the anomaly known as Travis. Alice, of course, was rather angry at the fact that they had simply allowed the two older teens to take Harry away. However, Alice also trusted Kelly. In turn, she would also trust Luke, for now. All right. You wanted to talk. Harry stated flatly as he crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes at the two older boys, observing and taking note of their body language carefully. I fail to see what exactly is so important that you had to drag me away from my friends. Man, no matter how times he said or thought that word, it still felt weird as it rolled off of his tongue. Luke pressed his lips together. Well, Harry, or should I say the boy who lived? He watched as the boy's eyes narrowed slightly before letting out a small, painful groan. His mouth twitched with amusement but continued on. The reason we're here is to ask, do you plan on attending Hogwarts still for the next term? And if I am? Harry instantly responded to the question distrustfully as his tone indicated suspicion within them. And what if I say that I'm not? Crossing his arms. Why is that any of your business? Well, kiddo, we're here to offer y'all an alternative schooling, Travis pitched in, wearing a grin upon his face. Digging into his pockets, he pulled out a pamphlet with Salem Magical Militia Academy upon it in bold dark blue letters. We're at the end of our high school year and entering our university years. Harry blinked at that. Wait, high school? University? Salem has different divisions set up from elementary, for non-magical born students, followed by a junior section all the way to university. When starting junior though, selecting a specialty and a path is required before have selection of your courses. Luke elaborated. Travis and I are both in the militia specialty, the two of us are choose the Warriors Code. He paused before continuing. The Warriors Code is more about using weapon, military tactics, geography and history. I personally want to join the military straight after school. And I want to go straight into teaching, Travis stated with a grin on his face. Harry remained passive. You said that there were other divisions, what are they? Well, there's governmental along with civilian, and finally a mixture of the three. Though the last one takes longer than all the others, Travis remarked with a warning tone. The crimson-eyed man looked thoughtful for a moment. I doubt the headmaster will force you to choose this early. You're transferring, right? I haven't decided yet, the younger boy answered truthfully. His eyes remained on the folded paper he was given. I'll read about it before making my decision. He wasn't going to make any decision-making yet, but finding out more about other magic schools around the world would probably be the best idea. Knowing thy enemy would help him help Zed and Rita. Luke slowly nodded his head. Well, all right then, if. Harry, there you are. A female voice spoke up. A very mature-looking Asian woman spoke from the left side of them. She smiled with relief as she began to stalk over towards them, wearing a violet sweater shirt with white underneath and a semi-long black skirt. You're late for your tutoring. She looked a bit annoyed as the word left her mouth before turning towards the two. I hope he hasn't caused you any trouble. Huh, oh, no he didn't, Travis replied, somewhat thrown off. The woman nodded, as she continued to smile. That's good. Bowing politely, she placed her hand upon Harry's shoulders. Come on, we'd better get started. We're already behind schedule, Harry. Thank you for looking after him, before sharply turning Harry towards the other direction. Leaving the other two males somewhat stunned by the scene that had played out before them, but ultimately decided to ignore it. Well, for the moment anyway. So, you going to go and check on little sis then? Travis asked, deciding to break the silence. Luke ignored it and frowned. Did you know that woman or girl? Dude. I don't even live here, let alone even grew up here. The other retorted as if the other was an idiot. Shrugging off-handedly, she's probably just helping get caught up on his normal studies, that's all. Letting out a tired yawn. I highly doubt she's anything but that. Whatever, dude. Luke responded. giving a lazy wave towards the other. Anyway, you stayin' or comin'? Travis shrugged. "Yaw sure you want me there? Lord knows I don't. No here, but if you need me for the support then I don't mind." He grinned suggestively at that as Luke glared at his friend before giving him a good smack. "Ow. What was that for?" Being a pervert, Luke answered without missing a beat as he turned towards the direction of the hospital. "I heard that Trini, Zach and Jason's plane landed today. It would be good to see them as well, and find out what the hell is exactly going on." His eyes flickered towards his left pocket as the power coin he had began to twitch and strike with electrifying power. The newest Ranger could help but wonder if it was responded to his magic or beginning to bond with his magic instead. Luke hadn't fully understood what had happened the other day, other than the fact that the Earth was in danger of being overrun by intergalactic space aliens. God, that was so weird to stay, the boy decided as he walked down the road with the other boy. The fact that Zordon, the giant floating head, gave him an unstable power was rather unsettling and made him wonder if the man, being whatever the hell he was, such a great leader. But seeing that Green Ranger in action, taking out each the other Rangers so effortlessly, Luke had begun to understand the reasonings behind Zordon's doings. Despite that fact, he was a bit weary of the other. However, there was a chance that maybe there wouldn't be another way for him to know. Straight after the battle against the Green Ranger, they had returned to the command center only to be locked out. It never had it ever done that to them before, Rocky had told him. Not only were the power coins stolen and being locked out of the command center, but the fact that the Green Ranger had their powers and knew whom they were, with the possible exception of Luke. It came down to one and very simple conclusion. They were screwed. The light glimmer of hope came from Jason's, Trini's and Zach's power coins, and the hope that his own would last. Luke frowned as he gripped the coin in his pocket. From the information given to him by Aisha, the Green Ranger also possible had a blank coin as well. Frowning thinly, but the guy, whatever his name was, mentioned that the green power coin was in Jason's possession. How was it possible for that to happen? Were Rangers truly bound by the coins, or was there something deeper, that no one truly knew about it? Many questions were starting to arise within him, only to receive no answers in return. It also didn't help that Adam had been found knocked unconscious with the black and pink power coins stolen as well. While he hated to admit it, but the Green Ranger worked not only efficiently but also fast. Scowling mentally, the boy wondered just how fast this guy was and why was even working for someone like Rita and Zed. "Hey, you there, man?" Travis's voice broke though his thoughts. "You were spacing out, Luke." Luke shrugged. "Und? You're a bastard, you know that?" Of course, Luke wasn't paying attention as he waved dismissively. Sure, whatever you say. Asshole." The sounds of machinery being moved, twisted and shifted echoed. "Now, if I just recalibrate the energy source and then link up the firing mechanism with the trigger," a young male voice murmured as a spark-like sounded instantly light as a bright red flame was seen briefly within the strange room. The shining light stretched far across the room, painted in complete and utter white. A sharp hiss was heard. Ouch! As metallic object fell straight onto the ground. That hurt. Groaning, "But simply ignore it," was he once again picked it up the floor. "I'll take care of it later. I have to finish these up first and get everything running." Pushing his glasses up, his eyes wandered the room and left out a huge sigh as he made his way across the other end of the room in order to retrieve the necessary tools and items that were needed in order to fix the keyboard and the strange weapons that laid before him. How Zordon could have not informed them was a mystery to him. The young man felt rather annoyed at the secrecy that the other kept from not only him but also the rest of the team. Scowling, the young man made his way over straight towards the cabinet, revealing what he was looking for. Giving the object a quick one-over, the boy nodded his head and returned where he was conducting his project. Waking up in the White Room had not been what he had been expecting, as he thought himself before returning towards the task at hand. His eyes glanced at the weapons that hovered in the air, each of them color coordinated to that of the Ranger's colors. From the looks of it, the weapons seemed to be meant for an upgrade for their thunder-based powers. The pink one was the pterodactyl thunder whip, meant for Kimberly, laying there quietly, unmoved and unused. The next one belonged to Aisha, the saber-toothed tiger thunderhammer. Oddly, Billy honestly thought that the weapon suited her better than the power daggers. The Mastodon Thunder Grappler laid dormant ready to be used by the next user. Billy, oddly, had two weapons he noted. The Triceratops Thunderblades and the Stegostringer, though the boy couldn't help but wonder why he was given that weapon. He was pretty certain that the Stegosaurs didn't belong to him. Maybe the previous Blue Ranger had it? Billy shrugged at that. When he first awoke in the room, he had discovered the weapons simply being there, already used and damaged. Well, most of them anyway. Which was he was currently trying to repair them, and have them battle ready against the Green Ranger. The genius pressed his lips together as he quickly adjusted the screw, placing it back to where it belonged before screwing it back in again. Looking satisfied, he nodded his head, rather happy with his accomplishment. The Tyrannosaurus Thunder Nunchakus had a heavy amount of damage and looked like it had been utterly fried. Billy considered it to be his newest project, as his eyes flickered over towards the two new weapons. One was certain for Luke, after activating tapping straight into his teal power coin, but the one beside it. It was a shield, but whom it was for was uncertain. The Blue Ranger whipped the sweat dripping down his forehead and began to work upon Rocky's new weapon. While it did look severely damaged, the boy was fully certain that it would be child's play for him to be able to fix. The only problem would simply be the lack of material needed to fully repair it. He frowned. The most logical thing would be to look around and try to use whatever supplies he had left and go check on Zordon and Alpha as certain was possible. His eyes flickered towards the control panel, his fingers instantly snapping towards the toolbox that he had discovered within the White Room, and gripped it before standing up as his tips began to caress the metal carefully. The wires underneath and components were fixed. Biting his lips, he pondered whether or not the best option would be to go and check. Billy suppressed that idea and touched each button, carefully giving the coordinates of where he wanted to be teleported to. The energy particles began to circle around his body, as he felt his body become lighter within an instantly and vanished from the White Room and suddenly found himself to the most horrific sight that he had ever seen. The command center was horrific. Alpha, laid upon the floor, barely alive. The blinking lights on his chest indicated that he was still functioning. Billy let out a sigh of relief as he turned his attention towards and gulped loudly as he saw the other tubes in which were connected to the center one. They were utterly cracked and shattered. As the small flames burned without stopping, while it looked like it had been burning for a long period of time, thankfully it seemed to have died down by quite a bite. And for that, Billy was rather grateful. The wielder of the blue morphin powers sighed. "This is going to take a while," he murmured underneath his breath as his eyes began to survey around the damage and calculate just how long it would take to get everything up and running, not to mention repairing Alpha as well. The brunette groaned, realizing that he's pretty much be forced to pull an all-night job again. As another sigh escaped his lips, he picked up Alpha off of the floor and hauled him over his shoulders before descending down the stairs, as grunts escaped his lips. While Alpha wasn't overly heavy, the lack of muscles Billy had didn't seem to aid him in his task. The Blue Ranger's eyes flickered over towards the destructive command center and painfully closed his eyes. Forcing his head to remain placing it forward, Billy pushed himself to get the android straight to the White Room where the rest of his supplies and tools were. Maybe if he quickly repaired Alpha, the quicker the two of them would be able to bring the command center and Zordon back online. Another thought appeared through his mind as Billy thought about the perp whom caused the damage, the Green Ranger. What made him so different from Tommy? That was the main key, and how exactly was he able to access the green morphin powers? Billy switched from carrying Alpha from his back and simply carrying the small android like bride or a small child, much to the embarrassment of the Blue Ranger. Many thoughts once again appeared in his massive mind that made him wonder, mainly just what he was going to do with the power coins that he had stolen from the others. His own eyes flickered straight down towards his blue power coin and sighed. What if Trini, Zach and Jason were unable to access the power from their coins? A sweat bead slid down his forehead. What if everything was left up to him? The sheer thought made him shiver in fear and worried that he may fail and lead them to destruction. Just like how he nearly brought the end of the world thanks to Rita's mind control during Parent-Teacher Day. It really made sick to even remember that day. No. Billy roared in his mind, shaking those memories away. His eyes narrowed into slits while his desire to fight overcome the evil and destruction he had caused in the past, redeeming himself in not only his friend's eyes but his own. The genius looked down at Alpha and his lips twitched into a sad smile. "We'll show them, right, Alpha?" The red lights flickered on the visor, slowly beginning to dull. Getting Alpha to the White Room and begin his friend's repairs were Billy's highest priorities. The quicker he made it there the better. Glances continuously shifting between the stairs towards Alpha's visor, even though he was 100% certain that the robot still had cognitive thinking. The limit to how long it would last was slowly beginning to die. The White Room. Billy had no idea how or why, but his throat had been healed during his state of unconsciousness. His lips curled up, and as he began to wonder, what kind of room was it? Recalling the memories of Tommy becoming the White Ranger, it seemed as if the person, or rather the people within that room, go under a state of fatigue before falling into a slumber. For lack of a better term. Was it possible for it to be a healing room of sorts? It didn't seem far off, the teenager decided. The staircase led to a short hall, only 4 doors on the far end. The one with the glowing white light emitting from it was probably the White Room. Making his way towards the room where the rest of the supplies were, Billy found himself stopping in his stride and turned towards one of the doors, that laid open wide. It looked rather similar to that of the White Room but lacked the bright white light and sense of security that it held. This room, on the other hand, was pure gray. The teen's eyes widened as he looked at all the spare parts that seemed to have just been laying around, along with a toolbox similar to the one he had found in the White Room. His curiosity had reached its peak. Moving in towards the room and carefully placing Alpha straight onto the ground, the Blue Ranger quickly maneuvered his way around the room, gathering the pieces and parts that he could gather and placed what he could fit straight into the toolbox. Whether it was enough or not had left to be seen. Billy's eyes flickered at the damage that his robotic friend had been forced to endure and flinched. It was going to take more than just a hard work for Billy to get Alpha back up and running again. The blue-clothed teen placed the android the center table and quickly began to grab the flashlight that was near along with one of the wire clippers in order to get a deeper look into his friend's computer-based immune system. As the light turned on, revealing the ripped and torn components, wires and everything else under the sun that Billy was able to see visibly. Wait. What the hell? The flashlight in Billy's hand slipped from his grip and landed on the table as the Blue Ranger turned his gaze. A big, gray book sat there quietly where the toolbox resided, while sitting right in the center of the book were 2 power coins. When did? The teen gasped as he felt his throat go utterly dry. His hands shook with, was it fear? Apprehension or disbelief? The boy wasn't sure, but he knew. Maybe, just maybe, this was the reason for being in the command center. As his fingers gently touched the book, as a gray light emitted the moment his skin touched the cover before fading away, the coins appearing in his hands. Gripping them tightly, Billy's eyes were still trained on the book that laid before him, watching in wonder as the book opened wide, causing him to stare. A section, or rather a wheel of sorts, was on the page that the book seemed to turn to. Each color glowing with a strange ring around them, and words that seemed not of earth but came off as clear English to him. His fingers carefully traced the green circle. Controlled. His voice crackled tightly, as Billy felt his heart ache. The poor guy, the free hand twisted into a fist. His eyes then traced the lower colors, frowning at the sight of the words as his eyes glanced to the coins and then back to the page. Could it be possible, I wonder? It was then and there, Billy made a resolution, and he'd be damned if he failed. Jason found himself staring at what Tommy had told him. Are you serious? The former Red leader's lips went dry. The bugged eyes didn't really help but soften the atmosphere. At the serious look that he was receiving from his best friend, Jason felt his back lightened while pushing back against the chair. Holy shit, you are. Tommy nodded briskly, the utterly look of defeat glinting in his eyes. Yeah. Glancing away from him, he didn't just take us out one by one, he got to the command center too. The former White Ranger hissed with anger. Can't believe he got us off guard like that, and so efficiently as well. The teen never felt so utterly frustrated in his entire life. As his nails dug deep into the wood, how can we defeat this guy? Jason clamped Tommy's hands. Don't worry, man. We'll find a way, we always do. He flashed a bright grin on his face, indicating that he firmly believed in his words. "We just need to stick together, and keep our wits about us, all right bro?" "Yeah," Tommy admitted reluctantly. "I guess." The soft and defeated tone did nothing to put the teen at ease. It just didn't feel right to him in the very least. However, now that Jason, Zach and Trini were here, maybe, just maybe that stood a chance against the evil ranger. "I just hope you're right, Jace." The former Red grinned. "Aren't I always, man?" The cheeky reply earned him a berry, while lingering deep within his thoughts were his own doubts and insecurities. Just how did Zed and Rita get the Green Ranger powers, and who was the new guy underneath the suit? His eyes narrowed. Was it even a guy to begin with? Though from what Kim had told him, she definitely heard a guy's voice from the helmet. Shaking his head as he got up from out of the seat, "Come on, we'd better go and check on Adam." Tommy flinched openly. A part of Jason regretted bringing it up but knew that he had to. Adam also had gotten his power coin stolen, attacked from the back without warning. Though, all of them were thankfully to hear that it wasn't critical or severe like Kimberly's but still was in need of medical attention. Rocky and Aisha were already stationed at the hospital, both of them looking at Kim and Adam respectively, and actually being in the room. Zach and Trini were busy trying to locate Billy, whom was either stuck in the command center or had been taken prisoner of the Green Ranger. Honestly, Jason was hoping for the later. Nolan, a blush appeared slightly, was at home unpacking his things and sleeping in his guest bed. The former Red was rather thankfully that his boyfriend had no idea of what was going on and even less of an idea of what he and his friends were involved in, but Jason knew that sooner or later Rita, Zed or both of them were going to force the Irishman into the war. His expression hardened at that. He wouldn't allow any harm to come to Nolan, his hand curled up straight into a fist. "Have Trini and Zach any luck on getting inside of the command center?" Tommy asked, latching onto anything useful that could aid them. Jason blinked. "Trini got access to Billy's garage or lab. She's been trying to find something that they can use to get inside. So far they haven't had any luck on finding anything useful, and even if they did, I doubt that Trini would be able to fully understand its functions without Billy being around to show her." Tommy growled, "Damn. This just keeps on getting better and better." "Don't say that," Jason responded flatly. Tommy shrugged. "I can't help it. This entire situation, it makes me feel so, he hissed in annoyance as his gaze fell to the floor. "I don't think we've ever been pushed this far into a corner before. Hell, I doubt I caused you guys this much trouble when I was the Green Ranger." "Well," Jason began slowly as a hesitant smile appeared on his face. "You were more of the physical flat-out confronting type rather than the devious attacker from the shadows." That made him worry as his eyes began to glance around the hall of the juice bar. Could the Green Ranger be near them as they spoke, or was it just his new paranoia beginning to act up? A heavy silence appeared. "I hope Alpha and Zordon are okay," Tommy whispered softly. Jason nodded, as a bitter feeling appeared. It was all so familiar to him, the former Red thought to himself. Very, very familiar. It was nearly identical of the steps that Tommy had taken when he was a Green Ranger, but this was smarter. Cunning, he was able to calculate and predict where they were and how to dispose of them. His eyes narrowed darkly. The methods he used were rather vicious, not to mention the guy seemed to know a lot about them. He shuddered. Did that mean he was aware of Trini, Zach and himself? That alone made him frightened. What was stopping the evil ranger from going after one of them? "I understand fully, my lord." Harry's words slipped out of his mouth, his eyes never once faltering from his master's gaze. The hardness of his tone echoed throughout the throne room, as his eyes flashed a violent green. "I will carry out your orders to the fullest extent of my abilities." Lord Zed tapped the edges of his seat, the apprehensive air soaked into his very being. "See that you do, my Green Ranger. You have my confidence and trust in this matter. You have not failed us once yet." The evil monarch was heavily pleased with his ranger, and could foresee the greatest opportunities that would pave their way to no, Zed decided, even past Dark Spectre. The delightful chill went down his spine and gave the humanoid-like being a pleasurable shiver as his hands released the edges of the handle. Lord Zed cleared his throat as he began to speak. However, Harry's voice instantly cut him off as the other beings in the room, notably Scorpina and Galdar, looked at Harry with a look. Zed was unsure if it was shock, awe or horror. As the young child continued, "No assistance will be required at all." Staring at Zed with a cold, hard look that laced with the darkest and malicious intent, the boy smiled eerily at him. "For the longest time, I have gained aid from the putties. Finister," he gave a nod towards the scientist. / monster marker, Scorpina, also giving the woman a nod, "along with Mistress Rita, and you as well, my lord. Even though I have been able to properly detained the Rangers, there is still the matter of the other Rangers, the 3 original and of course, their newest addition." Harry reached into his pocket and revealed what was in his hand towards them. "That's—" Rita's lips escaped as Lord Zed let out a cry of surprise as the cold smile simply remained upon the child's face. Harry titled his head, in a somewhat mocking manner. "Yes, while my coin has not been tied to the Morphin grid, the Dragon Zord, as of now, is now in my hands." His hand clutched the coin protectively within his hands and stuffed it back into his pocket. A heavy silence fell upon the room as eyes began to focus solemnly upon Harry, whose smile remained as his body began to let burst of promise. Lord Zed leaned back into his chair and eyed his future heir with prospect and wonder. Many thoughts and ideas began to soar in his mind as his eyes reflected towards the side deep within the dark-covered velvet darkness. Rita glanced back at Zed, uncertain whether or not to allow the youngest member of their dark royal family to launch a preemptive strike on his own, despite doing so and coming out successfully within the past. Once fingers wrapped around his staff as his visor flashed a dark red, never once did his sight move from Harry, who remained standing there at attention further awaiting his new orders. The plan that Rita and himself had convinced and worked upon had taken up most their time, and had simply completed the startling revelation of the Dragon Zord once again being under their fingertips was quite a present indeed. But at what price? "Be that as it may, my Green Ranger," Zed began calmly, "while I am pleased with the Dragon Zord once again being within our possession," he let out a growl, "we must not allow Zordon's Rangers to get a wind of this information. We will use it as a surprise, if not, final counterattack." It took all of Harry's will force not to bristle. "I understand, my lord." The words sounded rather forced with anger seeping through them. Bowing lowly, "Is that all, my lord?" Lord Zed's eyes visor locked with Harry's eyes. "Yes, you are dismissed." "As you wish, my lord." He left the room, without missing a beat, fully aware of the callous action he had shown towards Lord Zed and his mistress Rita. Even though it seemed like the wrong thing to do to them, his mind screamed otherwise. It was like they were trying to get him killed or something like that. Harry's body instantly froze at that. Get me killed? The thought once again appeared in his mind as he continued his stride down the dark halls of the castle. They wouldn't try to kill me, would they? His eyes then narrowed with suspicion. After all, they were trying to kill the Rangers of the Earth and quite possibly the other Rangers throughout the universe. Pressing his lips together, his eyes became slits as he twitched visibly to those within the hall. After all that was said and done, what exactly was stopping them from turning their attention and targeting himself instead? The sweat beads slipped down the edges of his face as quickened his pace down the hallway. He needed some air, clean air. Logically speaking, of course, there was no air on the moon, even though by some odd twist of fate he was able to breathe properly. Perhaps it was the side effect of the power? Shrugging his shoulders with uncertainty, the boy found himself in front of Zed's and Rita's bedroom. How did he end up here? He felt his palms go sweat with anticipation, as his eyes glued towards the door as the twin orbs lowered towards the two handles. His lips and throat went dry while his feet moved forwards towards the metal. His fingers touched the cold steel as Harry shivered at the frostiness of it. Pushing the nagging and warning feeling that began to nail near the side his head, the boy opened the door and went through it. His eyes scanning at everything within the room, in hopes of discovering something that he could use against the two in case they did indeed turn against him. It wouldn't matter anyway. Surviving was what he did anyway. Looking at the dark blue room filled with black drapes and velvet purple coloring, he carefully stepped around cautiously, not wanting to trigger an alarm system of any sorts. Harry wasn't a fool to think that Rita and Zed wouldn't not have an alarm system somewhere in their room in case of a ranger or an enemy breaking into the castle. Over at the right side of the bed, Harry was certain was definitely Rita's side. The smells of ointments and potions reeked towards his nostrils before taking note of a bookshelf of books that laid across the shelves, languages he was unable to speak let alone read. Harry made sure to file that away for future reference. Zed was definitely on the left. Why? The evil intent could be felt coming from the drawer, near the bedside. While Rita was definitely an evil person and a dark sorceress at that, comparing the levels of evil between them was simply laughable. Zed was by far the most dangerous out of the two. The sheer evil that rolled off of him was immense. He was amazed at how his body was even able to withstand that strong presence, grimacing as Harry recalled when he had first come face to face with his Lord and... Wait. How did Harry meet Lord Zed and Mistress Rita? No, not Lord. No Mistress. Not anything. Just Zed and Rita. A painful pressure within. His head deciding to make an appearance as slipping down to his knees, the painful continued to make its presence known to him as it throbbed in his mind. Constantly pounding up and down, much like a hammer or a saw cutting. It stopped. Wah. The pain was gone. Why did he get hurt in the first place? The boy looked rather uncertain as he pressed his lips together while once again remembering as to why he was in the room anyway. His eyes locked onto the source of the malicious intent and moved towards it, remembering as to why he was even in the room. It wasn't sealed, oddly. Harry found that rather suspicious but remembered how confident and cocky Zed would get at times. As he moved at the cabinet, Harry blinked at the strange box that laid that, silently and quietly, taunting, mocking his presence. Carefully, he opened the box. A coin, similar to that of his power coin, laid there. But T was different. It was not the pure gold that radiated with immense and beautiful power, but rather a rusted silver that unleashed and tempted the sinful desires of man, with the letter Z upon it. Harry recalled briefly about the Dark Rangers Scorpina had told him about. But none of them had coins, or did they? Oh well. It didn't matter to him. He continued to stare at it as the cold metal rested within his hands, his eyes unable to look away from it. He could feel the dark and evil magic rolling off of it, promising the whispers of power and destruction to follow within its wake. Evil, be thou my good. Placing the black box back into the cabinet, Harry summoned his staff before whispering an enchantment creating a false coin, with the added touch of evil scent. After all, it would do him no good if Zed and Rita had discovered his little heist. Quietly he closed the cabinet and left the room, not noticing the flash from beneath him. So, it looks like you're finally starting to get it, a figure stated with interest. But how much longer are you going to stay in the well, little frog? Zach never felt so frustrated in his entire life. So you can't find anything at all? Zach cried out in anger, as he kicked the nearest wall. The beautiful Asian woman turned to him. Her expression was peaceful and content. I'm working as fast as I can, Zach. Her tone, however, betrayed the annoyance and anger that she was feeling within her. Without Billy here to explain things to me, I'm using my own understanding of his inventions and knowledge of science in order to help us. She gave the other boy a tired look. I'm sorry if I'm doing as well as you perceived myself to be able to do. The former yellow felt truly sorry for failing Zach, but the consistent staring and comments that left his mouth were starting to run over her patience. If you want to, Zach, you could go and check upon Kimberly, Adam, Aisha and Rocky, she suggested. Zach blinked for a moment. Wait, that didn't sound like a suggestion. Well, Trini titled her head and smiled at him. Ah, there it was. That aura. That frightening aura. Zach smiled nervously as he began to back away from the smaller, yet much stronger, girl away from her slowly. Why yeah. That actually sounds like a great idea, Trini. I'll just head over there right now. The black-haired girl watched as Zach left the, for lack of a better term, lab. Letting out a sigh, maybe she'd be able to get some work done now. Now Trini loved Zach, just as much as she loved all of her other friends, but right now, this was an emergency. They needed all the help and strength that they could devise and gather together. The former yellow glared at the screen as her fingers began to wrap around the paper, with annoyance. While she could fully understand as to what Billy had written down along with several of tools he had received, built and obtained over the years, some of the schematics were confusing and made her head hurt. There was a reason as to why she was the translator of the group and not the mechanic. The young girl pushed her back against the chair and placed her face into her palms, allowing her mind and body to take a rest. She wondered, just what exactly was Zed and Rita playing at? The green power coin laid within Jason's possession, but at the same time it seemed that the person whom wore the green costume was able to gain access to the green power, which she felt was rather odd. From what she was able to understand, energy, or rather the power, could not be destroyed, it could only be transferred. Could it be that the green powers found another owner on its own? Or did Rita find some way to transfer the power from one coin to another? If so, would it be similar to that of the mirror and original coins then? It made sense to her, in a way. Trini mused to herself, removing her hands from head before staring up at the sky. As her free hand gently touched her coin, just how many coins does the enemy have anyway? Besides, their own of course. Zed had nearly all of them with the exception of the red, blue, yellow, and black original coins plus the teal coin. They still had a fighting chance, at least, that's what she hoped anyway. Normally, Trini thought as she went back to reading the blueprint left behind by Billy, the enemy would be more focused on killing them rather than simply stealing a power coin, or power coins in general. Though, in the past, they had pulled that stunt once or twice but never to this degree. It just seemed far too off for her to simply leave it alone, and it didn't match up to the Green Ranger either. There was something deeper in this, something that nagged at the very back of her head, something that they themselves were missing. It doesn't add up, she whispered softly, placing the book back onto the table. A soft knock was heard by the garage door, blinking in surprise before realizing it was probably Jason or Tommy. As she caught up, the young girl felt her body freeze instantly. What if it isn't Tommy or Jason? Her mind taunted her, what if it's the Green Ranger instead? Trini narrowed her eyes, no, that would be stupid. Is it? Her mind and common sense taunted back at her, look what happened to Billy and Kimberly. They both let their guards down and were taken out like that. Trini couldn't deny that factor. And then he used the moment of weakness to get Adam and the others. That was. Trini began to defend but found no words to continue. See? Her mind stated, sounding rather smug. You can't be too cautious. Trini resisted the urge to groan loudly. It didn't help that she had just lost to her conscience. Thought Trini was able to perceive and understand what her brain was trying to tell her. It just didn't help that it took her Brian to criticize her to acknowledge the situation that she and the others were in. Maneuvering herself to the side, her hands carefully touching the button, her eyes locked onto the garage door and pressed the button. Watching carefully as it began to remove itself from the ground and straight up to the ceiling of the room. Hey Trini, Jason waved as he stood beside Tommy. Trini let out a sigh. So it was them. She mentally scowled her mind as she moved over to greet them. How are you guys? Fine, I guess, Tommy murmured under his breath, as he looked away from the girl. Obviously, the former Green and current White Ranger was guilt-tripping himself once more, thinking it was his fault that all of this had happened. Trini wondered if the boy needed to go see a therapist or just had a seriously low self-esteem. She wasn't quite sure yet. Jason jabbed him, after sending a disapproving look at Tommy. Any luck, Trini? Jason asked, or rather pleaded from Trini's point of view anyway. The Asian girl shook her head. I'm sorry, Jason. I'm doing everything I can to doing something, anything really. But, gesturing towards the table filled with papers, blueprints, tools and other of Billy toys. I barely even know where to begin, let alone start at. It didn't take a genius to figure out that Trini had worse than the rest of them, and probably the most aggravated. It's all right, Trini. Jason placed his hand upon the girl's shoulders. We'll figure this out together. Forcing a grin, the girl's lips twitched. Gripping it tightly before releasing, we could take a break if you want, or we could rejoin the others. Trini slowly nodded her head. That would be nice actually. She glanced at the material. I need a break from this. Jason chuckled while Tommy grinned a little as the three left the lab and began to head towards the hospital. It was moments like these that Trini somewhat missed. No monsters, no bad guys, no worries, just peace. It reminded her of why she had chosen to fight against Rita in the first place, Trini thought as she looked at the children playing innocently with one another along with the precious animal and plant like that surrounded them. The wind that blew against she's skin, feeling the fresh feelings somehow helped her resolve to harden. She couldn't explain how it did, but somehow it was what finally sealed it. We have to win, Trini stated out of nowhere. The two boys stopped and looked at her. What brought this on Trini? Jason asked, in surprise. Trini's attention wasn't on him, but the children. It was then and there did Jason understand. Ah, the former Red remarked with a nod. That's why. He glanced at Trini. Don't worry. He stated firmly, we'll win. I promise. Taking her hand straight into his, he gripped it tightly before releasing it. Trini looked at him in surprise as a blush formed before disappearing. A voice rang through the open. What was that? Tommy asked instantly, shifting into an offensive position as his eyes glanced around the area nervously but guarded. Is it one of Zed's and Rita's minions? Trini snorted, much to the White Ranger's confusion. It's Nolan, she remarked with a grin, while the brunette teen blinked. Jason grinned as he saw the redhead move her over towards them. Yo. Hey Jace, the man greeted with a huff and a puff. Trini giggled. The poor guy wasn't used to running at great distances, let alone fighting. Though he had a great body, it was nothing compared to Jason's and didn't seem built for fighting either. Looking for me? Jason teased openly as the other male blushed shyly. Nolan began to sputter, and no, clearly he was lying, Tommy thought to himself as he felt a strange twist within his stomach. I saw you, so I thought I'd come and see what you were up to. He folded one arm over his head and began to scratch, while avoiding the other's gaze. Who is he? Tommy murmured to Trini, who rolled her eyes. This is Nolan, a friend of ours from the peace conference. He's from Ireland, the former Yellow introduced. The redhead instantly realized he was being impolite. Sorry, holding out his hand. I'm Nolan. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you as well, man. Tommy stated with a smile as he shook Nolan's hand firmly. How are you enjoying Angel Grove? Nolan beamed instantly. It's a beautiful place to live, though there are many buildings. It's not like home, not that it's a bad thing, he quickly added, not wanting to offend them. Tommy grinned at that and nodded in agreement. Something wrong, Nolan? Trini asked with concern. Is that a friend of yours? Right by a tree was Riche, who let out a giant yawn while looking at them. He was wearing his rollerblades with a helmet, knee and armbands around his body, while wearing his dark crimson shirt and beige shorts. Giving them a giant wave, he quickly made his way over to them. Hey guys! Richie cried out, as he stumbled while running on the grass towards them. As he made it over, he flashed Trini a rather shy smile. Nolan, Jason and Tommy all looked at each other and raised an eyebrow but kept their mouths shut. What's up? Oh, we're going to go and visit Kimberly at the hospital. Trini answered truthfully. Do you want to come? The more the merrier. Jason added. Richie scratched the back of his head, looking sheepish. I want to come, but there's something I have to get done first. He looked rather apologetic. Sorry. Maybe we could help, Tommy offered. Really? You guys would help? Richie asked, hopefully. The glint of happiness could be seen from a mile away. Jason noted with a wry grin on his face. Richie was probably one of the shyest people in Angel Grove, and that was saying a lot. Jason shrugged. Of course, we're friends, aren't we? Thanks. I really appreciate it, guys. Richie thanked them with a smile on his face. Trini smiled gently at him. It's no problem, Richie. So what do you need help with? With that, the grass stained. Far away, where the sky was raised high above the ground with the blazing sun illuminating over the shadows. A man, around his 30s with dark brunette hair wearing a dark blue suit and a dark yellow tie looked up at the sky. His cigarette dangled from his lips before removing it with his hands and continued to look up, his eyes closed for the moment. His body seemed to relax underneath the rays of light, with absolutely little to no care in the world. The man was heavily and happily content with his current condition. There was absolutely nothing for him to do, nor was there any need for him at the moment. Peace and quiet, just the thing the man was finally hoping to get. Letting out a yawn, He blinked lazily before allowing the butt of the cigarette to drop to the floor while his foot followed straight after, stomping on it. What a day! The man stretched his arms and yawned. A strange feeling entered his mind, causing him to freeze in place. A frown appeared as he closed his eyes briefly before opening them again. Removing himself from the ground, the man stood up tall, revealing his muscular stature as he looked determined. So, it begins. I have one thing to say. Billy and Trini are hard to write. It took me ages to get through this chapter. It doesn't help that my mind and my muses are constantly changing ideas and straying into other fandoms. So I apologize for the lack of updating. Also, it's Christmas. I work as a cashier, so you can all guess how stressed, tired and annoyed I am. Seriously, does anyone remember a time where Christmas was about family instead of shopping and spending large amounts of money? 'Cause I do. Sorry for the rant. Why are so many power coins appearing? What is going on? What are the purposes of these strange books? All I can see, nothing is coincidence. Also, Billy's actor turned out to be gay. Who saw that one coming? I certainly didn't. Dunno if it will affect the poll or not, I haven't decided. I would prefer to hear your thoughts about what to do with Billy. Speaking of which, I'm going to add this. Stop asking about who Harry is going to be paired with or giving suggestions for Harry's pairing. It will happen when it happens. Okay. Good. Other than that, please leave a review and make sure to have a Merry Christmas, a Happy Hanukkah, an enjoyable Kwanzaa and whatever holiday you guys celebrate, and have a Happy New Year as well.